Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you're joining us from. Thank you for tuning in to day 2 of the Montreal Scrabblefest. Matt Canik will be bringing you commentary all day, and this morning I am joined by expert level CSW player Matthew O'Connor.
Good morning, everybody.
Yeah, this is going to be some intense, high-stakes Scrabble. A name that should be no stranger to you will be playing in our first game today. Adam Logan versus Bradley Whitmarsh is the game we're about to bring you. But there are many strong players in this field. Matthew, tell us a little bit about the two names at the top of the standings right now.
Yeah, so Andrew Golding is a longtime player from Montreal. He's been in the Scrabble scene for about 40 years. He's a very solid player. And Kyle Falahy is a relative newcomer, and he's pretty young. And he is learning and rapidly ascending. So we're going to see the two of them square off in round 5, I believe. But round 4, we are going to do Adam Logan and Bradley Whitmarsh because they are the seemingly the most exciting, the most action-packed game we could find in round 4.
Yeah, this is going to be an awesome tournament. This tournament brought to you by Josh Greenway, Kieran O'Connor, and the Let's Play Scrabble team. We always appreciate likes and subscriptions to this channel. If you have not yet subscribed, make sure you do. All they do is bring you top-level Scrabble. Let's hit that like button early and often today. We want to drive this video up the algorithm, get as many people tuned in and watching Scrabble. Share this around on your socials. We got a whole lot of Scrabble coming today. 4 games of CSW in the morning, plus NWL or WoW in the afternoon. And a new feature for you as well. There is a join button down underneath the video. If you click the join button, it works sort of like a Patreon. You can pitch in a small amount of money every month to support the Let's Play Scrabble team. All of that money goes straight towards running more streams for you and supporting more streams, helping Josh and Kieran put more of this stuff together. You become a super friend. You get some swag next to your name in the chat, loyalty badges, custom emojis, super friend only bulletins as well from the Let's Play Scrabble team. So if you got a little extra dough or you really like watching Scrabble on the internet, hit that join button. This tournament is generously brought to you by the Word Game Players Association, who have donated 5,000 Canadian dollars to the prize pool. Those generous donations, in part by John Shreve and his work with finances, help bring some of the top dogs out to these tournaments. So big shout out to Word Game Players organization. Go to wordgameplayers.org to find other tournaments, resources, and clubs sponsored by that organization near you.
And we just want to remind everyone that this tournament is in loving memory of longtime and founder of the Montreal Scrabble Club, Bernard Gottlieb. Bernard founded the club in the 80s, and he was a longtime member, and he was known for welcoming everybody of all different ages, races, etc., and bringing them to the Scrabble Club despite a lifetime of health issues. He unfortunately passed in March, but we're doing several things in his memory, such as naming the trophies after him this tournament, and doing things like the bagel breakfast in his honor, because he always liked to do that when he was running the Montreal Scrabblefest for many years. So a big warm we love you too, Bernard Gottlieb.
Yeah, Bernard, an awesome guy. I had the pleasure of getting to know him just briefly. We'll be talking about Bernard early and often this tournament because it's just not Montreal Scrabble without him.
Yeah.
But for now, we will be cutting over to the board. We have Adam Logan. We have Brad Whitmarsh. Each of these players 2-1 thus far. One of these players looking to go up to 3-1 after this game. Unbelievable. Adam Logan averaging 524 points per game.
And shout out to Cheryl Melvin. That was quite the upset last night.
Whoa, Cheryl Melvin. Yes. Good for her.
A long-time Collins player who was an intermediate, but she found the upset last night. Very, very nice job. Mm-hmm. We have Adam Logan drawing his tiles, so I think we are ready to go.
All right, let's do it. First game of the day. Let's play Scrabble. So far, some balanced stuff. AEGNO and I. And
all right, Adam Logan hits Oregon.
yeah, this is not a turn that should take you more than about 20 seconds.
Yeah.
Adam knows there's one 7-letter bingo here. The column's only Oregon. He's going to waste no more time playing it. 68 points.
So why do we think he picked that exact spot over maybe putting it a little bit to the left, Matt?
I mean, if I'm in this situation and I'm Adam, I'm looking to play something pretty quickly. And I'm not looking to put a vowel next to either of the double letters. So I don't think there's too much to think about or dissect.
The only other thing is maybe if you went 2 to the left, you would get a lot of the same benefits. But you would be putting the S hook in the double-double, so that might make it slightly subpar.
Yeah, that I think just enough to drive the decision here. But that's just not a turn you're going to sit there for a minute and try to decide optimal placement of Oregon. Just put one down and keep going. CDEGISZ on Bradley's rack. He's gone full O'Connor style in your honor, Matt.
Absolutely.
Turning those tiles everywhere.
That's what happens when you play in my tournaments in New England. One interesting option is adds, which is hyper aggressive and sets up his E in the double-double. We can see that Adam Logan doesn't have an E, although he does have the bingo airfoils if it remains open. Another option is zinged, which gets rid of the rather ugly G. And then, I don't know, after that, there's some not so great options. Maybe he plays Z above Oregon for some defense that would benefit him because it would block airfoils, but I don't think it's a very good play.
I don't know. I'm kind of liking ZIG and ZE. It's only 25 points right now, but it opens up that S hook behind it. In that triple word, he'd hold CDES, setting himself up for a big score next turn. It is a sacrifice now, just 25, when you can score more in other positions, but
yes,
that play looks fun to me.
That is a great option. You're starting with a deficit because Adam opened with a bingo, and you get to keep CDIS, which isn't amazing, but at the very least, you'll have disc there if it doesn't get blocked, and there's other possibilities like bingos. I think that's probably the best choice because adds, while a setup is a much more volatile one because it sets up the E, which there are 12 of, as opposed to the S, which there are 4 of, and you have 1 of.
The other thing about ADZ as a setup sort of option is it keeps the CG combination together, and that combination is so unbelievably bad in Scrabble. One of the worst cases of anti-synergy. It's just so ugly. And without an N being kept as well and obstructing the N floating on the board, ADZ does set up an E, but you're not going to be able to do much next turn with that CG combination unless you have a perfect draw.
All right, so it looks like Bradley Whitmarsh is putting down the letters in D-Zing. This is another kind of a setup because it sets up a pretty juicy S-hook lane, and it keeps a lot of the board closed. So we'll see. He's probably going to attempt to, maybe if Oregon gets blocked, he has another lane for himself. Like if Adam goes down on the double to the right of D-Zing. Of course, we know that Adam has airfoils on his rack, so unfortunately this isn't going to work out for him, but we can see what Bradley is trying to do.
Yeah, D-Zinc zinged through that N, both similar options. Brad opting to open up the S hook, but keeping that G, which is not a strong tile. And Adam now 2 for 2 on just smacking down a bingo in 30 seconds or less. Airfoil is the only playable bingo there for Adam.
And for those of you who are wondering, Zig and ZE won the sim by a wide margin because of the setup possibility.
But D-Zinc the option there for Brad. Not a bad decision.
Yeah,
those setups are so hard to figure out.
Setups are tricky, and sometimes you get smacked when you do it because your opponent has that letter, and it would feel like you lost the game on the spot if it didn't work out, and that would not feel good. So Brad has some consonants, but also some bingo tiles. One option is to play Vax or Vox, which would not score very much, but would make him very likely to bingo next turn.
Yeah, Vax or Vox keep the strong GINRS leave, which is fantastic if you're trying to bingo with that Oregon's hook there as well.
Another option is dezinking, which sets up the X if he can redraw an I or a U. But but it makes him less likely to bingo.
I mean, the real merit to dezinking is less about the setup and more about it scores 44 points, which is way, way more than the Vax or Vox plays that score 21. So,
And if you draw the E or the O or the A, you can play Vax, Vex, or Vox. You can play that to the right of dezinc, which means that if you draw any vowel, you have a very good option. The disadvantage is that you are behind after your opponent opens with 2 bingos and you're going for some solid scoring plays, but not bingos.
yeah, there are 2 ways that a leave in Scrabble can be good. One is it can be a bingo-prone leave. You're likely to bingo next turn, a good amount of the time. And the other is just it's a great scoring leave. I'm holding a V and an X together on a board where there are a lot of spots where I can play Vax or Vex or Vox, and I'm just going to score 45 next turn.
And Brad can go in either direction. He can play something like Vax or Vox and keep the GINRS leave, which is the bingo leave, and he has a spot with Aura Games, and he has the floating I and airfoils. Or he can go the dezinking route and keep the X. And to those of you in the comments, we are working on the scoreboard. Thank you for pointing it out. Yes, please be patient. So Brad has gone with the play of Vox. I like this choice, although I might prefer Vax because I would like to leave that I open when I have an N and a G.
That was such a fascinating turn, really emphasizing the different directions you can go. After Vox, Brad is about 71% to bingo next turn. After dezinking, Brad's bingo percentage next turn was less than 1%, but both plays were strong, both simmed pretty close to one another, just different directions he could have gone. If he's pulled 2 consonants into that lead, it'll be tough for Brad, who trails 57 to 135 after Adam's bingo bango start. And Adam looking to score fairly well again this turn. A number of high-scoring overlaps to the right side of dezinc. We'll see which one Adam chooses here, but I bet that's the spot we see.
Yes, he's got a couple of different options to go. If he wants to unload his P and score with it, he can play P-Wit. If he wants to keep the P and make it maybe a little tighter, there's also the option of playing white on the L column. Yeah, there's also twite because white sets up the T. If you want to set up your T, you would play white. If you want to prevent the setup because you think Brad will bingo there, you could also play twite. So a couple different choices. I think most likely we will see Adam use the L column to the right of dezinc, and we will see what happens. So Adam is thinking carefully. Usually he's on the quicker side as a player, but this is an interesting position where you kind of have to look at the relative merits. I think there's maybe a small chance that he's far enough ahead that he's already thinking about Brad potentially having a triple as his only possible comeback, and he doesn't want to set that up with P-Wit, so maybe he'll pick something like white. Yep, here is white. Very solid choice. We were running the sim, and white and twite sims neck and neck and far ahead of the other plays, so I think the triple, that P-Wit setup may have made a difference there. And for those of you wondering about the score, Adam is currently up one. Adam is currently leading. Sorry, there. Adam is currently leading 168 to 57, so he's got a solid lead already. He's got a nice rack, although unfortunately Anatropy doesn't quite fit through the A in airfoils. So Brad with the ING combo can still choose dezinking, and this time it doesn't kill his bingo chances as much because it wouldn't be keeping the X, and it would still be keeping the S. So That is probably going to be his best option. Some other options are things like had or hag to keep as many bingo tiles as he can. He has the option to play the word nigh, Nigh, with the A and airfoils, which would be 29 points and pretty likely to bingo. And, if you're Brad, you're thinking, hey, one bingo is no longer going to be enough to get back into the game at this point. So probably wants to maybe do a few different things, maybe score some points so that he doesn't keep falling behind, but also making sure the board isn't completely dead. And Nigh has this nice property where it slots an N and an I in a new section of the board that hasn't really been used yet. So yeah, we will see what Brad chooses. It's not a great position to be in because of how far behind he is. Okay, so Brad is playing Nigh. I like this choice. It opens up a different section of the board, and yeah, he needs to keep things open to have any chance because he's starting with a pretty significant deficit. So I like this choice.
Yeah, it looks like a strong play there for Brad, but unfortunately for Brad, when you play Adam Logan and he draws the stuff, you just get absolutely run over. Here comes Patron Lead for 90 points, the only playable bingo for Adam. Adam surges ahead 258 to 86, and again, wasting absolutely no time on that turn is Adam. Precise play from him thus far. We'll see what Brad draws here. There's not much we can offer you other than, with that P and a triple triple, this looks like Brad's chance. And there, right on cue, is Q. Oh, ouch.
Yeah,
that
that's
hurts.
a tough rack. Obviously, that is the least you want. And as Adam Logan draws the blank, once again, he can already play things like wavering to the G in Oregon. So unfortunately, a tough start for Brad.
Man, yeah, Adam's going to bingo, 4 times in the first 5 turns, and Brad is going to draw a Q on the rack where he desperately needs a good draw to keep his chances alive. Sometimes it just rains and pours in a game of Scrabble, and it looks like this one's on cue for a drubbing. But I wouldn't count Brad out 100% just yet. He'll have to shed this Q, and maybe he'll be able to pull something big in the coming turns. So Cade is really all he can do. Cadi or Cade?
Yeah, he is choosing to go with Cadi. Maybe he is worried that Adam just drew an S after the 7-tile draw.
Yeah, I would play Cade there. I'd be looking to make a 4-tile play, making Cade's next turn and open up that top row. But at this point, you just kind of do whatever.
So Adam's got an interesting choice here. He can choose to play the very volatile Vauntier, which he has set up on his rack. But he can also play Wyvern, making the 3-letter word HAN, and that has the advantage of not setting up a second triple triple when he has a large lead. And it keeps the blank for a future bingo, and it scores 45 points. So that might be a better option because it reduces the risk of Bradley Whitmarsh having a triple triple.
Yeah, this is actually a very interesting turn. I would have already made my decision here. If I see all the options, I'm playing Wyvern for just 45.
Yes.
Generally, that blank is worth about 26 points. This would be a 29-point sacrifice. And yet, when you have this lead, the one thing that can't happen is a triple triple. I would not expose the R in the triple triple. I'm okay being patient here. Brad's not going to close this board down. I'll keep that blank. I'll try to bingo next turn. I'm not going to let the worst case scenario happen.
Yes, I agree. I think Wyvern is a great choice here because it reduces the risk of those disaster scenarios. The further and further you get into the lead, the more and more you're trying to prevent disaster as opposed to maybe raising your floor. So I think if I were in Adam's spot, I would be playing Wyvern and HAN as opposed to one of my bingos.
At the same time, though, if you do want to play Vontier for 76, you're ahead by 220 points. Even a 140 or 160 point triple triple, you're up by a bingo and on turn. So maybe you do just want to start racking up spread. It's a 12-man field and a long tournament, so spread is not super likely to be a factor, but you never know.
And I've run a sim, and Wyvern wins the most often, but Vontier on average, Adam will outspread by 8 more points, and it's only worth 0.2% win to play Wyvern. So a very strong argument to say, hey, the 8 spread points are more likely to matter than the 1 in 500 chance that I lose because of Vontier as opposed to Wyvern. So I think I could see the argument for both. It depends on how badly you want to win each individual game versus maybe winning the tournament.
Here's Adam with the Wyvern set up, leaning in this direction, it seems. He's got to also assess and find every single bingo. We've got engines that just tell us what's available. He's got to do a little bit of thinking.
Yeah, he might be looking for the A in patronly to block the P and maybe slot a less friendly letter in the triple triple.
What I think could be a really fascinating series of events, if Adam opts to play Vontier, Brad's best play is likely going to be opaque through the queue, and we would end up with 3 triple triples open at the same time. So this is, I think, precisely that series of events is why Adam is opting to play Wyvern here. We both give this play a thumbs up. Kudos to Adam for taking his time on a complicated turn. He pulls ahead 303 to 114 and keeps one of the 2 blanks in tow for the future. Looking great for Adam here.
So now Brad appears to have 2 main choices. He can play Opaker and take the points, or he can play Opaque and keep his R, which is a very nice bingo tile. The other option, which is maybe all right, but probably doesn't score quite enough, would be Opa to the right of white. But Brad is going to play Yor to open up more lanes, so I like that choice too. Now, Adam, unfortunately for Brad, has lots of great bingo options like tutelage through the A and patronly.
Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff that he's going to be able to do next turn. Oh, man. Okay, so Brad has opted very quickly to play Yor here, Y-O-U-R. He's just opening up the board as much as possible, and when you're down this much, a play like that makes sense. That'll bring Brad up to 137.
Yes.
To Adam's 203.
And here Adam has, it might be tricky, but there's no bingos that touch a triple letter here. But Adam might need some time to figure that. Oh, never mind. Adam very quickly making the best bingo of tutelage. Very nice job, Adam.
He doesn't even have to think about where to put the blank. He gets 4 extra points for putting the blank down there. So nothing really to think about except Adam putting on a great display. There's nothing from or to that R that I need to think about. So fast, so precise.
Brad is in a tough spot this game now. His best equity play is P-E-B-A, PEBA, to the right of white. He is probably still in the mode of saving as much spread as possible because this is a long tournament and it's only round 4 out of 15. So Brad will be thinking about preserving spread, so he's probably not completely checked out. PEBA, the best equity play to the right of white, which would be a great choice. Maybe some other options include things like Pate on the triple with the P and patronly. That would cut out a triple. Unfortunately, Brad cannot use the triple to the left of tutelage, which is the most volatile one. As we see Adam Logan spelling out the bingo that he blocked with tutelage, which is Rorquals. Imagine that after all this game, you're thinking, oh well, he's got through his good tiles, and then he just smacks down Rorquals. That would be something.
That would be something indeed, just an emphatic punctuation mark on this one.
But Adam played tutelage and blocked his own bingo, so that will not be happening.
Yeah. If you're Brad in this situation, points is what you got to take.
The best way to try to cut some spread. Very tough game. It is what it is, but he is seemingly working hard to cut the spread so he can be in a better position later as best as he can. So that's a good sign.
Yeah, when you're down a bunch, you just need to score huge as often as you can and hope that the letters just keep giving you huge scores. Well done from Brad.
So
there.
yeah, unfortunately for Adam, he blocked his own play of Rorquals, which leaves him with options like Pearl, P-U-R-L, to the left of tutelage. Adam can't do too much on the left of tutelage, but if he wants to block what he thinks is the most volatile spot, he could do something like Our, forming O-U, U-T, and R-E, if he believes that that is the best way to cut spread. The very nice play Squalor also doesn't quite fit.
Oh, Squalor would be sick, yeah.
There's another option, which is Rotula, to the right of tutelage, through the T in patronly, forming E-R-L-O-G-U and E-L. That's another option. So yeah, Adam has a lot of very solid but not quite inspiring options here.
Stand by while we fix this delay on our stream. We appreciate the patience, everybody. Just moved to Boston and don't quite have my setup running optimally, it seems.
Thinking about Brad's options. And remember, everyone, this is a long tournament, so we want to preserve spread. It's only round 4, and every spread point matters equally. So I like the fact that Bradley Whitmarsh does not appear to have completely checked out. Brad's got a few options. He can play DAC, forming K-H-A-N. That would be an interesting choice. If he wants to get rid of some extra vowels, though, he can do something like Ati to the right of tutelage, forming T-A-O-U-K, Ute, and R-E-E. That is the best way to get rid of as many vowels as you can with Brad's situation.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Brad here, I'm just trying to score as much as I can and get this game on over with. If you could open a triple and score meaningful points, maybe you want to try to do that, but I don't see any real options that do that. Leak on top of patronly, 32 points.
There's also the option of, you just said leak, sorry. Yes, so a couple different options. He is going with KAI to score as many points as he can.
KAI, yeah, that's a good way to score some points as well. Maybe draw some consonants, maybe hit a bingo from that R. Who knows? If nothing else, you're at least putting more points on the board. That brings Brad up to 204 to Adam's 392. Adam's finally found a bad rack this game. AHL.
So my thought, if I'm Adam here, is I think Bradley Whitmarsh has a blank or an S. So I think the best play is going to be D Zinks and SALL. That is a tricky four-letter word, and it is an archaic adverb that does not take an S. The best equity play is not really playable here because that would be pluralizing D-Zink and playing shall. But D-Zinks and SALL blocks both of the available S hooks on the board.
SALL does not take a back S, but it does take two back hooks. It takes a Y and an E. And I know we don't have our unseen pool widget working right now. We're going to try to fix that in between games. But there are 6 unseen E's and an unseen blank. So I agree, you cannot play shall and D-Zinks and open a triple-triple. That is a nightmare situation. That's what you can't do. But I don't know that I would even open the board and do something like that. I might play or games and shall.
Yes,
or
that's another great choice. That makes it harder to even open the next thing up.
But I think the value of the S on this board, even with 2 more S's unseen to Adam, that S is valuable. If you know the 6-letter NALLAH, and I'm sure Adam does, that plays through the A and Kadi. It's just 13, but I'd really be looking to hold on to an S, turn over some tiles, go digging for those E's and that unseen blank. I might play Nala for 13 here in the absence of other plays.
Yeah, that's another great choice. You know, the game isn't really in question anymore, so it's all about just getting as much spread as you can. And Nala would keep RS and go into a pool that contains some pretty good letters. So we'll see which path Adam Logan chooses. It looks like he is going the defensive route with shall and Oregains. I really like this choice.
Yeah, I like this quite a bit. Just knock out a bunch of the options, play out 5 tiles, go dig it in the bag once again.
And this is better for spread than Nala, according to the sim that I have run. So very nice choice. Kind of swallowing your pride a little and accepting 21 for your H, but it's going to work out here. Very nice choice by Adam.
All right, so Adam now has 413 to Brad's 204. This does give Brad one very high scoring option. Brad spotting it very quickly too. This is easily his top play.
And unfortunately for Brad, Adam has drawn into some very nice stuff.
Yeah, wow, what a pull. Goodness, 100 points now threatened by Adam.
Yes, Adam has drawn the very nice bingo Frenums and ads. Just a disastrous game for Brad. And Adam is going to spot in Thorns, which is not quite as high scoring as Frenums, but still a very nice choice. Adam is just piling it on this game, unfortunately for Brad.
Wow, yeah, this is a very rare misplay from Adam. Granted, the outcome is more than decided. Informs just 91 points for Adam. Frenums would have been 100. That's a unique miss. We don't see stuff like that often. But
Adam Logan, one of the very best of all time, a world champion, a national champion, a Canadian national champion. So many accolades to this man's name, but we are all human, so sometimes we miss things. As Adam draws his tiles and he gets the J, there's a few options for the J on this board, like Jet to the right of Piba. As we see Brad putting his tiles down, a decent rack, but it doesn't look like his bingo's creosote on the bottom is just shy of fitting, unfortunately.
Creosote would be wonderful for Brad in this situation, but alas, not there for him. There are 5 tiles in the bag right now from Brad's POV. We'll get that widget updated in between these games. But 5 tiles in the bag may dictate his pacing a little bit here. In this situation, though, Matt, I'm looking to just score a bunch of points, get this game over with.
Yeah, so you can play CEES to the right of Bod, which does not keep a good lead, but it preserves spread. It kind of, it's kind of a form of swallowing your pride and giving up on the bingo because you've got a solid option and the bingo lanes are starting to disappear.
Yeah, I'd just score some points. I mean, in these situations, and this is dumb, But I just look at my score, see 246, and be like, what is the easiest way for me to get to 300? Because
Yeah.
I'd really like to get to 300. Oh, if I score 40 now, I'm going to get to 300. I'm going to do that.
If you want a slightly better lead while going the scoring route, you could also do something like S-Talk or Escot, playing tutelages. But I don't think I would do that because it leaves a pretty nice spot open for Adam. And yeah, so we will see what Brad comes up with. It's been a very tough game for him, unfortunately. But these things do happen, and if you've been following Brad Whitmarsh's results recently, he was on an absolute tear. He upset the field at the California Open, and then a month later, he upset an even crazier field in Atlantic City, beating out people like Josh Castellano, Will Anderson, a couple of the Nigerians like Dennis Ikikarikor and Nsikak Etim. He's been on an absolute bender. He has been working on his game, playing quicker when he was having time issues. So unfortunately, we all have off games, and this is looking like one of them.
Yeah, that's Scrabble. What happens? Sometimes you play very well and lose by 250, especially when you're playing against world-class players such as Adam Logan. So, nothing Brad did wrong in this situation, and he has had some fantastic results recently. He is a strong player. Sometimes strong players lose big. Let's talk about one strong player who right now is 0-3 in the CSW field. This is shocking.
The other Matthew that is not in this room right now, Matthew Tunnicliffe, one of the best players in Canada, a former North American champion, very solid results at things like the World Championship and the North American Championship. Very solid results at things like the Canadian Championship, things like Albany. Just all around great player, great guy. Runs the Ottawa Scrabble Club. But yeah, struggling this tournament. It goes to show you anything can happen in one game of Scrabble. We have people like Cheryl Melvin here upsetting Adam Logan. And this is why we like Scrabble so much, and this is why we kind of try to advertise it to the people. So if you're wondering what the next Let's Play Scrabble event is, it will be a major event in Albany, New York, over the 4th of July weekend. I believe it is July 2nd to 7th, and it is being sponsored by a very generous donor by the name of Bob Lynn, a longtime Scrabble community member who has pledged a large sum of money in order to promote Collins play in North America, especially among the beginner and intermediate crowds. So if you go on the Let's Play Scrabble website and look up Albany, you'll see the entire incentive form. The earlier you register, the more money you get that he will be donating to your entry fee and hotel. And if you check the list, we've already got about 85 people signed up for Collins. So it will be a major event, and Bob Lynn and my father, shout out to my father, Kieran O'Connor, and Josh Greenway will be looking forward to having you. We want a great event, a large event, lots of prize money, lots of international players already on the list. Two of the greatest players and former either world champions or finalists, Harshan Lamabada Surya and Wellington Jigare, are already on the list. It promises to be one of the best events, probably the biggest Collins event of the year in North America, probably the best one. I would say it's probably North America's premier Collins event at this point. And yeah, so we would love to have you. Bradley Whitmarsh decided to play OE to try to hit a bingo through the R, I guess. Unfortunately, his 7-letter word society does not play. And I don't believe there's an 8 through the R, but according to the sim, OE was the best thing Brad could do to preserve spread by a margin of about 0.4 spread points. So it is riskier, but you don't mind risky when your job is to beat an entire field in a Scrabble tournament. So I like his option. I think it's a very defensible, solid choice.
Yeah, now just one tile in the bag. This game nearly done. Brad trails by almost 300 points, and at this point, you just do something.
You can play something like Yoked to the left of dezinct. Yote is a new word, and it is the past tense of yeet.
Yote. I yoked out of there. Brad would love to yote out of this room right now after a landslide of the game as well. We'll see. You can kind of do whatever. I think the big thing is if you're Brad, you want to try to go out in 2. You want this to be your second to last play, and hopefully you can go out next turn with whatever you draw. So he's going to look at the unseen pool, think about what he might draw. The other thing is the J is unseen to Brad, so he's going to look at if there are high-scoring J plays available. Jumping out to me right now is just J-O and J-O-E in the top right of this board. Maybe you want to obstruct that, but I would honestly just not be thinking very hard in this situation.
Yeah, maybe Yeti or Yite to the left of dezinct is better because it keeps the O in case you draw the J to play Joe up top. I don't know if there's quite as many options after Yote.
Yeah, I'd be worried about maybe drawing an I or something, but at this point you just kind of do whatever and yoke out of the playing room. That's kind of the thought. And you don't go over time, Brad, now with just a minute and change left. I don't think he will. All right, we are going to take a brief break after this game just to try to resolve some of the audio issues, the score bug issues we've had. We appreciate the patience from everybody. Again, I'm on a new setup in Boston, and it seems like some of the pieces are not clicking quite like I'd like them to. So this is entirely my fault. I will get it fixed, but I'll need just a couple minutes in between these games. If you want to stretch your legs, let your dogs out, get some coffee, it'd be a good time to do it. But make sure you stick around because we will be back with more Scrabble just as soon as I can get all this stuff fixed. 3 more games of CSW from Montreal to come this morning. And I'm going to make one more ask in addition to your patience. I'm going to ask that if you haven't yet done it, click that like button on this video. Drive us up the algorithm. Let's build steam as we have games 4 through 11 this morning from Montreal. Would love to get as many people watching here on YouTube on Let's Play Scrabble as possible. Appreciate it, y'all.
As Bradley Whitmarsh puts Yo on the board, and he has drawn a couple of outplays to the R. Perhaps Adam's best play now is untrim, leaving Joe up top and blocking things like tierces.
Just by 1 point, it's better for Adam to just go ahead and cash in and let Brad play out. It is a cool idea. If you can stop your opponent from going out, it's very often the right thing to do. But in this case, J-O just slightly stronger. So J-O going to be the play up top for Adam. This will give him a final score of 583. And Brad looking to play out here with, actually, Brad won't go out, I think. Is CEES better in the corner? Here I am trying to call this game.
Never mind.
Yeah.
And this leaves Adam with an outplay of Manitou, but it's not quite worth it. Okay, this is probably why untrim was not correct, because Manitou scores 1 more point, and CEES was better anyways.
All right, so that's going to bring Adam to a final score of 596 points after 9 for Manitou and 2 from Brad's rack. 596 to 333. And generally, we try to cut to a mic and get a post-mortem, but there's very little banter to be had in a drubbing like this. So instead, we're going to take this time to cut to that nice interim music that Josh has queued up for us, and we are going to resolve some of our issues. We'll be back in a few minutes with more Scrabble from Montreal. Signing off for right now, Matt Canik.
And Matthew O'Connor.
We'll see you soon.
All right, bye.
Hey, everybody. We are back with more Scrabble. Appreciate your patience during that break. Hopefully, audio quality is substantially better for you in this upcoming game, which will feature Kyle and Andrew. Matt Canik in the booth, joined again by Matt O'Connor. How you doing,
Hey,
Matt?
how's it going? I think we are better. Hopefully, we have a new audio source, so hopefully, you can hear my beautiful voice a little bit crisper and cleaner, as well as our co host, Matt Canik.
Yeah, so we are, after that lengthy delay, we're ready to just jump in and get some Scrabble. Both Kyle and Andrew were 3-0 going into this round. Each of them dropped their last game. So now both players at 3-1. Nobody left undefeated through just 4 games in this stacked Montreal Scrabblefest CSW field. And with that, we are going to get underway. Kyle to play first, Andrew to respond. Let's play Scrabble.
And if you like those pre-game displays with the averages and the last games and all of that fun stuff, please, a warm thank you for our programmer, Josh Koff. Yet another Joshua in the Let's Play Scrabble universe. He discovered our streams and decided to help us out by writing a script to make those last games and results and averages, and he's a wonderful guy. So please, a big thank you for Josh Koff.
Yeah, it takes a village to run these Scrabble streams, to do them well, and just thank you to Josh for his contributions.
And Kyle with a lovely first rack of DEILOR blank. He's got no shortage of choices. Usually in this situation, I like to double my blank and make it one of the letters I already have. And the reason for that is one less floater. Andrew Golding with another very nice rack. He's got Odarine, and he's got No Tear, and he's got lots of choices for 8s with what Kyle is about to play, such as D-Ration, Anterior, Rationed, Tailoron, Oriental. So we will see what Kyle plays, and if it gives Andrew a double-double or what. Maybe a nice play on the triple.
Yeah, Kyle doesn't want to spend too much time on this first turn. We'll try to get blank cam going in a second once he commits to a play, but he set the blank all the way off to the side. I'm wondering if this is moldier, goldier, godlier. It could be a number of things.
Looks like he's putting down godlier. Very nice choice. Double the D, which is really nice. Unfortunately, this time it's going to give Andrew 2 very nice choices of Anterior on the triple and Tailoron on the double-double.
Yeah, wow. You can play down from the triple or double-double on your first turn. That's a dream situation here for Andrew. The double-double will score 82. The play down to the R, just 77. So I expect the double-double Tailoron to come down from Andrew. How incredible that his first draw in this game is literally the most likely rack you can draw out of the entire bag.
Although it is the most likely, it is still something like 1 in 9,000. It's not that likely. And Andrew Golding putting down Tailoron pretty quickly, which makes sense. Highest scoring bingo by a lot. Kind of the highest scoring thing it's ever going to be on this board, so there's not too much of a need to think through it once you look for the other 8s in that rack, like relation. So I say good job. Great choice just getting it down. You know, there's only so much time you have in a Scrabble game, and you just got to get something down. So good job for Andrew.
Yeah. A highest scoring option for both of these players so far, 68 to 82. And neither of these very tough racks for players of these caliber, but hey, each one of them played through pretty quickly and most importantly, played through correctly.
Yes. Kyle is revealing his tiles. Not great. Probably going to have to play Uwu to the left of Tailoron. That looks like the best bailout he has. It's probably better than exchanging because it scores probably just enough, 23. I wouldn't be looking to exchange. Another option is to play EEEW, which keeps the horrendous leave of UUI, but it scores the most points you're going to get on this board, which is 30. As Kyle somewhat quickly puts down Uwu, I like this choice. I think it's not fun, but I think it's definitely better than exchanging. And good on him for noticing that rather than getting tilted and exchanging.
Man, yeah, legalize uwu. That is quite the play. EEEW for 30 at the top. Holds IUU, but seems to be simming slightly ahead. That seems wild to me, though. Keeping IUU, that is so hard to stomach. Kyle's just got to go in here and draw a couple consonants, and he'll be in good shape for next turn after scoring some points from a terrible rack. And there's an X. Points threatened for sure from Kyle.
As Andrew puts down few, another excellent choice maybe would have been Hauf. Through the O in Godlier forming fur, that would be maybe a little bit of a sneaky 27 points since it doesn't touch a triple letter or a double word, but it would have been a great choice on this board. Keeping the excellent DENS leave.
All right, and we are back on Kyle, who faces a fun turn. With this many E's and an M and an X, you're likely playing either EXEME or EXEEM. I think the big question for Kyle is going to be where he's going to play this. The highest scoring option has several overlaps, FE, TEX, AWE. That's 38 points, but exposes a huge spot for Andrew to play in. Matt, do you think he's going to play for 38? Or do you think he's going to play some defense here?
Ooh, that is an interesting question. There's several different areas on the board. I mean, when I just look at this briefly, I even come up with EX forming URE and WOX. I don't think that's correct, but that would be very defensive. So it's always one of those things that I end up at least seeing and having to think about. There's also the choice of mix under Godlier, although that keeps 4 E's. I don't think that can be correct. But Kyle's going to play down to avoid setting up the triple, which is probably good. If he played higher up, he would have set up funds from Andrew for a lot of points. So Kyle playing some defense, and it's going to work out this time.
Yeah, man, this is awesome. So you can play the same word 2 places up. But this placement with a 7-point sacrifice actually winning in a simulation.
Yeah, the sim does like this. So very nice choice. And in this reality, it ends up really good because instead of playing funds on the triple, Andrew is now facing a tough rack.
Yeah, wow. Great choice from Kyle. He's really going to complicate this turn for Andrew. DFHNSSU. If Andrew knows that Exeme takes the back D and knows the 5-letter DUNSH, that is a standout option for him. If you don't know those words or you're not confident enough to pull the trigger, this turn gets very hard. Wow.
Yeah, we've got some options that aren't that. You can play maybe fund, forming the word fun, if you don't mind being a little aggressive here. You could also play FUD there if you want to try to set up your S. And another interesting choice is WAFs and Exemes, which is very defensive. But it's defensive in a way that it sets up your rack for this board. If you can see, Andrew Golding's got the D and the S after he plays WAFs. And he's 1 tile away from hitting something like Hounds and Oz. So if he plays Wafts, he can block the lower triple and maybe leave Kyle with not a lot of great choices. So I would be thinking of something like Wafts if I were in Andrew's shoes. But the points of Exeme might be too much to pass up.
I don't know. Yeah, this is a fun turn. You have the option to muck up the board so much with WOFS. That would be really cool to do. Keep the D and the S for Oz or Odd.
And my sim that I ran prefers Dunch by a hair, but Wafts is another excellent choice. As we see, Andrew is putting down Shun, so he's going to take the points of the double with Exemes.
All right, so he is cashing in points here. Again, if you know the DUNSH word, that's a substantially better play, but you have to know that word. This could cost Andrew is he's cashed in 2 S's on a board where S's are the way to unlock points. We'll see, though. Kyle with an unwieldy rack.
He's got some options, though. It's not too bad on this board. This might be a check on Kyle's blank blindness, because the best option appears to be Goji through the blank G in Godlier. Other options include Joe and June, Jun, which is risky, but possibly the best equity play. And then there's also exchanging if you do not like the vowels, which Kyle appears to be doing. So Kyle's going to exchange.
Yeah, that's reasonable. Goji for 26 holds E-E-I-I, which is pretty brutal, but it is 26 points as opposed to 0. I think I probably would have exchanged there as well. It's a tough board, and you're okay taking 0 on a tough board. Your opponent's unlikely to score a lot of points. So I don't hate this decision from Kyle at all. I
think I slightly prefer soldiering through this, but I think it's totally understandable to want to exchange.
And Andrew now, DEFKLOQ, is going to figure out how he wants to play through. I would love to see the Uwu Owo stack. FOLK to the left side of Uwu with 3 overlaps is 37, keeps the QD combination together for playing Cade or Quad next turn.
As Kyle pulls his rack, and he has got some nice bingos. I see Velamina at the very least. He's got a 7 in Amative, which might be playable depending on what Andrew plays.
Yeah, that's a great pull from Kyle. He's going to threaten some points next turn for sure. Andrew is opting to play off the Q right now. He's only scoring 16 when he could have scored as much as 42, but the Q is an absolutely abysmal tile. So he's opting to shed it. I think probably would have been correct to score more points and hold the Q one more turn there, but that's the decision he's made.
For those of you in the comments wondering, Kyle has one single bingo here. We will give you a minute to look for it before we tell you. Barring that, his options do drop off quite a bit. They become things like Vein with QI, which is not fun to make because it blocks your own lane. But yeah, Kyle with exactly one bingo. We will see if he can see it. It looks like he is spelling it out, which would be very nice.
Wow, yeah, excellent.
Let's see if he can muster up the courage to play it.
Man, that's incredible. Yeah, he's found it. It's a 5-vowed 8, Collins
very
only,
nice.
And here
very
it comes.
Nice.
Only bingo for Kyle, 74 points. Mauvais. Nice stuff.
Kyle is from Montreal. He knows his French words. Very impressive.
All right, so that bingo will put Kyle ahead 196 to 161. Kyle has drawn both blanks and has a narrow lead thanks to the double-double from Andrew and a couple bad draws from Kyle. This is still very much anybody's game as Andrew now, EFGKLNS, once again has some high-scoring options. I think we're going to see Kef played alongside Mauvais.
Oh, it looks like Andrew has challenged Mauvais. It will come back valid. We would like to thank our programmer of this program with the challenges, Art Moore, also the lead director at North American Scrabble Championship. Great guy. So thank you to Art for that.
Yeah, we love our blank cam and we love our challenge cam. Thanks to Josh for setting those up. We love our wordjudge.me. Thanks to Art. Man, like I said, it takes a village to get Scrabble up and running and streamed at this level. So hats off to everybody. Appreciate you, Art.
It is looking like the standout option for Andrew will be Kef to the left of Mauvais. It blocks a volatile Z-spot and J-spot, and it scores pretty good for plays that keep the S. So I think we will see a relatively quick Andrew Golding Kef. It also leaves LNGS, which is close to some bingos forming quads, maybe some 6-letter words forming AWES.
Yeah, we'll have to update our score bug in just a second. Get Kyle his 5 extra points. It's 201 to 161. I agree with you, Matt. Kef is such a strong play here. GLNS is 4 consonants and no vowels, which is not the best, but it scores so well and threatens bingos enough of the time. I don't think you can make a sacrifice and play something like Flag and EF in the bottom right of this board. Kef is so good here.
Yeah, I think flag is tempting because it sets up the G when you have an N, but I wouldn't like keeping the K. I'm kind of starting to feel like I'm falling behind and I might be in bingo mode after my opponent just bingoed. So I would lean towards playing something like Kef and getting rid of the admittedly they're pretty nice, the K and the F, but we want a bingo when we're behind. So I think Kef ends up being a better choice here.
We'll see Andrew.
And here it is.
Yep, coming to the same conclusion right as you do. Right on cue, Matt. Well done. A, B, C, D, L, N, T now the rack for Kyle. He's ahead 201 to 196.
We've got a couple of interesting choices here. The word exemes takes a very nice L front hook, and then we have the 6-letter word battle, Battel, which is not a verb meaning to fight. It means to stock with provisions. But Kyle could do that. There's another option, which is to play Blanco to the O in Godlier, which is the equity play. Another great choice because it keeps DT, which isn't great, but there's some... you could go to the right of Moves with the D and the T if you draw an E. There's some hope for it. So a couple different options. I wouldn't even hate something like bold forming DUR. It does block that section of the board, and it keeps a flexible leave for if Andrew opens. So lots to think through. We'll see what Kyle does.
Yeah, this is one of those turns where you're going to sit down and take a good amount of your time. There's no one clear standout option. There's a lot for you to think about, a lot of ways to work out of a kind of clunky rack, and you're not going to score a ton. So you want to take your time. You want to go slow. You want to look at a lot of options and pick your best one. I love that play of Battel, Battel, and Lexemes, but that is very tough to spot. I love the play of Blanco down to the O. Just blow up this rack as much as you can, and it's going to be your highest scoring option.
Yeah.
I think it should be one of those two, though. You want to keep scoring pressure on. You're only up by 5 points. I don't think a play like Bold, B-O-L-D, through the O and Godlier is appropriate here. Just 15 shelling out for a bingo-prone leave on a tight board.
As Kyle puts down Bacon through the O in Godlier, and Andrew will end up having a maybe not so fun choice. I think the best play is actually just going to be Tell and Lexemes.
Oh wow, yeah, just fish the L. If you see and know the word Lexemes and fish it, that's a good option.
Another option is Telt if you want to get rid of one more consonant.
Yeah, I would be looking to play off 2 consonants here and not one. If you play T-E-L, just plunk the L for 19 points. You need to draw a vowel or you're in trouble. And that's not even a 50-50 proposition. I'd be looking to play off at least 2 consonants here if I could. So if you're going to play there, if you notice Lexemes, you're going to play T-E-L-T, or at least you're going to if you're me.
If you want to set up another bingo lane and play off the 2 worst consonants on this rack, you could do something like lag or gal through the A in Moves. It only scores 4 points. It's probably not the best play, but if you don't see Lexemes, your options do end up getting quite a bit worse, and maybe you want to just set yourself up with a bingo because you're behind and you can keep ENRST.
Yeah, I would honestly not be selling out for a bingo here, but Andrew's going to opt to do exactly what you've just thrown out. Lag for just 4 points. There are a variety of ways you can choose to play Scrabble. This is the aggressive route. If you draw a bingo, it will fit next turn. You've set up the lags hook. Quads hook is going to stay in play as well. You just have to draw the bingo. I don't like being powerless like this, but if you can draw OI into that leave, That's awesome. Andrew to bingo next turn after the aggressive fish.
And Kyle with the very nice Hodge forming EH. Little bit tricky. You do have to kind of iterate to see that there's nothing good with the Z. But after that, I guess it becomes a choice between HAJ and HADJ. One advantage of HAJ that I really like is that Andrew's very likely to bingo. So if you play HAJ, you probably get first crack at that triple, and maybe you'll draw something like Laced or Toast. So I actually really like this play.
Yeah, Bacon was not a very strong play, and I'm not going to poke Kyle at that too much, but that play looked weird. The one perk / drawback to it for real is it sets up the J and the Z, and then he drew both of them immediately. That's absolutely wild. So maybe some imprecise play, but rewarded immensely from Kyle.
And my sim likes this over HADJ, and it should get even better when you consider what Andrew played at, what Andrew's going to have had after lag. Probably going to pluralize lag with a bingo from Kyle's perspective, and as we can see, that is what's going to happen. Or maybe quads, but yeah. So now Kyle set himself up on the triple. Unfortunately, he didn't draw anything, but...
Yeah, wow. Okay, so Kyle, it doesn't draw the 2 vowels he needs, just finding 1, but he's not in trouble. Andrew has drawn a Stonier for 83 with QUODS is his highest scoring option by 7 points. It does open a lot of the board, but when you're down 72, I think you take these points. If not, his next best option is Tertian and quads for 76. Matt, are you going to score 7 more and throw down Stonier, or are you looking not to open the board quite like that?
I think I would prefer Stonier. I think with the triple on the left also open, it's not a bad idea to open a second one. And, hey, I'll get one of these 2. He gets the first choice, but I can't use the triple to the left because I got a bingo. So... maybe give myself one. If you want to be more defensive, you could consider Orients and Lags, but I think you end up in trouble when Kyle uses the left triple and then you just don't really have anything. So I think I like Stonier and quads the best.
Yeah, if this board were tight shut and you're opening 1 spot on the board with Stonier, maybe you hold back. But the fact that there are other places to score, you can play down and make odd Oz or a wee. You can play to the left side of Hodge. You just take the points here and play Stonier. That's my 2 cents at least.
Yeah, I think we're gonna see that pretty soon. I think Andrew is a strong player and he can probably iterate through the logic of this situation pretty well. A fun matchup we've got here, 2 locals and 2 people that are doing very well in the tournament, as Andrew's going to actually opt with Oestrin and Lags.
Whoa. Did not expect this to come down, but Andrew, from what I've seen this game, has kind of played a bingo forward type of Scrabble, and Oestrin keeps a lot of bingo lines open. So I think that might be what he's looking to do is just keep bingo lines available. This is going to score 74 and bring him up by 2 points, 272.
Yes. And Kyle with one standout option, though it probably isn't going to feel very good to play. He can play adds forming AD to the left of quad. Another option is to play Telt forming Lexemes if you want to keep the board a little bit tighter. I wouldn't recommend this, but if you're super paranoid about the triple on the left, you might think about Glad. I think ultimately adds is too many points to pass up, and we're going to see Kyle put it down fairly quickly. I like this choice.
Yeah, the GLPT leave is tough to swallow, but 42 points on a turn where nothing else is going to score more than the mid-20s, you've just got to go ahead and do it. And there are vowels to be drawn in this pool, as Andrew has just demonstrated. EEIOORU is his post-bingo draw. There is one really awesome play for him to score well, play off 3 vowels and no consonants, but I'm not going to shout it out just quite yet. I'll test your board vision.
This is a great exercise for the viewers in the chat, because when you have racks like these, you often, if something like the best play exists, you got to do it, and otherwise you're going to be left with much weaker options. It's critical to find the correct play that Andrew has here. So yeah, we'll give you a few more seconds and shout it out.
Yeah, turns like this are the difference between a 2,000 player and a 1,750 or 1,800 player. Do you consistently find the little sneaky options, the ways to work out of this? And I'll go ahead and spoil it now. It's through the R in Godlier, just the 4-letter Euro, E-U-R-O, making a we, X-U, and M-O. If you're spotting stuff like that, man, that play is so much better than anything else you can do on this turn. Huge if Andrew finds this.
Yeah, this is a huge deal. We're gonna hope for Andrew's sake that he can find this instead of Rue, which he has set up. I assume he's thinking of playing that to the left of Movez, forming Emu and F-A-E.
I don't think so. I think he's gonna play it making EH on the top left.
Oh yeah, that's probably what it is. But still, though, EIOR, so good for bingoing. It is going to be better to play Euro, even though this is probably a little more defensive.
Yeah, this leaves 3 points on the table compared to Euro, and does play off one of those consonants that you'd like to keep. But, this is definitely 1B if Euro is option 1A, or perhaps, depending on your perspective, I think this is just number 2. But the number 2 play, if you're going to miss, you want to miss just by 1.
Kyle with the same LT combo, Lexemes and Telt is still going to be an excellent choice. And after that, his options do actually get pretty ugly pretty fast.
Wow, yeah, this is going to be a fun turn for us to watch.
Unfortunately for Kyle, if he doesn't see Telt, it's going to cost him, because Andrew Golding with a not great rack, but one really great choice of Iolite and a Wii. And if Kyle doesn't see Telt, Andrew's going to get that down. If Kyle does see Telt, it's going to get ugly fast for Andrew. He won't have a lot of great choices. So other options are things like Trant, forming 2 and run. He could play something like Elt to try to block the best lane for 7s. But yeah, big one here. Telt forming Lexemes is the play.
I feel like that Lexemes hook has been in play for several turns in a row, but this is the one turn where it's absolutely pivotal to find it.
And yeah, in case you're wondering, I've been running a sim, and if he finds Telt, he will win 69% of the time.
Nice.
And if he plays something else, it drops pretty quickly. Kyle playing Grunt to keep some of his consonants, but get rid of the worst ones, as Andrew quickly putting down Iolite.
Yeah, wow, the one bailout. This is huge that it stayed in play for Andrew. Andrew's going to pull ahead after this, 320 to 323 for Andrew. And Kyle with a bad pull. Again, he was thinking he's going to draw some of those vowels in the pool, but Andrew's got most of them. A, B, C, L, N, T, V, the rack for Kyle. He's going to have to decide if he wants to open this board up in a tight game, or if he's going to try to keep things more shut. Playing through the O and Iolite, he's got a number of words, abvolt or vocab stand out. But for sheer equity, evict in the bottom right of this board, E-V-I-C-T, through the disconnected E-I is a strong option.
Yeah.
Matt, why don't you break this down?
It's a really tough choice. You have to look at the pool. The pool is decently strong, but there's ways for it to go wrong for Andrew with the 2 Ys. I think I slightly prefer evict because it keeps a foul on my rack. It's really gross, though. It's going to be a really tough position for Kyle. My gut is telling me evict because of wanting to keep a vowel. I've been drawing consonants. Kyle's about to put down vocab, it looks like. Another good choice. This makes him the most likely to bingo. And there's some vowels to draw to complement LNT very nicely. Our sim says that evict is going to end up on top despite keeping some ugly-ish rack with the B and setting up the triple.
I'm not a fan of that play, but I'm not going to sit here and tell you exactly why because I think Andrew's about to show you why.
Yeah, it looks like Andrew's drawn a very nice word pointy to the top of vocab.
Yeah, pointy plays on top PA and OB now for 44 points on a turn where otherwise points were going to be hard to come by.
Yeah, you take away pointy and it's looking like he's going to play pogey on the bottom, which is quite a bit worse. I mean, 10 points worse, and you have to give up your E. So once we get to the end of the game, we can start to maybe comment out the unseen pool. That's not the unseen pool. Changes.
Yeah, got it. Yeah, unseen right now. There's still 8 tiles in the bag, so not going to be super meaningful, but we'll see if we can get that copied in.
Kyle's actually going to be into a really interesting position after pointy. He's most likely going to have to fish for a bingo in 2 spots since he'll be at a deficit. Maybe it'll have to be something like Eld for Kyle, just hoping you get something to that D in ads, or maybe even the Z, tri-zones or something, and then something to the D in Eld.
Yeah, man, this game is it's got to be frustrating from Kyle's POV. You were ahead by a little bit of tempo, and then all of a sudden you're down more and more, and he's gone through some clunky racks of a bunch of consonants and didn't quite play him.
Hey, wait a minute. Whoa. That's not a word. Andrew's about to put a phony on the board.
Oh, my goodness. Right as I'm, saying that Kyle's done in this game, I think he's going to be given a huge
gift. If he plays
gift.
this, Kyle is in pretty good shape.
Poker face Kyle.
Is he gonna challenge?
Did I see hold? I can't
tell.
Yeah, Andrew has not drawn.
He's gonna challenge it.
Wow, what a swing. Oh my goodness. All right, so the phony point played. This is gonna go back to challenge cam. Thanks Art Moore, thanks Josh Greenway for setting this up. A huge swing about to unfold here in this game.
Yeah, and Kyle will still be in a position where his best play is Telt and Lexemes after this. Although, if you think that Andrew has a different play up there that maybe didn't score as much, maybe you want to play something like, I don't know. Kyle actually has a pretty good idea of what's in the bag, given that Andrew played 6 tiles and there's only 8 in the bag.
Man, look at this unseen pool. It's absolutely wild. I just dropped it in chat for everybody since I can't get that score button.
From Kyle's position, there's a lot of vowels unseen now. You take out P-O-Y-N-T-E and you're down to like A-A-E, G-I-I-O.
O-P-Y, yeah.
So Kyle can play something like Eld knowing he's going to draw a lot of vowels.
This is very hard now. You have to think, you have to do a lot of paperwork. You have to look at what's actually in the bag. But yeah, knowing a lot of vowels are going to be coming your way. Do you fish? Do you block?
I don't hate fishing.
Score?
Kyle knows Andrew's going to play pokey next turn. At the very least, we know Andrew's going to play pointy. Kyle's still in trouble even though he's in the lead and on turn because he can't score very much. So I actually think that he's still desperate enough to encourage something like Eld. I mean, you're going to draw so many vowels and you're going to draw so many things that play to the D in 2 different places.
I'm wondering if it's worth it to play something like Elint in the bottom right of this board. I don't think that he's going to be able to threaten almost anything with whatever his 7th tile is through the T. I think, yeah, as Matt pointed out, Pogey, P-O-G-E-Y, plays on the left side of this board for sure. And depending on that last tile, there could be plays on top of vocab. But Elint, opening up a spot where your opponent can't do much, drawing into vowels, holding DIRS, and floating a T?
The thing I like about ELD is that it sets up the D in 2 spots, so if you draw it in one place, it's gonna play in both.
Ah, yeah.
Like if you draw EG, then you will have stringed in both spots.
I feel like though you're almost forced to draw one of that last E for the D's to be a good tile to string. I think A's, I's, O's are more likely to be drawn, and because of that, I don't know that you want to get so reliant on drawing the D here.
Well, you can hit diatrons. You can hit.
Diatrons in one spot.
Yeah, I don't think that's getting blocked though.
You're right. Yeah, it's probably not.
As Kyle is going to play. That is not a word, so don't play that, Kyle, please.
What are we doing? What are we doing?
Oh, God,
Are
please
we having
don't.
a stream derp?
Please don't. That's not a word. Please don't do it. So I ran a sim.
He's taking it back.
I ran a sim with Andrew Golding's rack that Kyle knows about, and it prefers N6 lid. Hyper aggressive.
So N6 would be alongside Oestrin, making OI and
sets up
ED.
the S when we've seen 6 of his tiles.
Yeah, that's sneaky, but that's also awesome. Quackle likes LIND in the same spot, but both Macondo and Quackle saying, hey, you know what? Set up your S.
Yes.
There's nothing he can do about it. Threaten something. That's very
And
interesting.
barring the crazy setup, my sim does prefer ELD. And after that, it actually becomes a scoring option of didst and quads, which is, it's going to be really close, but you can probably just barely pull a lot of those out. Kyle's going with dits to the Z.
Dits to the Z. Okay. That is interesting. LNRS, the leave he's keeping. Okay. So 348 for Kyle, 323 for Andrew. Andrew has pointy now.
Kyle with a very nice draw. Nailers, aligners, renails, but I don't think it'll play after this. Oh, no tree nails. Kyle might not have a bingo.
Yeah, this is why the play of Dits was curious. If you're gonna shell out for the bingo, you got to make bingos happen. You have to open up with something like Elg, as Matt was suggesting, or something like Elint. Now you've drawn a great rack, and you can't do anything with it.
Yeah, and we are in the end game, aren't we?
We are. So Andrew about to draw AEGOPY.
And luckily, I am running Macondo, so I can tell you right away whether or not Kyle can win this game. He's got lots of great choices like Naleds on the bottom, scoring as much as he can. And yeah, we will see. My sim is running. Just 1 second. I don't think Kyle will be able to pull this out because Andrew has the excellent option of T-Poi for 38 points, which is probably going to be just enough.
Yeah, I wonder in this situation, I mean, Kyle's going to have to do so much thinking, but maybe you have to assume Andrew misses T-Poi, T-E-A-P-O-I.
So it looks like Kyle's best sequence is going to be Telt and Lexemes. And then after Andrew plays T-Poi, you are going to play R-A-I-N-E-S to the right of T-Poi. And then you're going to lose by 8, which is heartbreaking after you get the phony as a break and you fight through the consonants. But yeah, it doesn't quite look like Kyle can pull this off. Andrew has okay options if T-Poi is blocked, like Pogi and Yoga. So I think it's just going to not quite be enough, unfortunately, for Kyle.
Yeah, man, what a swing, a roller coaster. We thought Kyle was going to lose, and then Andrew plays the phony, but then wins the game anyway. That's nuts. There's just nothing Kyle can do here. Too many plays threatened from Andrew. Peggy, Pogie in the bottom left of this board, T-Poi in the top right of this board. Can't block at all. Wow. An emotional game. A lot of ups and downs. This one was a good one to watch.
Yeah, very sad, tough, heartbreaking game for Kyle.
But I think there's also quite a bit for Kyle to learn. I think several of the last plays that he's made are positions where he can go back, analyze once again, and find something different.
Like I really think you need to be far more aggressive when Andrew played POYNTE. Something like Eld, maybe something like Lind setting up the triple. Lid is nice because it forms OI. Very tough for Andrew to touch that spot, and then you have a triple to come back with after Pointy. Maybe even something like Nid. That leaves your L for oil and the EDS on the triple. That might be an even better choice than Lid. Yeah, betting that Andrew doesn't know T-Poi, that still might not be enough. Because there is Pogie on the bottom. So you might have to block that, and then, I don't know. Maybe something like Rig for 6, setting up Naleds and hoping Andrew plays something like GEY, but I don't even know if that would do it.
Yeah, it won't do it. There's nothing Kyle can do here. He can take his time and think and look and try to find bingos or ridiculous options. But yeah, we got the engines up. I can't even find a creative option to steal this game. Andrew just has too many plays that score in different spots. GOEY, also an option that plays down, making EME and FAY.
Yeah, it's just, nothing's going to be quite enough here, unfortunately, for Kyle.
And looking at the results, Kyle played Josh Sokol last round and scored 234. And then he had this just absolute heartbreak of a loss in a game that felt rather winnable the whole time. He's going to have to do his best to stay calm and even. It's so important to do that in Scrabble. You can't get emotional. I'm about the worst of them all out there, but Kyle's just got to keep his head screwed on straight. He's a strong player, but games like this are some of the seasoning you need to continue to evolve as a player. Sometimes you just got to make a few mistakes and then learn lessons from them.
And a very nicely played game by Andrew. We only had a few mistakes. Like, I don't think SHUNS was great, but otherwise really nicely done. You know, he found the double-double in Tayloron. He fought through Kyle's bingos. The phony probably wasn't great either, but Iolite, great play to keep hope alive.
Yeah, you did all the things you need to do in this game. There were a couple options where, word knowledge came into play a bit, but otherwise, very solid game from Andrew and a deserved W for him. Yeah, I definitely think he played better this game, and he'll come out with a win despite not drawing a blank. Yeah,
very nicely done.
This is the Montreal Scrabblefest. This is brought to you by the Let's Play Scrabble team of Josh Greenway and Kieran O'Connor, who bring so many great Scrabble tournaments to the Northeast area. We have plenty more Scrabble still coming your way today. 2 more games before our lunch break. So make sure we're not going anywhere. Make sure we support the stream with a thumbs up. Hit that like button if you haven't already. We appreciate all 105 of you watching along with us. Always appreciate having a big gallery. And we wouldn't be streaming Scrabble if it weren't for y'all
the
watching.
Montreal Scrabblefest, one of their nicest flagship events. They try to run it in downtown in a city full of culture. They do things like a dinner, and they order Montreal bagels for everybody. Kyle's going to play Rail with the idea of setting up his S on the triple for Sen.
Yeah, that'll work. So Rail, just 10 points for Kyle. It's 358 to 367. Andrew's got many, many winning sequences here. If he's confident that the 5-letter Peggy, P-E-G-G-Y, that's his best option, but you can do a whole bunch of things and win this game. If you're Andrew, you just can't lose your turn.
Yeah, there's also Pogie on the bottom. Pogie without the E forming Grail. They all win by not a lot, but enough. Peggy will win by 23.
Yeah, lots of options here. The only ambiguity left in this game, the only suspense is what will the final score and margin be?
Yeah, it'll be probably Andrew in the low 400s, Kyle somewhere in the neighborhood of 380, but we will see exactly what happens based on what Andrew does.
This win will bring Andrew up to 4-1, a solid start from someone who has demonstrated to us that he's quite the solid player. Adam Logan and Josh Sokol, the other players at 3-1. Just 4 players at 3-1, and no undefeateds in this CSW field. So we'll likely get a matchup of a 4-1 player and one of their opponents. I think we're going round robin to start.
Yeah, we are. I don't know what matchups look exciting to you in round 6, Matt.
I'm gonna have to pull those up real quick.
Scorecards or something.
Yeah, we got standings. Next, Adam Logan and Winter is coming
Yeah,
up.
Adam Logan versus Winter might be the move. Winter, a solid Scrabble player, possibly well known more for his attempt to visit every Starbucks as Pogie comes onto the board.
So Pogie's going to bring Andrew up to 4-1, and that will be his final score for this game as Kyle is going to play out with his SEN. Actually, Kyle is going to challenge.
Might as well do it.
This decision, yeah.
Yeah, you never know, and you forget things, and you win if it's not a word. So swallow your pride. Give out the nickels.
Yeah, give out the nickels for sure. If there's even a 1% chance this isn't good, you win the game. So just do it. Just take your shot. Yeah, I respect that. It's easy to tear a player down like, oh, what do you mean you didn't know that was a word? I knew that was a word, but
every once in a while it will be not a word and you will win. Adam Logan putting up a close win against Terry, 387 to 370, probably similar in nature to this game.
Yeah, well. All right, so 406 now for Andrew.
And Cheryl Melvin notching another nice upset, beating Matthew Tunnicliffe.
Cheryl has beaten Adam Logan and Matthew Tunnicliffe in the first 5 rounds. Hats off to Cheryl, the bottom seed in this field, but she's threatened by nobody. Wow.
Wonderful person, often comes to Collins and unfortunately struggles against some of the might of Adam Logan and me and Matthew Tunnicliffe and Josh Sokol types, but this time she is kicking some butt. So hats off to her. Kyle's about to put Sen down. He will lose by 24 points, but solid performance. Yeah, good game. Are we gonna get Andrew on call?
Kind of looks like maybe Cheryl should be on stream after the 2 upsets she's had. It's either going to be Andrew Golding against Cheryl Melvin or Kyle and Paula probably next. We're going to cut to overhead mic and hear from these players, though.
I don't think so.
I'm trying to think what's in that rack, and I couldn't think of it.
Serotonin?
Right. Okay. Urea serotonin. Okay, that's right. So, like, I was like, is everyone on stream like, why doesn't he play Pogie here? You know, but
okay, but like, just like, I'm sure you drew so many vowels because I'm just like.
Well, at the beginning, I was drawing 1 vowel per rack.
I was drawing vowels at the beginning. Oh my goodness.
That's it, and then I think it switched. I had obviously like here I had
I
lots
exchanged,
of vowels.
and I played Mauvaise,
Here I
and
had
then.
lots of vowels.
One vowel, one vowel, one vowel, one vowel, one vowel, one vowel until I had nailers by convinced.
Well, thank God, you know, because like that was 2 mistakes in a row. Like I really thought point was good.
I think it's
Not that
pointed
many.
with a D. That's what I think it is.
Well, there you go. You know, and I'm like, well, I'm going to get the extra points, but probably I shouldn't have done that anyway. Instead of sticking the E there, I should have stuck with pointy in the first place. You know, like,
I had the S, but I don't know. It wouldn't have hit hard.
because you end up with like snailery or inlayers. You know, like the Y is no good to you here, and it just didn't quite play for like Trinales here and stuff like that.
Exactly.
So
It's
like
like-
I was just lucky that having emptied the
Right.
bag without thinking that I was doing it,
Mhm.
you know. I mean, funnily enough, Hoagie was available to me like in this rack here too, right? So I, if I did that, then I wouldn't have emptied the bag instead of pointing. Oh, well, it was nail biter.
What a crazy game, honestly. Like, and I'm like, I have no vowels. I play hash. I have no vowels. I play ads. Like, I have no vowels. I try to get rid of them. After this, I pick up like VCB. It's like, okay, the game's kind of not my favorite, but it's still like almost like I almost had it.
Well, you played Bacon and then you came back with a huge play. I'm like, wait a second, the last time you did a CAB play, I'm like, what are you setting up this time?
This was by accident too. I'm just like, I need to get rid of CB combos.
Well, I realized you could have saved all of Haj, theoretically, so.
Maybe I should have exchanged it to the Bacon, but then it worked out. Who knows?
Yeah. And I think Mauvais Z is good and Mauvain, so I was just like, let me check,
Yeah, that's what I was not 100% on Mauvais either.
I figure
But
people who live in Montreal are more likely to accidentally play a French word than people who live in the States.
I'm more likely to remember them. That's the thing.
Well, that's true too, but I'm just saying, Anyway, it was just worth checking, I thought.
All right.
All right.
All right. Well, post-mortem from those players. Hopefully got a little bit more insight onto their thinking. We're going to step away for just a brief break before we bring you Andrew Golding and Cheryl Melvin. So stepping away for just a second is Matt and Matt. We'll be back shortly. Y'all don't go anywhere. Well, welcome back, everybody, to our continued coverage of the Montreal Scrabblefest. Matt Canik and Matt O'Connor here in the booth with round 6 from the tournament. Round 6 featuring Andrew Golding, who we just saw knock off Kyle Falahi, and Cheryl Melvin, who has already upset both the 1 and the 2 seeds. Tell us about that, Matt.
Yeah, that's a crazy performance. You know, good for her. Always comes to these tournaments, and this time she's doing a really good job. So we decided to bring her on stream to face Andrew Golding, who's either in the lead or close to it.
Yeah, can she keep the upset machine running, or will Andrew Golding jump up to 5-1? We will find out. Let's cut over to our preview, where we've got each of these players waiting. Cheryl 3-2, Andrew 4-1, nobody undefeated. This tournament is wide open. And check that out again, Cheryl. Round 3, win versus Adam Logan. Round 4, win over Terry Kang, another strong player. Round 5, win over Matthew Tunnicliffe. Will Cheryl keep running hot? Let's find out. Let's play Scrabble.
Let's do it.
She's just such a sweetie, too. I mean, look at that big smile on her face. Everybody loves Cheryl.
And Andrew is pulling his tiles. We will see what he has very shortly.
I mean, get her on S out of the bag as a first tile. It's always a great omen. Andrew loves to see it. EGILOS and a W. What are you thinking here, Matt?
It looks pretty good. Not quite a bingo. There's a few ways you can go here. Gowl, glow. You could also play wig if you want to keep an extra vowel, a 1-point bingo tile.
Yeah, this is a tricky one. Do you play shorter or longer? GLOW, GOWL, playing off more tiles, but keeping 2 vowels and a consonant.
You could even exchange the W that hits with at least an A, an E, and an O. I'm sure there's lots of other things it hits.
And look at Cheryl. Her first rack is a 7-letter bingo. She's also found an 8-letter bingo in there. Man, Cheryl running hot in Montreal right now.
Yes, she will have at least probably milters, pluralizing whatever Andrew plays. She could have, and Andrew's going to put down wig, keeping an extra O, a decent tile.
Yeah, wig is a good option there too. You don't like holding the O, but you also don't like holding more vowels than consonants
The
here.
semi-ran likes this. It also likes gowl, setting up your S in the double-double.
Yeah, a lot of plays that are close there, and I think more importantly for Andrew is he just kind of plays one. Also importantly, he's drawn a bingo, which is nice for him. We'll see what Cheryl does here. She set up milters on her rack. Milters is going to play either with wigs or swig for 75, or with twig for 71, but she set up limiters on her rack, and if you're not certain on milters, especially in 5-point challenge, maybe it's better to play the bingo you're certain of, which is limiters. So a big turn here for Cheryl, but she threatens a bingo either way. Got to feel good about that start.
Yeah. Andrew with a very nice pull. He's now got Obelias on his rack.
Yeah. So Andrew's going to be threatening a bingo back. Obelias or Lobelias, depending on where this L gets placed. Cheryl rolling the dice. We love to see it. She's confident of milters. She's putting it down. As if you're not certain, this is a bit of a gamble, but she's going to score some mammoth points here. 75 for Cheryl.
Also play it with swig if you wanted. They're probably about identical.
All right, and Andrew now going to be put to the test after Cheryl's bingo of milters. As I mentioned, he'll have Lobelias. If you're certain that Lobelia takes the back S, that's going to be the highest scoring bingo here for 76.
Another option, if you want to be more defensive, Obelias and swigs. It kind of gunks up the middle of the board. It slots a lot of things that block 8s, and it blocks the 2 main lanes for 7. So kind of 2 different ways Andrew can go. He can also
here's
play
how he's going, actually. He's challenging.
isolable through the L in Milters if he wants to slot something further to the left.
Oh, we're going to see a big smile here from Cheryl. She was not confident on this word. She didn't play it right away. Now it's being challenged. This is an emotional roller coaster for her, but here comes the green. Oh, she didn't even smile. Oh, she was confident. Stone cold confident.
Maybe
All right.
she was just thinking of Swig versus Wigs.
Maybe it was that, yeah. All right, so 5 extra points. Cheryl has 80 to Andrew's 14. And Matt, I'll let you keep breaking down.
Yeah,
these
so
bingos.
there's actually a couple different ways to go. Lobelia scores the most, but it does open up the most bingo lanes. Isolable, if you want to go further to the left and open up less lanes. There's also the hyper defensive Obelias and Swigs, which kind of just slots enough tiles that it makes it very hard to work with the top of the board. What are you thinking, Matt?
I would just grab points here if I'm confident on these words. The real thing is, am I confident on these words? Again, in 5-point challenge, you have to be very sure of stuff. So Lobelia looks like it may or may not actually take an S. You probably know the 7-letter Obelias. Play whatever you're most confident in, but if you're confident in it all, take the points.
Yeah, and my sim is saying that Lobelias, it is worth the points this time.
Here it comes. Well done, Andrew. He has put on
quite the performance.
Yeah. You put those down in a strange order. I thought he was missing for a second.
This will set up a very nice play of Kibby through the B for Cheryl.
Oh, yeah. If you know the 5-letter Kibbe, that is a fantastic play for Cheryl, but a bit of a word knowledge check. There's also the 6-letter Kebbie. Those are both tough words to know. You seldom see both B's in the same word at the same time in Scrabble.
There's also a very nice 5-letter word, Nebek, which goes on top, forming EL and KO.
Oh, man, that's a huge score. 45 if you know Nebek, but that's a rather obscure one. Collins only as well. We'll see. Big turn for Cheryl with that K, with that B. She threatens a lot of options here. I wonder which one she's going to choose. And this is, I think, a turn where Cheryl should slow down a bit, especially if you don't see Kibbe right away.
Yeah, I think at the very least we will see something like Bike underneath Lobelia's. 32 points, not a bad choice, and ENS is a really good leave, so that's another great option for Cheryl.
Yeah, no matter... Oh, hang on. Cheryl is saying something. She might be challenging... No,
I think something must have happened with... She's probably confused on the way the stream game works or something. I don't know. Probably something like that.
Yeah, trying to get a sense of what this could be. I'm sure our production director will let us know afterwards, but we're back on clock now. Man, several strong plays for Cheryl here. I see a lot of plays, and there are things to like about all of them. Even like the 6-letter Belike, Belike, hitting the B and the K on those triple letter squares through the L and Lobelia. That's not a bad option for Cheryl either. Lots of good plays.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see which direction this gets taken in.
All right, yeah, and we are back on clock. There was no challenge there or anything from Cheryl, just a little bit of technical stuff. We're all good. We're back. We're playing Scrabble. I'm curious. Nike?
That is not a word.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what this would do.
I think we're gonna see Bike underneath. That is my feeling this game.
Yeah, it's a very natural play. I mean, take your 2 most unwieldy tiles, the B and the K, and smash them, underlap, lots of points.
There's also some good spots to play Keb. You could play Keb on top of Lobelia's and set up your S in the triple lane with EI and S. That's another interesting choice.
Laser focus on Cheryl's face here. I think she's, BKE.
Oh, we're going from her perspective only now. Sweat with Cheryl.
I love this this intense, right on the face view. It just brings so much about the emotion in Scrabble. I love that we're able to pan over to these sometimes. All right, she is going to play Bike on top of Lobelia's, counting this one up, crushing that double letter score, EINS, a very powerful and synergistic leave, and 28 points here for Cheryl. She pulls ahead 108 to 90. Back on Andrew's rack, DIMOTWY. He does have the D that he needs to backhook Bike and smash this play. I wonder if he'll do that, or if he'll look instead to break up some of these unwieldy combinations. He can play MIDS, MODS, and Biked, but those keep TWY together, not the best synergy. He can also just play TOWY beneath Lobelia's for 34 points and leave the Bike backhook alone. Matt, tell us what you're thinking here. Are you going to try to knock out the Bike backhook, or are you going to try to play for equity?
Yeah, that's so many points. I think I would have to play something like Yods with Biked. It's so many points, and you just don't want to leave that open. It takes an R, it takes an S, it takes a D. It's just so volatile.
So you're hearing from Matt in the booth. Knock out Biked. Take that spot. Mids, mods, or midst. MIDST. All options there. Of those, Matt, do you have a preference?
Personally, I don't love midst because you're taking a bit of a lead, and that's the kind of bingo lane. It's not going anywhere. It could get really annoying later. I would probably lean towards one of the ones that doesn't open that. And there's a couple of good choices. Yods, you're 1 E away from white up there. That's a great idea.
Interesting. I think if I would have picked any of them, I would have picked mids to MIDST. But, your reason for not liking it is very valid. It's a bingo line that will never go away and will be very annoying. I just don't really like OTWI altogether. I'd be looking to just play a bunch of tiles and see what I can draw. But I like how you said Yods, YODS, sets up potential draws into WYTE. That
Mids is interesting because it leaves Towie on under Lobelia's as like a backup. We know that's going to get used because Cheryl has drawn Anasol, but he doesn't know that.
Look at Cheryl, man. She found Anasol immediately. As soon as she drew this rack, she set it up as well. She balanced her rack well. She kept the best leave she could, EINS, and she's been rewarding with a bingo yet again. Man, will Cheryl strike again 3 straight upsets? I'm honestly kind of rooting for it.
There's also a new word, sea lion.
Oh, that's cute.
It's a verb. It means to derail a discussion with repeated attempts to maintain civility and a way to make your interesting opinion more palatable while also harassing somebody. And it comes from a comic strip from about a decade ago.
That's hilarious. I love that. To sea lion something. Oh, man. Okay, here's like midst.
It's like Andrew is putting down midst.
This is rock solid. Again, this was my initial, I like this play the most, and it's at least winning my Quackle sim.
Yeah, it is winning my Macondo sim too. The bot really likes this. I think OWY may be better than you think it is because of how many 4-letter words it forms. We might see Nowie if he draws an N. We might see Cowie if he draws a C. Towie. There's the N. There's the T. So if that L appears in the middle of space, Andrew might get wantedly.
Ooh, we'll see. If nothing else, women, WOMYN up top is awesome. All right, so midst heads up play, very solid from Andrew and Cheryl now. Anasol on her rack. Does she know the new sea lion? Has she seen these new words?
Oh, if she plays it there, wantedly is going to appear.
Whoa, big swing in this game.
Wow. And there it is, wantedly.
We'll see. That is tough to know.
Yeah,
when
no,
to pull
I
the
mean,
trigger on.
that is tough. But yeah, that is a big swing. We'll see if he sees it. He's alphabetizing his letters.
Man, Wontedly, Wontedly. That you've either studied that word or you're not going to play it. So he does have a lot of good backup options. As I mentioned, Women, Womyn, plays up top for 42. Whited, Wited, plays with EW alongside Anisol for 53. So Andrew's threatening big plays no matter what he does here. He should take the lead again in this game. But if he can pull the trigger on the bingo...
He's spelling it out. He's playing it.
Oh, man, Andrew. He is really impressing me with his play.
Very nice job. Very nice. He found it. Good for him.
Man, Lobelia's and Wontedly. This guy knows his stuff. But Cheryl will not go down without swinging.
Yeah, Cheryl.
She's found some great stuff. Tell us about it.
Cheryl has got the H, which pairs very well, though I think it looks like she has few Z, forming TAE. The really nice thing about that is that it leaves Hoy for your next turn if that stays open.
Yeah. Keeping that HO to play down to the Y is huge. We do see a challenge here. Wontedly looks so bizarre. I would challenge this as well, but it is going to come up green. 5 extra points for Andrew on the challenge. Makes it 202 to 171, but Cheryl's going to strike, and she's going to strike for a lot of points on this next turn.
Yeah, don't count Cheryl out just yet because first of all, she has performed 2 large upsets already, and second of all, she's got few Z to the triple forming TAE, and it leaves HOY on the lower triple for later.
Setting up Fez first, and this is also a strong option, playing on top of Lobelia's for nearly 50 points. It's hard to sneeze at that, but Fuzi would be even better. Get rid of that U, get rid of some extra vowels. We'll see if she takes the extra time. In Scrabble, as they say, when you find a good play, find a better one.
Yeah, and Andrew is pulling a blank. We'll see if he can do something with it. The other tiles look pretty good. Yeah,
Ooh.
He has things like plosive and WE.
Yeah, so Andrew threatening another bingo on the next turn. Oh, man, 3 flex bingos, too. None of these are easy to spot or words that the average player would find. Andrew being put to the test on the stream. We'll see if he's up for it. Batting 100 so far.
Yes, very well played game by Andrew. Everything agrees with the computer except maybe Wig. That's a tiny issue, though, if anything. Really well done as Cheryl puts down Fez.
All right, Fez brings Cheryl up to 219. She takes the lead again. And as Matt pointed out, just 1 bingo here for Andrew, the 7-letter plosive. If he knows it, it plays for 77. If not, this turn is a lot tougher, with a lot of reasonable options, but nothing that stands out.
Yes, and plosive will leave Cheryl with some very nice choices on the triple. I think HEYED is a word.
It's always so hard to remember which of those interjections are verbs.
Some of those interjections become a verb. Maybe you can remember this one because Willie Mays hate a lot of people.
The say hey kid.
Yeah, he hate everybody.
But only in Collins.
But only in Collins, not in San Francisco.
All right, Andrew has not done anything with his tiles, just sitting there staring at alphagram order. This is a feeling I think Scrabble players are very familiar with. Yeah. I know there's something here. This feels familiar to me. Arg, what is it? He's probably going through tile by tile, A, B, C, D, trying to figure out what that blank could be. We'll see how long this takes him.
It's so tough with the blank. I think he sees it very quickly if his blank was instead an S, but when you have the blank on your rack, it's really hard. You have to go through all of them. And if he doesn't see it, he's probably going to do something that blocks the triple. I mean, olive, that's not a terrible choice. blocks the most volatile area of the board. And yeah, this time Cheryl has the H and she's going to hammer you, but that's not that likely. So if he does have to settle for something like Olive, not a huge deal.
If you see plosive for 77, you're not going to pass it to play Olive for 39, are you, Matt?
No, I wouldn't pass it up.
Yeah, the 38-point delta, I think, is just too much to stomach. If it were 28, yeah, I think we'd have a discussion here. But 38, that's just too much. So this, I think, would just be a miss. You can't sell it as a strategic decision if Andrew doesn't see plosive. But he's already found Lobelias. He's already found Wantedly. My money's on Andrew to find this one, too.
I think there's a chance he's looking for just anything on the triple, anything maybe slotting one extra.
Oh,
yeah.
Bam, there it is. Andrew, man, he is a beast. Excellent stuff. Only playable bingo. It's been spotted for Andrew. This pulls him up 279 to 219 with plosive. DEEHOU. Oh, DEEEHOU. Cheryl now put to the test. Does she know either Hayed, Heyed, or Hoyd, Hoyed? Those both play for 61 points. If not, she's going to have to settle for just Hay or Hoy for just 44.
Yeah, it's
Big
a lot
test.
of points. Luckily for her, Hay for 44 is something. It's not a complete wash if she misses it. It's a decent score.
Yeah, having that H is going to be huge either way. How many tiles will she play here?
We are going to
Just
see Hay.
All right. Yeah, it is so tricky to keep those interjections, which are verbs and which aren't. So HEY, the play. From Cheryl, 263 for her, 279 for Andrew. And we will see. There's still a blank to be drawn. And honestly, I think whoever draws it is the overdog in this game. Andrew's got 7 chances here. Cheryl's got 2.
Cheryl's also got some decent chances at plays like Outed on top of Fez for McDell.
Ooh.
As Andrew draws the Q, it looks like, he's got some options. QI, but that's probably not the best. Quena, if he wants to use his Q, can also choose to play off the X first with something like Nix. As Cheryl pulls at least Hoad up top, there might be something else.
Yeah, man, what an interesting rack for Andrew. We got the QU combination and the X. Nix is 54 and holds QU together. Queena or Queen through the E and Wantedly 48 points and holds the X to try to bomb it on top of plosive next turn. This is really tricky, and I don't know that I know what's correct to do here. Matt, walk us through. Would you cash the X or the Q right now?
I have to say, given that I have the U, I'm leaning towards the X. There's just so many things you can draw with TA. You can draw Koki and TAI. You can draw Quare. You can draw Quail. Oh, there's no else. You can draw stuff like that. You're also 1 N away from Quena, which is probably not going anywhere.
Yeah, you can draw Coin or Quino. I don't know. And then if you're going to play the X first, which makes sense, would you play Axe on top of plosive, or would you play Nix?
Oh, that's a good question. The N makes you 1 letter away from things like Quine and Kino up top, and you're still 1A away from Quena. I think I might have to do Axe.
Oh my god, CINQUE, making TAU? If you just draw an E after Axe, you hit Sonk for like 80. You gotta play Axe here. Try to draw an E. Wow. I mean, okay, I think he's gonna cash in the Q, and this makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, he's hoping that his X spot is there next turn, and he's scoring 48. He's getting rid of what's traditionally the worst tile, although it's pretty good on this board.
There's now 2 games in a row. Andrew's drawn a Q and maybe made a bit of a sacrifice to just get it off his rack immediately. You can't fault someone for playing a Q, but maybe I sometimes struggle with this too. I'm so eager to get rid of it that I miss some of the other options there.
My sim just absolutely loves axe based on what it is fishing for. As Andrew, he does draw an A, so at the very least he has that spot with his X. Cheryl's spelling out hoed. She's going to make homed.
Yeah, this is a very reasonable play. 36 out of a pretty yucky rack. Take out the triple word square from your opponent. It's going to make the score 327 for Andrew to 299 for Cheryl. This play makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, another option is hoed on top of fez. That is a tricky word to see. It does score a few more points and get rid of the A, which you probably would like to get rid of.
And now Andrew holding on to the X last turn. He guaranteed himself, or didn't actually guarantee himself any plays, but he has drawn what he needs to cash the X on top of plosive. AX, again an option. SAX is 54 as opposed to 51 for Axe. And also threatened 50 with Xylic, XYLIC, through the L in plosive. Matt, would you stack or would you play longer with Xylic here? And tell us why.
There's a couple of interesting choices here. I even briefly thought about just K sitting and waiting. I don't think that's correct, though. I think in this case the equity just wins out and Axe has to be correct. I was also wondering about Sax, given that it does shut down more of the board, but given that Quenas is there, I do think it has to be Axe.
Yeah, you've got the case S in this game, so go ahead and just play Axe. Keep that S for Quina, threaten more points later, and this one could get really ugly.
Actually, my sim likes K and waiting on the X.
K, tell us where K is.
K is on top of Fez, and it forms Cell and Azo.
Oh, yeah. Wow. I like that.
I think the sim thinks that spot is more likely to get taken than down there, given that ACO and stuff.
Yeah, that's not bad at all. Wow. Okay. I kind of like that, honestly. Keep holding back, hit that X next turn, hit the S the turn after that. Just stay patient, pound out 45 points a turn. Even if Cheryl bingos once or twice, you still win the game. That's interesting. But it's also hard to pass 51 now.
Yeah.
And Cheryl with a tough draw into EAU. She's found another U, another E, and a G. AEEGNUU. Unglue or ungulate, if Cheryl sees those, are great ways to play off both U's. What do you think, Matt?
Yeah, it's a tough situation. 2 U's is not fun, and ungulate is such a word knowledge check. You have to know that, you have to know what an ungulate is, and you have to know that they have ungula, and you have to know that would take an E in English. If she doesn't see this, maybe she'll see something like euglena. That would be a nice choice because it forks the board.
Yeah, you've got to try to keep the board a little bit open. It's tough. Opening the board when you have bad racks is hard to do psychologically, but if you're Cheryl, have to assume you're going to draw very well, assume that your next rack is going to be good, even though your leave might not be awesome, and hope to get lucky to win this game now.
Yeah, you could also play something like GAU on top of Fez, with the logic being that it scores as much as you can. You can try to stay within range of an opponent's play if you bingo.
All right, so she's opting for tongue here, just trying to reach down and hit the bottom of this board. She'll need to find some consonants on her next draw. AEEU is tough, but maybe Cheryl's got it in her. Back to Andrew, ACIRRSY on his rack.
And in case you are wondering, scarily is not a word. That would be one way to lose this game, to play a phony.
Yeah, Scary, SCARRY, is good, but it's so maddening to try to keep track of which of those Y words turn into ILY. It's tempting to pull the trigger on it here, but it is not valid. We'll see if he tries it. CAY is still an option for him this turn on top of Fez. That feels really awesome to me.
Yeah, that's a great choice. It blocks the bingo lane that will outrun you easily, even if it's not that likely. So that's a huge consideration. Obviously, Cheryl's probably more likely to bingo with something like on the row 7 on top of Wiggs, but that's only 60 points, 70 points. You don't really need to worry about that. Something like on top of, Veritas or something on top of Fez is a lot bigger of a deal. So I like K for the reason being that it blocks the most realistic spot for 100-point plays. What about you, Matt?
Yeah, I think that psychology is perfect. I mean, you try to dodge the worst case scenario when you got a big lead like this, and you don't want the big stack on top in that 2 row above Fez. I think CAY makes a lot of sense here. It also scores so well. I'd be shocked if we see anything else but that play.
Another option, Cypress through the P. It scores a lot and it shuts down that area of the board. It puts a C there, which is annoying to deal with. I don't hate that either. He's very likely to win no matter what he does, but we will see what he chooses.
Yeah. If you know CYPRIS, that does make this decision interesting, but I don't know. This is just such this is an awesome play.
My sim has this, Cypress, and K all neck and neck. Keeping the Y, a good scoring tile, might get you over the top if Cheryl bingos. I don't hate this either. This is a good choice.
Yeah. And Andrew now up by 100, holding that case S. This game is nearly impossible for him to lose.
Yeah, Cheryl's got some good choices, though. Touted. I mean, that opens up the board in a way that's annoying to deal with. Scores 28. I mean, you're hoping for a blank and a miracle, but that at least gives you some hope. As Cheryl's going to put down Duet and Celt.
Yeah, all right. Cheryl's going to try to open up a little bit more of this board, score some points, put a little time pressure on Andrew. Oh my god, a U-Taxite through the XI was sick. Maybe not her best play, but a really wonderful option. But this game nearly done as Andrew has found the final blank.
He's got a nice rack. Unfortunately, he has no bingos, believe it or not. But he has some great choices without bingoing. He's got Rosary. I probably wouldn't do that because it opens a triple, but the Y is not that easy to play through, and it gets you a ton of spread. What do you think, Matt?
Oh, man. I think you can just do almost anything and win this game.
Yeah, you can play Yours, YIRRS. You can play Yars, YARRS. They both fit under Duet very nicely. They both score in the 30s. I don't hate that choice either.
And I think we're gonna see Andrew look for bingos for quite a while first. First, they're recounting Duet, double checking that score.
Yeah, I mean, you're just so close to things that pluralize tongue. It's gonna be tough to acknowledge that there's nothing there.
Yeah, Starly was blocked, STARRILY. You can't expect that to get blocked very often, especially with your lead. Like, you don't expect your opponent to block the board, but
yeah,
Andrew's got to be a little bit taken aback, and I don't think he was expecting to think about this turn, and now he's going to have to think about this turn a bit. We'll see him take some time here.
I mean, when you're in Andrew's position, you're just like, what gets me over the top, even if she bingos? So, I mean, anything, Yours, Yars. I mean, Rosary's probably risky with the triple, so I could see him just not really thinking about it. Anything like Yours or Yars is totally fine. Yeah, if you really want to be aggressive and go for spread, you could play something like Ray on top of Duet. I think that's a little too crazy.
Oh yeah, Ray on top of Duet is nuts. That's just getting greedy at this point. You're trying to bingo for 100 and run up the score, but
Cheryl though, trying out learn.
Ooh, yeah.
Maybe breathing a little life into this, although it's going to be hard.
Yeah. I mean, I wonder if we see outlearn and then a triple through it. That's just kind of when Andrew's got a great rack like this. That's a possibility. Oh man, Cheryl's put up a good fight in this game, but yeah, Andrew drawing 3 bingos early in this one and then finding the second blank. She did what she could, but when your opponent bingos 3 times in the first 5 turns, then hits the Q, then hits the X, it is hard to win.
Yeah, this was a tough one for Cheryl. I mean, unfortunately, it seems like the play that swung the game was her choice of placement for Hannah Soul. Such a random thing, slotting an L there, but it gave Andrew Wantedly instead of a much worse option.
Yeah, how wild. Just a little thing can swing the game so crazy out of control. Great point, Matt.
Yeah.
This is round 6 of the Montreal Scrabblefest from Montreal. This is actually the 42nd year that this tournament has been held. There are a lot of tournaments in Scrabble, but very few that have been running this long and this consistently. And this is the first that we have had without the beloved Bernard Gottlieb, who is a director of Montreal's club for decades, who is being honored in oodles of different ways at this tournament. But Bernard, you are loved, you are missed, and I am happy to see that your legacy is being carried on at this Montreal tournament. Matt, do you have any great Bernard stories for us?
Well, he always ran a poker game at Scrabble tournaments. He was really a community man, trying to get everyone together playing Scrabble.
Yeah, I was fortunate enough to be in Montreal for Bernard's 60th birthday. And it was just such a beautiful, touching thing. A bunch of players drove out to one player's cottage and just had an afternoon of Scrabble, of nice food, of great vibes out on the lake. It was wonderful. Bernard teared up. Players read beautiful cards to him. You could tell how much he was loved by the
And
Montreal
Andrew
scene.
appears to be going with the hyper-aggressive Ray.
Whoa.
This
No,
oh,
yeah,
A.
just A wide.
Just A. Okay.
Ray would have been absolutely
That would have
shocking.
been crazy.
But also I would have been here for it. All right, Cheryl does have, as Matt's pointed out, outlearn 68 points. Basically her only way back into this game. And Andrew picking up double I's.
He's got Risorii on the bottom.
Oh, yeah, that's going to be a word knowledge check for him, but he's passed all of these so far.
Let's see if he can find Risorii.
Spell that for those who are unfamiliar with those words.
Risorii.
That's wild. So you got to make the blank an I when you've already got 2 of them on your rack. That's going to be tough to think of. But Andrew has risen to every occasion thus far. Cheryl's cashing in on the triple word at the top, OU, holding the synergistic AENRT combination. It's test time here for Andrew. IIORRS blank, just the one Risorii available for him. Matt, what do you think? Is he finding
Only
it?
bingo. I hope he finds it. I have faith in him. He knows a lot of random words. He's been in this game for so long. He's read the dictionary. I think he's got this. I hope he's got this. It's a great word.
Oh man, I am here for it. No, nothing against Cheryl. She's played a nice game. She's a nice lady. But when you can see a 3-I bingo come down, you always got to root for it.
And you know what?
Risorii.
Risorii will give Cheryl her own thing.
Oh well. Radio's a nice play. And Cheryl drawing into Granter or Regrant is not going to be able to play those now. All right, we wanted points. We're not getting points. 449 for Andrew instead.
We'll get a bingo, though, at some point. We'll get something. I mean, IRS blank is so strong. Cheryl might play something like Gator forming tax. We'll see.
Yeah, that's a nice play. You're not going to score a ton out of this situation, but you got to do what you can.
And Andrew with some choices like Virions and Ivories.
Visitor.
Yeah, Visitor would be nice. It would slot the V and use the double.
Yeah. All right. Andrew will get his bingo down. Better late than never. Oh, man. Risorii would have been sick. Oh, well. I didn't know that word. I think 80% of the chat probably would have missed it, too. You just don't think to make another I. Matt spotted it immediately.
It's a good word. It's an important one.
It is quite important. We appreciate all 115 of you who are tuning in now. I'm going to ask all of you to do your homework. If you haven't yet, make sure you hit that like button for us. Keep driving us up the algorithm. Support Josh and Kieran and the Let's Play Scrabble team. They do so much important work for the Scrabble community and really elevated Scrabble streaming to where it is now. Kind of pioneers in this space, and they've been crushing it. And if thumbs up isn't enough homework, make sure you hit that subscribe button as well. If you're not already subscribed to this channel, all they're trying to do is put out high-level Scrabble for you to watch. So make sure you hit that subscribe button. And I'll talk again about the join button. This is a newer feature on YouTube, sort of like a Patreon. You can join. You get special swag if you join their channel. It's $4.99 a month to support this team, help them buy new equipment to get higher quality streams, help them pay for the nice internet and all that jazz. If you've got some extra money to toss aside, if you love watching Scrabble, hit that join button, support the Let's Play Scrabble team, and they will pay dividends with that support.
And Andrew, he has lots of choices, pluralizing tongue. Visitor being the only one that gets him onto the double word score, and Ivories being the next best choice because it triples the V.
Yeah, so bingo coming either way, 78 or 73 or maybe 69 for Andrew, but he's going to crack the 500 mark, and he's absolutely earned it this game. Lobelia's, Wantedly, Plosive, he's playing some awesome stuff to get there. Well deserved.
Really nice job. Unfortunately, we couldn't go 4 for 4 with Risorii. That's really tough, though.
Yeah. The one little miss when the game's already in hand, we can forgive that one. But yeah. Great game from Andrew. Great fight from Cheryl, but Andrew just had the stuff in this game, and he's played it well.
Yeah, really nice job. I'm really proud of both of them. Cheryl's been slaying the Dragons this tournament, and unfortunately she's going to come short this time, but really nice effort.
All right, Ivories for 73, the play here for Andrew. That'll bring him up to 522. And Cheryl did not find the draw she was looking for after playing Taxi last turn. She's going to run out of room in this one. Andrew's going to draw the last 7 tiles out of the bag, AACFJNP.
Now, according to the sim I ran, Ivories is nearly identical in value to Visitor. I think that's because it doesn't set up things like JARP.
Yeah, with JARP unseen alone, I think that's a reason not to play Visitor. Andrew's now going to draw Japan and IN.
Yeah, according to our endgame simulation, Cheryl's best sequence is going to be wrong, RONG, which will leave her with RETE to play underneath Ivories. Wrong is the past tense of ring, so it does not take an S for those who are wondering. And this is an interesting endgame because you have to correctly realize that you should not block Japan. The reason for that is that Andrew Golding's other options are good enough, such as JAP atop Ivories. So when you are in this situation, you do not try to block your opponent's highest scoring play.
Oh yeah, JAP is such a killer play as well. In Japan, he's going to crush you no matter what. So just try to score as many points as you can if you're Cheryl and get on to the next one.
Yeah.
All right, we got one more game of CSW after this one. I imagine our intermission will be very, very short, given we've had some delays. I appreciate the patience from everybody as we tried to navigate those delays. We'll try to get Scorebug and Unseen Tiles widget running as soon as possible. I take full responsibility for that in the midst of my move. I just haven't taken care of everything I needed to take care of. But short intermission. If you need to top off your coffee, if you need to go tinkle or touch some grass or let your dogs out, I'd do that pretty quick. and we'll have a quick turnaround before our final CSW game of our morning block from Albany. From Montreal.
Yeah.
While Albany's on my mind, Matt, you want to talk a little bit about what Albany is?
Yeah, Albany is a long-ish, not quite as long as this, but a long-running annual event over the July 4th weekend. And this year, it's going to be the biggest one ever, hopefully, barring 2 years ago when it was the Word Cup. But we have lots of sponsorship money, and we're going to have big prizes, a guarantee $15,000 if you are American or Canadian and you win the Collins division. We've got a light division, which should also have lots of prizes. Botlin prioritizes low-rated players, so if you're lower rated and you want to win some money, there will be lots of options in Albany.
Yeah, Albany is shaping up to be just an all-timer of a tournament. If you have not signed up yet, do that. Oh my goodness, Bob Lynn donating a generous amount of money. The Bob Lynn Superstars division is going to be maybe the sickest CSW field I've ever seen outside of a Worlds. Even I am on the list to play CSW there. I don't do that too often, but you cannot miss this tournament. I might drop out and do some commentary, but you should not miss this tournament. Canada Day is July 1st. Come celebrate that with us. Independence Day for the U.S. is July 4th. Come celebrate that with us. It's going to be an absolutely awesome event. Join us in person if you can. Otherwise, Let's Play Scrabble will have all the streaming action for you on this channel here. It's going to be awesome.
Like I said, undoubtedly, I think Albany is North America's premier CSW tournament. I mean, I don't know how anything else could be.
A meet and greet with Will Anderson as well? Is that what I'm seeing?
That is
my
one
goodness.
That is one of the scheduled events. One of them will be me running trivia. One of the scheduled events is Will Anderson doing a speech and then a meet and greet with autographs and hugs and stuff. And I think we'll have a couple scheduled dinners.
Yeah, Let's Play Scrabble doesn't just hold a Scrabble tournament. Here in Montreal, there's a tour of the city, there's a group dinner, there's a poker game commemorating Bernard tomorrow night. It's not just a tournament, it's a whole week or a whole weekend of fun, of events, of ways to meet new people. They do such a good job, and you really ought to go. And I just want to shout out to Will Anderson one quick time before this game ends. I think the last 3 tournaments I've been to, there's been a fresh face, somebody I've never seen before, some young blood in the game. And I ask him, how did you hear about Scrabble? The answer is always Will Anderson. If you haven't found the Will Anderson YouTube channel yet, find that. It is top-level Scrabble videos. It is so cool. And Will is an awesome guy and an awesome resource for the community. Check him out if you haven't yet.
And Cheryl is actually in an interesting position now. She can play renege, but because Andrew can't go out, she is better off playing slowly.
Oh yeah, that CF combination. Is a C stick in play?
I don't know. Is it K? I don't think it is.
C-A-Y.
Oh, that's it. Maybe she's supposed to play something like gay and then play everything else slowly.
Can you C-stick Andrew here? Oh man, let's try it. Gay. Yeah, Andrew is actually C-stuck if Cheryl blocks C-A-Y.
So I am running as deep of an endgame as I can. The fast play has Cheryl ending up plus 26 on spread by playing IRE, I-R-E, and then blocking if, and then leaving herself neg, forming ER and gay. But she can get herself 5 extra spread points by slow playing. The best way to slow play is going to be... What is it finding? Interesting. It's apparently Kier, K-I-E-R, followed by Andrew C-sticking himself.
Interesting. We'll see.
See what
I'm
ends
not
up
even sure if
happening.
Cheryl has tracked this one all the way out or
Yeah.
not. I didn't see her doing some tracking after the bingo, and honestly, I wouldn't fault her for it. When a game's a blowout, maybe you want to save that mental energy and not track, but C-stick in play. We'll see. Nope, not going to happen here.
Cheryl is playing Neg, which is going to leave her RE underneath. That's not a bad sequence.
Oh, yeah, setting it up. Not bad. All right, so Andrew will get to choose between playing his F for 20 and risking a C-stick or just playing the C now. I think he's just going to plunk the
I
F.
think it's better to just play if. Yeah,
Yeah,
she's already going to play down there with RE anyways, so.
So 589 for Andrew. Plosive, Wantedly, Lobelias, some sick bingos to get him there.
That's
He's earned this score.
looking like 420 for Cheryl.
Yeah,
Very
wow.
nice score too. As a combining for over 1,000 is allowed in Scrabble.
All right, let's cut to Overhead Mike and hear what these players have to say about this barn burner of a game.
There we go.
Okay.
18 is 403. No, 13.
413.
And 6 is 419.
419, 589. That was still a decent game. I was,
You had me scared a lot of times, but I got
well, I thought you'd go
a lot of good times.
JAP or JOP or JO something here. JO, I can't remember. But I thought you were, no, not. Anyway, I had
I see
you
what you're saying,
so
yeah.
I could go out with green.
Well, that's the thing. So, like, I had Jap here, I had Jap here, I have Japan
Yeah,
there.
you had, yeah.
But if I realized I was potentially Q stuck if you wanted to block here, a C stuck rather. But then, you know, like if I just played Jap, then you get my C anyway because you're playing out with queens. So like, there's no reason for me not to play that.
Yeah. There's a lot of points too.
Well, yeah, that's it. That's the main thing. It's the
That's
same.
a lot
You know,
of
it's
points.
like,
But then when I had the green and I couldn't get my green down, I thought, how do I make the most of it? So I don't
One
know
point
if
is
that was
that's the
the
problem,
most
yeah.
or not.
probably up there. Yeah.
Very well done.
Thank you. You too.
So 170 difference. Yikes.
Exactly 170. Yeah, that's true.
All right, so we will take a brief delay, but it will be brief. I promise you that. We'll get players reshuffled and situated and have one more game from Montreal. Stay tuned. More Scrabble coming your way in just a second. Hey, welcome back from Boston. Matt Canik and Matt O'Connor bringing you coverage of the Montreal Scrabblefest. Matt, we got one more game for everybody. Tell us about it.
Yeah, so we have decided to put Bradley Whitmarsh and Kyle Felahy on stream. They are both 4 and 2 right now, and they are both up and comers. Bradley Whitmarsh went on a slump, starting to come back. Kyle Young, somewhat new to the game. We'll see what happens. And they're both 4 and 2 in this tournament, so they're both doing a great job. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, both alive and kicking. Let's cut over to the preview. Oh, we are not ready for the preview quite yet, so we will get dog cam
do
going.
some more background stuff. Yeah, if you want
to be on the internet,
to see some of Matt Canik's dogs.
Do some husky cam. Check out Soren, one of my 2 huskies.
If you haven't noticed, Soren is heterochromatic.
Yeah, he is.
He's got a brown eye and a blue eye.
He is just so stoked to be here. It's like, Dad, leave me alone. Let me hang out on the bed.
Yeah.
Colby, let's see if we can get double husky cam. Yes. There we go. Here's the other huskies. We got Colby and Soren. They're laying on top of each other, desperate for some Scrabble. And hey, I'm desperate for some Scrabble too. We're ready. Players are situated now.
All right,
so
let's do this.
Let's take away the huskies.
Let's do this.
Let's bring the tiles instead. Brad and Kyle.
Both coming off of a nice win. Kyle by 90, Brad by 231. Very nice job.
Look at the morning these players have had. Rounds 4, 5, and 6. Brad's gone 300, 400, 500. Kyle's gone 200, 300, 400.
Oh.
So if the pattern continues, Kyle's going to score 5-something and Brad's going to score 6-something, right? That'd be historic.
That'd be quite the game.
I'm here for it. All right, let's do it. Let's play Scrabble. Let's get 1,200 points
doggy.
before lunch break. Yeah, Matt's getting his ear licked now. I brought the Huskies in, and now they're unleashing their full fury.
Let's cut to this.
All right, we'll cut to this. Get the score bug reset. Matt, I'll let you take the intro. As
All
I get
right.
these dogs out of here.
Brad is pulling out tiles. He will be starting this game, and then Kyle will be responding. Let's see what Brad ends up getting. We see RTES. That is looking pretty good. OGLO. That is not quite a bingo. But log is 8 points. Can also consider exchanging. Could exchange just the G. Could exchange GL. I like exchanging G. That is what my gut says to do. But we will see what Brad does.
Ooh, small exchange on the first turn. I love these rags.
We will see. You exchange the G and you hit all 5 of the vowels. It's a really powerful move. But Brad is going to play log.
I thought he was picking up the E for a second to play Loge, and I'm like, that's nuts. But yeah, log is good. Log is fine.
Yeah,
here.
log is a great choice. ERST is the best 4-tile leave without a blank. Really strong leave. Setting himself up to bingo with Loge. Setting himself up to bingo with logs. A lot of great things that can happen here. My sim really likes exchanging the G. ELORST is just so good. It's worth the 8-point sacrifice. But Brad has opted with log.
D-Clar, we have seen this phony played before at a Nationals, and now we're going to see D-Clar tried again. Oh my goodness, the same phony twice on stream, and I was here for both of them. Will Brad hold, or will Kyle get away with one?
And it looks like it is getting challenged. So to answer your question, no, he will not hold. He's just going to challenge it. Just going to challenge. And this is unfortunately not a word. It will be coming off the board soon.
Yeah, I think D-Clar was Robin Pollock Daniel played it against Jackson Smiley. Jackson did not challenge it. And then right after the game, Robin smirked and was like, yeah, that's not a word. It was a flex move from her. But D-Clar coming off the board in this game.
Brad with the bingo of florets and logs. A couple different ways to play it. Also, a couple different ways to play lofters. Also, slog if he wants to. I like it with slog better because Loge takes a front E. Logs takes a couple of different things, but Slog only takes a back S.
Oh man, yeah. So Florets and Lofters play for 75 in a bunch of different ways. Yeah, this is an interesting turn. They've all got pluses and minuses. I might actually sit here with my head in my hands for like 4 minutes waffling between these options because none of them is great, but all of them are all right.
Yeah, and if you're Brad, you're probably thinking about, does he have a bingo if I set anything up? I don't think he does, but there's a lot to iterate through with, the E, the F. I mean, is weed care a thing? I don't think there is anything, though. So I don't think any of the super defensive plays are going to sim. Oh, Lofters for 72. Sim's best. I wonder if there's like doubles. If are there doubles?
Well, this is such a nutso turn. Yeah, well, so, I mean, we haven't given it enough time to sim here, but these are so hard when you have perfect knowledge of your opponent's rack. I wouldn't do what Brad is doing, though. I mean, you know that he's got a C for clogs. You know that caw or cod are coming down a lot. Actually, this seed's Redware, Redware, is a double-double. This is not right when you know Kyle's rack. Yeah, this is about as poor a bingo as you could choose, assuming perfect play from Kyle. But this is what Brad's done. 83-0 now. Brad's leave. And Kyle with a test. Will he find the double-double Redware for 44? No.
Looks like he is going with Claude. Yeah, Redware is such a word knowledge check. Really nice choice if you can see it, but he's going to keep the very nice ER combo. I maybe would have liked keeping the C. There's a hook available, but not a terrible choice here either.
All right, so Claude for 30, the play from Kyle, and we'll have a brief pause as we try to figure out what Brad has drawn. But Brad, always diligent with his paperwork, which is important, but sometimes slow to get those letters up, which makes me a little sad in the booth. All right, there's an X. Love to see that if you're Brad. There's a blank. You love to see that even more. AGNOTX blank.
I don't think so.
No bingos for him. I wonder how he's going to play out of it. Oxo plays beneath Claude for a bunch, but can get smashed by counter plays.
Oxo is interesting because he knows his opponent has an E, so he might be reluctant to do it. Maybe he will play Ox instead. Sacrificing 2 points, but when you know your opponent has an E, that is a big thing to set up.
Yeah. There's also the 6-letter Oxgate, OXGATE, for 30 points to the E in Florets. I don't know if I like that. I think OX and WO is the move here. As you said, Matt, with perfect knowledge that he has an E 100% of the time. You just can't give the spot to stack AXE.
This time it'll also end up blocking Ordinese.
Oh, yeah.
And it'll reduce Kyle to E Loiners.
Oh, Loiners is so sad out of this rack. You feel like you should be getting like 70 out of EEINORS, but it might be always God, yeah. I wonder how long Brad spins here looking for a bingo. You and I both were like, oh, does he have a bingo here? And he doesn't, but this one kind of feels like maybe it could be there.
I don't think he'll take too long because Ox is probably better unless a bingo scores like 80. So he's probably only really looking through the R or maybe the O as a triple.
Any situation or reason you would play Gox underneath logs here?
I don't think so. There's enough places to bingo on this board, and that's a huge sacrifice. You're so likely to bingo yourself keeping the blank. I think you gotta sort of think of this as the best defense being offense.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to knock out the front hook on LOGS. I've already got an early lead and a blank on my rack, like just start to close. But Ox for 37 is just so good. Like that to me feels neurotic playing Gox underneath. I just know you tend to value defense a lot, and even you're saying no on this.
There's a time and a place, and it wouldn't it wouldn't be now. The sim prefers ox ever so slightly when you know Kyle has ER, but it was really close.
Yeah, this is interesting from Brad. He's actually going to set up the E spot, and Kyle going for Ringos immediately before he realizes it doesn't fit. His 3 bingos here, as Matt said, Ordinese. Its anagram also plays through the D in Claude, and Eloiners for 61. But here comes Ordinese from Kyle. It's going to make it 102 to 122. Kyle's body language makes it seem like he's already lost this game, but he's very much in it.
Yeah, and this is probably going to be a better choice than in Dorsey. I mean, you set up a lot more if you put the E in the triple lane. So I'm happy he's doing this instead of something like in Dorsey.
Yeah, this is definitely the right thing for him to do. Ordinese.
Yeah, Brad with the very nice pull. He will end up with staving on the triple as the highest scoring option.
Wildly, staving for 90 is... Oh, okay. That's because I've screwed up. Like, something super weird is happening on my sim, and it likes a play that sucks. But yeah, I left it in with a inference on the rack.
But
so
Kyle will be hitting something
what a draw. That's
immediately
incredible.
back, so he is still in it. I don't think there's anything really good through the R, but yeah, something like staving is a really great for Brad to have that as an opportunity.
Yeah, he's going to take his time. There's a lot of options for him out of this rack, so you got to make sure you maximize your points here. Staving for 90 is the way to do that. But if you can find a triple overlap or even a 5 overlap, you need to play that if it's there. So he'll look. He won't find anything. Staving eventually going to come down. But Kyle could not have drawn up his post bingo draw any better. He got the B he needs for blogs. He got the blank. Oh man, we're going to see a bingo and a bango.
Yeah.
Oh no, Kyle doesn't have any double doubles.
Yeah.
Like a double double through the R and Florets making AXE would be absolutely sick.
Yeah, it would be really nice. It doesn't look like it exists. Plenty of choices though. I mean, he can put the B in front of logs, he can make blogs, and then it is your choice, retable, anything like that.
Yeah. I wonder how Kyle's going to choose to shape the board. After he gets hit by staving, he's going to be down by 110. So his bingo will still keep him down by about 40.
Yeah, there will be quite the deficit. Oh, actually, he can still he can play to the left of staving, so he can get something like Bedroll down.
Oh, yeah. That's going to be in play.
That will be 80 something.
Yeah,
80 exactly.
Something. Yeah.
So that will end up being the correct play. Bedroll, B E D E R A L.
Do you know what that one means?
I do not.
Me neither. Oh, operable down from the O.
That is another option, yeah.
Thanks to Womble Scrabble for pointing that one out. Appreciate you. Here comes staving for 90. That's going to bring Brad up to 212.
Yeah, and Kyle will have 2 different 80-point bingos to choose from.
Belayer or Beagler is actually 84.
Oh, yeah, that's better. We'll see if Kyle can see one of those. There's also overable and operable, which are probably a little more open, and they also have the nice effect of making it a little bit harder to do anything that messes with logs. Because you can't play under anymore.
Yeah, overable might be the best bingo here. Just in terms of what it does to the board. It keeps that log front hook available, I think, stronger than anything else here. But 84 points is a lot too. I think just with the deficit, if you see the 80 pointers down from the O, you want to play one. But you can make an argument either way.
Yeah, as Brad draws Inepter.
Wow, what a draw.
I don't think that plays right now, but there are things like Parenti.
Petering to the G.
Petering. Turpine. Is that a word? Yeah.
Yeah, Turpine.
So
CSW only. Yeah.
So there's Turpine and TES, and if Kyle doesn't go there. But if Kyle plays operable, then Parenti will touch the triple. It's with an E.
I was just checking to see if there was a double there.
Yeah, lots of interesting situations. Unfortunately, not looking great for Kyle since he'll be a little bit behind, and Brad has drawn another bingo of, well, we'll see. Inepter, Parenti, Petering.
Big turn for Kyle. The first thing is, do I have a double-double? That's going to score over 100. If one is there, I've got to find it here.
I am being corrected. Overable. It's not overable. It's overable.
Overable. Oh, man, I hate mispronouncing stuff in the booth because you 100% get called out for it. It's tough being in the booth. Everybody in chat, be nice, but I appreciate you being graceful here. Some people are not. Some people go in YouTube comments like 19 months later and still tear me up, too. It's fun. Thanks, everybody.
Somebody with a very interesting and inappropriate username that I will not repeat on stream, but you can go look for it, commented that one of the commentators says nothing but,
It's hard being in the booth. Everybody hates you. They hate me because they hate me. Just kidding. Or maybe not. I don't know.
But yeah, Kyle, without knowledge of Brad's rack, will be at about a 25% chance of winning after one of his bingos. He's going to need some hope, and he's not going to get it, unfortunately. Brad will have Parenti in 2 different spots.
Yeah, Parenti, Perentie, a CSW only 8, plays for 62 now to one of the 2 E's, or just Turpine for 64. Those are the 3 bingos Brad has, Turpine and then Parenti in 2 different spots. Turpine for 64 scores the most, but Matt, you're never playing that, right?
No, and there's actually one more interesting choice. What if Brad just plays Rep and Axe and Wop?
Ooh.
That blocks disasters.
Then maybe repin.
Yeah, I don't know. It's close. It blocks the disasters and it leaves EINRT. I just worry this board isn't quite good enough for EINRT to bingo on every time.
Wow. This is actually a fascinating turn. Very seldom is it right to pass a bingo unless you're keeping a blank by passing it, but EINRT is such a strong leave. Maybe just rep for 38 is actually right. Maybe repin for 42 over the 62-point bingos. Fascinating.
It is shockingly close, and I would not fault Brad for thinking that rep ends up better than the bingos. I probably wouldn't do it because I can't hook, and we are going to see Parenti up top being chosen.
Yeah, this is very, very reasonable. Probably the right thing for Brad to do here. But I always love when weird stuff happens in Scrabble when we're in the stream. Rep would have been fun to watch, but this is probably right and definitely at least standard, if not right. Brad pulls ahead by 98, 274 to 176. Kyle's got some interesting tiles, but they are going to score very well. That KY combination gives him a lot. Tell us what you're seeing here, Matt.
Yeah, if Kyle... Oh, we're seeing a challenge, first of all. If Kyle can see the Kest hook, he has the very nice fits of OK, Toke, and K. Otherwise he's going to probably end up using the triple up top. I don't know exactly what it'll be. OK, decent option. We'll have to see. He's probably thinking that he needs to do something immediately to get back into the game. He's now down over 100, so maybe he will find something like K and say, hey, I have 4 tiles, I'm close to a bingo now, this is what I need to do.
Yeah, it's got to know KEST, got to spot KEST to make his top plays here, though. And those 4-letter words with an S in them, they come up so seldom because you don't really think to use the S's. So We'll see if Kyle knows Kest. He's been playing long enough. He probably does. We'll see Tokay or KO or something there.
There's just so many words in that too. I mean, KETS and SEKT. I mean, it's so easy to get confused.
We'll see. Kyle looking to maximize every single turn as he faces an uphill climb to get back into this one, but he is by no means out.
Yeah, there's things to do. Did Brad draw a bingo? I don't think so.
It doesn't look like one to me, no.
So maybe he will get a bit of a reprieve here, and maybe he can pull something out.
Questions in chat. Is there a break for lunch? Yes, there is a break for lunch. Lunch will go until 2:45 p.m. Eastern time. Let these players go enjoy all the nice food that Montreal has to offer. 2:45 Eastern, 1:45 Central. You can do the math from there. I'll be back in the booth doing WoW action in the afternoon. And this will be the final game where we're joined by Matthew O'Connor. Matt, we've really appreciated having you on.
I really appreciate it too. This is my first time doing this. If you liked it, please let them know. I want to know what I did well. I want to know what I didn't do well. I want to come back eventually to this. So yeah, let them know. Shout me out.
It's always nice to have high-rated players in the booth. Of course, anybody can make a good commentator in Scrabble. Some people bring more color and pop culture references that I struggle with. But Matt, one of the strongest players we've had in the booth, a rating of nearly 2,100. Maybe you're over that right now.
I was at one point. I've slipped a little bit.
But, always great to have some really high-level analysis. So appreciate you coming on, Matt. You're usually playing in these events. But
that is.
Coach you for this one.
Often you see me in one of those two video screens with a face in it. But I could not make this tournament because my cousin is getting married tomorrow. But I could make a Saturday morning session. So...
And we still got your face on the screen. We got you on Husky Cam, so you may not get to play in this one, but still made the best of it.
Yeah.
All right. And in the afternoon, I will be joined, I believe, by Heidi Robertson for NWL or WoW, excuse me. And tomorrow, if you like treats, we have a treat for you. I'll be playing host, but definitely second fiddle to the great Will Anderson, who will be co-commentating alongside me. If you like Will, you better be here tomorrow morning at 9:30 for the end of this tournament.
Yeah, and Kyle playing YOK. The sim doesn't hate it. The sim sees it as, get rid of the high point tiles, try to bingo, and Kyle is rewarded with nougats. So very nice job. As Brad plays Podia. I'm not sure if this was deliberate or not, but he had a double-double. But Podia, very defensive, worth considering.
Yeah, Podia just does everything you want to do in terms of just mucking up the board, obstructing those floaters, scoring a lot of points, working your way out of these one-pointers. So nice play from Bradley, 310 to 277 now. And Kyle will be, 277 after Nougats comes down. I can't imagine Kyle's going to miss Nougats.
We will see. He has the alphabetized rack right now. We'll just have to see if he sees it or not. It's a tough one to see.
I wonder if there's any doubt that RETABLE takes it back S. Like, could this be a weird able word? Retable?
Well, it is a tricky word because it's not retable. It doesn't take the D you might expect, but it does take an S. It's some sort of design or ornamental thing in a church.
Is it the same thing as retablo?
I believe so, yeah. Okay. Kyle is going to find nougats. Good for him.
All right, Nougats for 71. Blow this board open, set up a huge spot. Kyle's just got to grimace and hope he doesn't get hit too hard here. But with a lot of high-scoring tiles on Brad's rack, he is, in fact, going to get hit pretty hard.
Yeah, we've got a couple of choices. Fa. Cham is the highest scoring option.
These are fun turns, the one that Brad has coming up. How many of these tiles do I want to cash in now? What kind of synergy do I want to keep on my rack? How do I want to block the board as well? Cham is for 47, holds FIN, but is it reasonable to hold the CH combination together? Would you consider playing FAM here instead? A fun turn. What would you do, Matt?
Oh, I don't know. It would be really tough. I mean, first I would be looking at, the unseen pool, maybe try to get rid of duplicates. And then after that, it just becomes, I don't know, which one of my leaves is the best. Is it worth the sacrifice? I mean, Cham is extra points. That's really nice. Where do the other tiles go? Keeping the F is actually maybe all right because of Ref forming Axe and Waff. That's an interesting thing to think about, and I think that's why Cham is showing up on top in our sim.
Oh yeah, Ref and Waff would be killer. 4 E's to draw.
4 E's, and I don't think a lot of the other possibilities there are going to be the best play. Something like Ret, if that plays, is a very good chance that you have something else. So it's not super likely Kyle goes there, and it makes specifically the F a very good tile to keep here. And Cham is the highest scoring play.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of good plays here. And sometimes if you're able to sit and think through these turns, one option jumps out to be better. We're running a simulation here, and everything's just like right next to itself. So more a stylistic decision, and Brad opting to just play 2 tiles, HM. This makes sense.
My sim on Macondo preferred Cham as well, and it finds HM about 1% behind. So very close. I totally get why he's doing this. Getting a lot of consonants sucks when you're in the lead.
All right, now Kyle's got a decision to make. By sheer equity, VEHM playing above Nougats is probably his best choice, making HOH and MUM. But the problem with that play is it completely shuts this board down when he's trailing pretty big. This is a trap I would see some more novice players fall into. They've got a good sense for equity, but a bad sense of board dynamics. I don't think you can play Vem here. What do you think, Matt?
Another option is Heaved, which Kyle's setting up. He doesn't have the S, but he's already in hopeful mode. And if he draws the F, Brad might be if Kyle draws the F, Brad might be in some tough spots where he has to sacrifice a lot of equity to block it. Maybe he opens up the triple and opens up something else. I think I would do Heaved.
This is awesome. Yeah. There's some things you can't really teach very well in Scrabble. The board dynamics just kind of comes over time and develops, but great job there from Kyle. You don't play Vem. And yeah, exactly as you said, fish for that S. You got to get lucky to win this game.
Yeah,
go get it.
I mean, you're still down 35. Maybe you win with like a Z play, but it's getting tricky. Go for that S, go for REW underneath Oxo. You got to go for something now. As Brad is left with the best play would probably be Cough, CAUF. It blocks Sheaved. It does leave something, but I believe it's too many points to pass up as opposed to something like Calf, which is a little tighter.
Yeah, you want to look at the unseen pool here before you play CAUF. It's a little wild to open a triple when you've got a lead that you're about to build on, but both the blanks have been played. This doesn't look particularly bingo prone to me. I'm seeing JQUUWYZ. I'm not super worried about getting tripled on, especially as Kyle has just played 6 tiles and has a more or less random rack.
Yeah, another thing that sucks about Cough is you might set up something like Quasi and Sheaved. We'll see. I think it has to be Cough because it's so many more points, and, Cough is looking a lot better if, for instance, Kyle bingoed on row 9, which is absolutely still in play, bingo ending in A, in retable, maybe even a overlap.
Would you just play off AUF and set up the Q? Or set up the C, I mean?
I think there might be too many hooks out.
No, there's only the L.
Is it just the L?
Just the L.
Interesting. Maybe it's off.
That's wild. You're sacrificing 12 points right now and adding some
Yeah.
entropy. If your opponent does have the L and hits you, you're going to feel very sad. But the reward is huge if you play AUF.
Yeah, and you're kind of giving Kyle one shot to do something before you just play something with the C for a prohibitive amount of points and just lock up the game.
All right, so Brad opting to play calf here, not cough. He's playing it a little bit safe, and he's holding a U back just in
Yeah.
case he draws that Q.
My Macondo sim, though, is a huge fan of either cough or off. It says you need to either take the points now or do the setup. I guess it thinks calf is a little too paranoid when Kyle has other spots to bingo.
All right, calf for 31 to play, 381 to 315 now.
There's actually also calf one over from there. Maybe that was a better option.
Oh, yeah, I think I like that even more.
But yeah, my sim, not a huge fan, says that this is a little too paranoid and that, Kyle has other ways to try to come back. So, yeah, Kyle with the unplayable mounted. But he's got some options. The best is probably retund.
Oh. Yeah, retund from the R and Florets through the N and Ordinese. Really hard to spot that. It's easy, though, to get in the psychological mindset here of, I've got to bingo to win this game. How do I open lines? You don't. If you score 40 right now and your opponent has a bad rack, which is very possible with this unseen pool, maybe you can just fight your way back in and win this game.
Yeah, I mean, retund followed by, I don't know, something with the Z. That might be a way back, and it might be more realistic given this closing board.
If you draw the J or the Z and hit them for big points, and your opponent has to slog through the 5 unseen I's, the 2 unseen U's, this one's not done. Retund, if you know the word, if you see the spot, could be really awesome. Muton is another decent play here for Kyle. MutonOpenor above Podia. 33 points for him. He's not quite done yet.
Yeah, and my Macondo sim absolutely loves retund, and it absolutely loves Muton too, because it at least sets something up, and maybe, it's a triple, it'll spook Brad. But you do have to do something. Another thing about Muton is it leaves you with the E, so you can fish for Rue or something forming Axe.
Oh, yeah, there's just one unseen E now, so you'd love to hold your E. And even if you're not going to take the AXE spot now, you want to score points there next turn. I actually think if I'm Kyle here, I'm not looking to bingo and win this game. I'm just looking to pound points and hope my opponent gets caught up with some bad racks.
Well, I think I would always try to keep something somewhat flexible. I mean, the row 9 is going to be there. It's not fun to block unless you have something like SEZ and slogs. It's not going to be very high scoring otherwise.
QI comes down a lot, but then that opens its own line. I just think the 9 row scores so little, and a lot actually plays there.
Oh, I don't think a lot plays there, but there's also not a lot Kyle can do. So I think bingoing would be in the back of my head the whole time, but maybe not a priority. But as something where I might go into bingo mode. And I mean, you can play DAH and hope that it can't be blocked easily. You have some options. I don't think it's correct yet to play DAH, but something like that will come up.
Yeah, bingo or die is probably not the right mentality, but if you draw bingo, obviously that's something you want to do right now. We'll see. I don't know the word retund. This turn gets really hard if I don't know the word retund.
Undressed retunds.
Collins only, that's why.
Yeah.
All right, yeah. Then that's a word he should know, then. That's a high prob bingo, a reasonably high prob bingo. So I think there's actually a chance this happens. It's not like rotund where it's just a random 6. It takes an S.
Yeah. Okay, we are sweating with Kyle now.
Sweating with Kyle. Welcome to the show.
Unfortunately, mounted and demount do not fit. Kyle, is he gonna just play re?
Whoa. He must be fishing for something specific.
I don't know what there is.
Yeah, right. All I can think of is draw an E and get mounted, but
Yeah, maybe he's hoping that mounted somehow comes, but it seems difficult.
Or maybe he's thinking Q stick down the road, except there's 5 I's and 2 U's unseen.
Okay, Brad is playing Iwi underneath. I think this is all right. I don't think any of the blocking plays do enough for him to be worth it. If he was going to block, it would be something like Wipers, but I don't know. I mean, I don't love just ditching the S.
Yeah, I like that with 3 more I's to be drawn, you're going to play 2 more now. This is heads up bag awareness from Brad. Dump them.
Yeah, and Kyle's left with not great choices.
Yeah, Muton is still there, but if he didn't see it last turn, I don't
Yeah.
think he's going to see it this turn either.
Budo might put Brad in a weird spot where he can't block everything. That's worth something.
Brad up 404 to 339 now. Kyle now probably does need a bingo to win this game, and it's going to be really tough for him to do with just 1 E to draw unwieldy tiles unseen. I'll drop those in the chat for you.
He's left without great options. Yeah,
Mob just score some points. There's not much else to do. Muton, if you know it.
now the Sim is loving a different placement for Iwi for Brad. It likes doing it with Ayers and West. I think it scores 2 more points and it blocks the A, which is worth something.
Yeah, no, that actually makes a lot of sense if you see that spot. I feel like we've seen that est hook missed a bunch of times this game, but with a blank above it and a blank below it, it's like that blank blindness is doubled.
An interesting spot here. Brad, without a lot of good options, he drew another U and another I, so he's got some annoying letters to play through. Yeah.
And this is exactly what you had to hope for if you're Kyle. Is you saw a ton of I's and U's left in the bag. Like, you just have to hope Brad draws a bunch of them and slows down in his scoring. But Kyle hasn't drawn what he needed to keep the scoring on that next rack. He did get the Z he wanted, but needed more flexibility to go with it.
Yeah, unfortunately, I mean, he couldn't even draw, an L for LUZ with a URES or anything like that. As Brad is not going to do that great. Although if he wants to go the scoring route, there is one interesting option. The word ruins. Ruin. Probably not the right option, but it's not as easy to play through that R as you think it is. And if Kyle bingos immediately, you now have the triple for yourself. Other options include just ruin to set your R up with the S. Could maybe even exchange. I don't like that though. That game is getting very close if you do that. A lot of interesting spots. My gut says ruin gives you some shot at things, but it might. No, I don't like ruin. It sets up the queue too much. So I think maybe it's just uni and just see what happens next.
Yeah, there's only one play here that's good for Brad, and it's UNI just to the left side of Retables.
Yeah.
But with the blank blindness, with the spot being overlooked a bunch, like everything else has major drawbacks. As Matt said, you're going to set up a Q or a Z or just not do anything good.
I might want to play PIU for 6 points. It keeps the best leave you can, and it blocks the bingos, and you can't do too much on the triple, and you are leaving yourself with presumably something on top of mob. You're leaving yourself with a few different things. Brad's going with uni. Our sim loves uni, so good for him.
Gotta play this. It's easily the best option here.
Yeah.
Everything else seeds back big plays. You just be patient.
My
things slow.
My instincts were off this time. It was uni.
Yeah, and crucially, the Z was available for Zest, the J available for Jest. You knock all of that out too. Good stuff from Bradley.
Yeah, that makes sense. Kyle with probably, I mean, this is horrible to think about. Putts, the only thing with like anything resembling a balanced leave. Not fun. He could play Tundra forming Tit. I mean, that keeps the Z for something. I don't know. His options really suck. It's pretty tough to win at this point, no matter what you do.
Yeah, I'll throw that unseen pool in chat one more time. It's an intriguing pool, JQY, but it's flexible enough with both vowels and consonants that your opponent's not going to have no options next turn, which is basically what you have to hope happens here. This is going to be very hard for Kyle to win.
Yeah.
I think putts and then lose is probably the right sequence here.
Yeah.
You fish for any Z plays.
I mean, rope, anything that sets something up, but your other letters are just so poor that it's just going to be really hard. Kyle's going to pick done. Yeah, I get why you're doing this. In this situation, maybe something like a rut to set up Stope, but it's going to be tough to win at this point.
If you're Kyle, you don't want to draw the Q here. Game over if you draw the Q. If you draw the J, maybe you're okay. If you draw the Q, you're done.
And this is something for Brad to think about. He's probably not gonna. He's probably not gonna play off his U because he wants options if he draws the Q.
Interesting. I think Kyle had just about the best that he could have drawn there. Maybe pulling the E out of the bag would have been better, but leaves the Q for Brad. Brad has no good plays again this turn.
Yeah,
and up through some stuff.
Kyle actually managed to draw. I don't know if they'll stay open, but Kyle does have a good out and two. Jot up top and Ritz forming RIT if it all stays open. I don't think it will, and I also think Brad will leave the I and the S so that he can play QIS. But something to think about. Maybe Brad will play something like lay on top of Yum. It leaves good insurance for if you have the Q, and that's the most important thing here.
Yeah. You want to hold on to SU and I if you can. You want to knock out that high scoring spot up top. Lay looks like a really solid play. There are 3 tiles in the bag, though, so I think Brad, thinking about that pacing, may just play AY, introduce some Fog of War, not let Kyle play a perfect knowledge endgame.
So you actually can play off the U here because it's unblockable.
Oh, you've got
QIS on the bottom is unblockable, so it's fine to play off the U.
You're right. You don't need to hold on to that. Okay. Yeah. But AY up top is fine. QIS, SUQ, 2 different options to get through it. Let's see. What you can't do is think about this turn for 3 minutes and then play AY, because then you're going to have to rush this in-game hard.
Brad will be playing just AY.
All right. IJORTTZ now for Kyle. Brad goes up to 441 after that play. 51-point lead. If he leaves the Q in the bag, that's going to be quite the surprise for Kyle. I expect him to draw it here.
Yeah, and Brad will have an unplayable word of... No, he won't.
Squirrel.
We'll see if he draws the Q or not.
Yeah,
Q. Brad did draw the Q.
So there's an E in the bag. This pool has to be looking terrifying from Kyle's perspective now. AEILQRSU, unseen.
Yeah, though I don't think anything plays, but you might not open anything.
Yeah. If you're Kyle, you want to slow down. And are there any bingos at all that he can have? Should I block them?
One interesting option, if there were 2 in the bag. No, yeah, if there were 2 in the bag, you could play something like Zit and hope to draw QA. And just, it still only exists as a threat, but it's something.
Yeah, there are no playable bingos that Brad could possibly have. Of course, I have an engine open to tell me that, and Kyle just has a brain inside of his cranium So he's going to have to think a little bit harder.
Yeah,
But
I mean, Zori at least threatens Jet if you draw the E, which we know he will.
But you're just sunk. You're just sunk at this point.
Yeah, I don't even think. Yeah, I don't know if. I mean, if Kyle plays Zori, he will threaten and he will actually draw Jet. That said, QIS might still be enough there. I haven't run through it.
I think you actually have to hope the S is in the bag if you're Kyle, because then SUQ and QIS are not options. But even if you draw the S, even if you get the best case scenario, I don't think there's anything you can do to win this game.
He can still play something like Quayer. There's probably no real. He can play Quill if you don't block it. It's gonna be tough. I think, Zori is tempting because it seems to at least create a threat. Maybe Brad's low on time, and he does have to make a pretty low-scoring play. I would probably play Squib if I was Brad. Or no, that doesn't play. I'm sorry.
Zori and ZIT using the blank T's is where Matt is referring to here, setting up the potential for a huge JET stack. That's fascinating. So if that was lost on you, that's the spot we're looking at here. But even that is not going to be enough to overcome what Brad's got. And Brad would have to miss Jet on top of that, and player of Brad's caliber won't do that.
I'm pretty sure QIS would still be enough anyways.
Yeah. This one's done. I am stoked, though, that we got to see a second D-Clar appearance. So this is the first time it was correctly challenged off. I encourage any one of you who is in the chat or watching now or following along on the VOD after the fact, if you ever draw D-Clar on stream, please play it.
Yeah, I mean, it will get challenged off, especially if you've seen us today. But hey, we're doing this for fun.
I think that's the first time I've seen the same phony challenged off on stream. Played on stream twice, rather. It was not challenged the first time, but...
Was that the Christmas time tournament with Robin and...
I think it was a Nationals.
Oh, it was Nationals. Wow.
I think it was a Nationals.
Kyle is playing Jin.
All right. Plunking the J. I'm not sure what he's hoping to draw here, but maybe he's just trying to slow things down. I really don't know what the rationale behind that play was.
I don't really know.
We'll figure it out on overhead mic afterwards. Maybe.
In case anyone is wondering, I think Brad could have won every time by playing Lay. There's no bingos. And QIS as a backup, if you draw the Q, is super powerful.
Yeah, it's always nice to have a fallback option that strong. When Brad had the S, set it up with Iwi, that was more or less all that was going to happen in this one. Brad has been playing some really good Scrabble, as Matt pointed out before the game, but he showed us that this game. Played, solid game, did everything he needed to do, induced a few mistakes from his opponent as well. Hats off to Brad in this one.
And if you're wondering why Brad is suddenly playing so well, it's because he recently read my book, and it's called How to Play Scrabble Like Matthew O'Connor. I already linked it once in the chat. I'll probably link it again soon. But yeah, Brad's best options both involve blocking Kyle's spot for Zite, Z-I-T-E, and Z-I-T, and leaving QIS because it is unblockable.
Unblockable QIS, yeah. Playing Laura to the A and Nougats is his best option. Look at this. That's how you play Scrabble like Matt O'Connor.
Very, very nice job, Brad.
Sick.
And yes, Kyle's best play now becomes Prize.
Yeah, just Prize for 27 from the P and Parenti. That's all he's got. Jeez, I usually mute myself when I sneeze, but Matt and I are in the same room. I've never done commentary on site with the same person live. Y'all just have to listen to me sneeze now. All right, this is the final game before lunch, but as I mentioned earlier, we are back from lunch at 2:45 Eastern Time. We'll be switching over to the WOW division, or the North American Lexicon, for the remainder of the afternoon. The plan for Sunday morning is to be Lexicon flexible. I'm willing to commentate both Lexica. Will Anderson is a beast in both Lexica, so we'll just go wherever the fun stuff is and bring you Scrabble from there tomorrow. But WOW this afternoon, fun tomorrow, high-level Scrabble across the board here on the Let's Play Scrabble channel. I think the stream is going to stay live through the entire lunch break. So again, we really appreciate, even if you're tuning out for now, hit that thumbs up button before you do, and just try to drive us up the algorithm, get a bunch of people watching Scrabble. Make sure if you haven't yet, hit that subscribe button on the Let's Play Scrabble channel. All Josh and Kieran do is drop Scrabble games here on their channel. So hit the subscribe button if you like Scrabble at all. And I'll plug one more time the new join button underneath the stream for $4.99 a month. You can support the stream, toss a couple bucks in the direction of Josh and Kieran, and help them elevate their Scrabble streams. All right, so Zori is the play we saw from Kyle. Brad's going to run away real quick. QIS is his play. We get a final score of 500 for Brad to 424 for Kyle, and we'll cut to the overhead mic, see what kind of banter we get.
Really nice job. Instant correct endgame from Brad with the clock ticking down. We love to see it. Thematic.
But then if you have the E, then you can easily score a billion, and then you're going to block it anyway. And then I drew the E at the end. Oh, that could have been funny if I went for that.
Well, this is perhaps the most boring end of game post-mortem ever. Very little happening here. So with that, I think we'll cut away from overhead mic, cut away from the action for now. You can just keep the stream running if you'd like. We'll be back in almost exactly 2 hours, or you can jump back in 2 hours. But make sure y'all get outside, enjoy the weather if it's nice, enjoy a cup of coffee or a nice frothy beverage. Otherwise, I am going to sign off for now. I'll be back this afternoon. And Matt O'Connor,
I am signing off for the tournament, but it was really nice getting to do this for the first time. Probably will be back at a Let's Play Scrabble event that I don't play in. So, yeah.
Yeah, and one more plug for Matt's book, How to Play Scrabble Like Matt O'Connor. Poke around on the internet, on the Woogles Discord, or
It's
elsewhere.
there. I just linked it in the chat, I think. Do links get blocked?
I don't see it in the chat, but
I guess links get blocked. It's around. It's linked on Aerolith. It's linked on Woogles.
Yeah, take a peek for that. Find it somewhere. Appreciate having you on, Matt. Big shout out to Josh Greenway, who has been running the tournament and the stream behind the scenes. He gets none of the FaceTime, none of the glory, but does all of the hard work. So thanks, Josh. And we are going to take the lunch break to get some food, fix our score bug, and our remaining tiles widget. We will see y'all on the flip side. Adios for now. Matt and Matt signing off. Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to our coverage of the Montreal Scrabble Classic. Matt Canik here in the booth, joined by Colby, Soren, and of course, Heidi Robertson. How are you, Heidi?
Hello, I'm great. I'm super excited to be working with you for the first time. I think I've told you before that you're the reason I got into streaming. So yeah, I'm super happy to be doing this with you.
Flattered to hear that, and super stoked to have you in the booth as well. I got to tune in last night when you and Nits were doing coverage, and I'm like, I am so stoked to work with her. So excited to bring y'all all at home more Scrabble. Thanks to everybody for being here with us. We have rounds 8, 9, 10, and 11 of the Montreal Scrabblefest coming your way today. It's all going to be wow this afternoon, and wow, when I took a look at the standings, that's about what I had to think. Nobody is 7-0. Nobody is 6-1. 4 players are 5-2. 4 players are 4-3. This is a wide open race. So there's going to be a lot of drama for us today in the WoW division. Who do you like, Heidi?
I think I just want to say I think it's a testament too to the difficulty of the field, right? Like I think this is pretty rare, isn't it? That nobody is even 6. Is it, how many games did you say?
We've only played 7, yeah.
7, so yeah, 5 being the highest. I think it's kind of rare at this point, but yeah, so it's really good. I think we're gonna watch Jackson, right? He's probably one of the favorites in my mind. He's just done so well, 3 Word Cups in a row, like it's unheard of. So I don't know. That's certainly the name that comes to mind for me.
Yeah, I mean, Jackson is pretty much the favorite to win any tournament he plays at this point. Jackson is atop the standings right now. He is at 5-2 with the highest spread. And let's cut over to the preview and see who Jackson is playing. This is an opponent I know quite well from my time back in Texas, which ended last month. Paul Holzer, who has been a solid 1,800 or so player for a while, but has really kind of turned on the Jets over the last year or two, and seemed to have jumped up another notch in his Scrabble game. So Jackson, our 3-time Word Cup champ. Paul Holzer coming up from Texas. Who is going to come out with a big victory here? We'll find out in just a second. Let's play Scrabble. I just kind of invented that Let's Play Scrabble call, but sticking with it.
It's a good one. I think right. I'm glad that you know who Paul is. I was going to ask you because I don't think I've ever seen him before. So I'm excited to see his game style, play style.
Yeah. I think the one thing I know about Paul is when he is on, he is darn near unstoppable. Sometimes Paul seems like he is his own biggest opponent.
Oh, right.
But when Paul is on. He's a very strong player, knows a lot of words, has good strategy. We'll see, though. Jackson is a tough opponent. ELMPOUY, the opening rack for Jackson. He might try to play through the U, to play like Plumy or Lumpy. He might try to score as many points as he can with a play like Employ. This is actually a really tough first turn for Jackson. What do you think about that U, Heidi? Would you be looking to play it off here?
I definitely think I would. I would try Plumy here probably myself. I think that just looks like the best tiles to get off my rack here to start. I don't know. Do you think playing more tiles to start is better, or?
The U is such a bad tile.
Yeah.
The U is such a bad tile. And Jackson kind of right on cue sets up Plumy as if you had queued him up yourself, Heidi. Now he's looking at the 6-letter Plume-E, which is not valid.
Right.
And shifting over now to Employ, which scores more than his other options. Plume's 32, Employ 34. But now he's looking at that U. Neither of these leaves is awesome. Holding a U, holding an E and an O. Right. Neither one of them is what you want to do, but you got to do something here.
Right. But it's interesting that Plumy with an E, like in my mind, Plumy without the E would be better anyways, because you wouldn't be slotting any vowels next to any double letter scores, and you would get, you get that Y on the double letters. So yeah, just like that. I don't think I would want to slot the E in there, even if I could.
Oh, if the 6-letter Plumy were good, I'd definitely play that. I just don't like holding 2 vowels and no
Right.
consonants here. You don't like slotting the E for sure, but you don't like holding 2 vowels. So Plumy, the top play for Jackson in both of our minds and in Jackson's mind as well. I think that's a clean sweep. I think Plumy, well done on the first turn here. And a tough opening rack for Paul, ALJTTSV.
Wow.
This is going to be interesting. You'd love to play the J here if you can. That just doesn't seem like it's going to be a possibility. I actually see some players exchanging small out of this rack. Paul, right on cue, does that.
Yeah.
I think I'd prefer to play Vault through that U, V-A-U-L-T, hold JST, but score 18. But Paul,
Yeah.
trying to get an early bingo.
That seems very reasonable playing here, but I don't know. Sometimes you just look at that rack and you're like, I'm not doing anything with this. Let's just start afresh. I was thinking when you were saying you would definitely play the E there, and we see that Jackson's drawn a bunch more vowels, but I've been hearing that, we've been sort of undervaluing more vowels in our leaves. So I don't know. Is that different between Collins and WoW, do you think? Or I don't know. What do you have any thoughts on that?
I don't think it's necessarily a lexical thing in as much as kind of the new engine likes vowels a little bit more than the older ones did. Jackson plays iota, easily his top option there. Paul has 1 7-letter word on his rack, and it plays right now.
Ooh.
Quadruple overlap for a mammoth score. So
Wow.
Paul's going to have to find the word, then he's going to have to find the spot, but some great spatial awareness here.
Wow. And no hesitation either. Just, yep. Wow, that was very impressive.
Way to go, Paul. I told you, he's a solid player.
Yeah, that would have taken me a while to see it if I saw it.
But not Paul. Spatial coming down. Go ahead.
Over that. I was saying that did chat even spot that one? Usually they're pretty quick.
Yeah, I do not see chat yet. Yeah, Paul beating even the chat on this one. Come on, chat, get it together. AEEIIRT now the rack for Jackson. Bingo prone letters, but not quite there. Too many vowels for him. It will be very interesting to see how Jackson plays through this. I think many players will just instinctively throw down LEI for 3 points. And that is not how you should approach this turn. The board is so closed. Even if you draw a bingo, there's a small chance that it'll actually fit on the board. Playing longer, definitely the MO here. We'll see how Jackson decides to do it. There's a lot of ways.
This block is so crazy. This like 3x4 block we've got going on. It's going to be pretty hard to get out of that.
You seldom see those, but they're beautiful when you do. I love just the big grid-like boards.
So what would you do here, Matt? Like, you're saying play longer, but what do you do? These racks are so difficult when you've got super bingo-y tiles, you got 1 or 2 too many vowels. What do you do?
These a lot of the time come down to who your opponent is.
Right.
Do you want to try to keep things tight, or do you want to open things up? Against a player like Paul, who's pretty solid, I think you could go either way. There's not really a reason to open versus close. ETA, making mate, it, and AA is 22. And while EIIR is not the best leave, it's a ton of points. It's a ton of points. And it doesn't give much back.
Especially
so you can do
on
that.
This board, that looks great, yeah.
Yeah, Matier, M-A-T-I-E-R, like extending the M-A-T is also not a bad option. That's going to give a whole lot more back to your opponent. And I respect Paul a little bit too much to give him the E and the R floaters. Against some other players, I'm not as afraid. But against Paul, I think I'd play Ada here.
Ada? Eda, yeah, okay. Sorry, I was thinking Ada, like A-I-D-A. I'm like, where are those letters coming from?
Oh, yeah. E-T-A. Pardon my southern drawl.
Yeah, that looks great to me. Even though you hate to leave 2 eyes on your rack, but sometimes
you just got to.
Yeah.
We'll see, though. Jackson is really taking his time here.
Yes. I don't really blame him. It's sometimes just looks really hard to know what you should do. But you say that that Edda play does look really good. So it's probably the only thing that scores decently right now.
Yeah, and I mean, LATAI is not like the most horrific option, but not one
Right?
I'd be looking to make in this situation with
Yeah.
other plays available. You keep the double E's. Just don't really want to do that if you can
Yeah.
avoid it. We'll
What
see.
are your thoughts on exchanging? I don't think you can exchange here when you have 22 points up for grabs. Like, it doesn't seem right.
That depends on your opponent as well. There are some opponents who will
Yeah.
open the board no matter what you do.
Right.
And so if you exchange down to AERT and you know they're
Yeah.
going to open for you, like, cool, just let them open and then bingo when they do. I don't know that Paul is the type to open. I've had a lot of games against him go closed and tight, and Jackson probably doesn't have the same level of matchup experience I do.
Right. Right.
But
Going with the
I
meteor.
would not exchange. Meteor, yeah, this is reasonable. He's not going to get hit by those floaters. Perhaps part of the thinking here for Jackson is Paul has just bingoed and has a random rack.
Right.
So I'm not going to get hit too hard too
Right.
often in this situation.
Yes.
Meteor, the play from Jackson, this is definitely reasonable. Far more reasonable than playing LAI for 3. And probably more reasonable than any small exchange as well.
Right.
All right, over to Paul, Binooru. Not the post bingo draw he was looking for, but the floaters Jackson put out there are going to give him some ways out of this play, or out of this rack. Burro through the R in Meteor is 20 points. Aurebi, Ourebi, through the E in Meteor is another way. But generally in these situations, you're probably looking to just play long, get rid of a bunch of these tiles, and go digging back into the bag. What are you thinking here, Heidi?
Yeah, I think if I know that word Oribi, probably that's what I'm going for. Maybe burrow, getting some points for your B through that R, something like that, maybe. That looks not too bad, keeping RINO. I don't know. So that's probably something like that.
Yeah, you're really just looking to turn over like 4 or more of these tiles if you can and grab some points.
Right.
So Burro, a fantastic way to do that. That's what I would do in this situation.
Yeah.
Aurebi, maybe depending on my mood, but I don't know. There's really not much else for Paul to do here. It's a rather sad turn given the shape of the board. Okay, he's going to play Brew, Broo, and Piso, which is interesting.
Yeah.
I don't think it's bad. He's keeping a U, and keeping a U is really sad.
Yeah. And how many points was that? Is it 18 points versus 20 for Burrow? Maybe he feels like, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, the play of Brew is going to give Jackson the most easy, no-brainer play in the history of Scrabble. QI.
Just perfect leave there.
Instant play, great leave, everything you could have asked to do. Jackson bailed out by the newly opened board. Oh, what a draw, too, man. That is how you play top-level Scrabble, right, Heidi?
That's it. Somebody teach me those skills.
Jackson can do it better than anybody. That's why he's a 3-time World Cup champion.
But he also knows how to get himself out of situations. Like, he loves phonying, in plausible ways and doing whatever he needs to do to get back into a game. So he's got probably the most I want to say something I probably shouldn't say. The most balls of anybody I know in Scrabble. What's a better way to say that?
Gutsy, I think, would be the more PG way, but ballsy is all fine on this stream as far as I know. Josh, you can tell us to stop if you don't appreciate it, but ballsy is A-okay in my book. IJNOUUZ for Paul, and this is the play he needs to make. Far, far better than anything else. Got to play off at least one of your U's. Got to score some points. Great stuff. And now Jackson can show us what kind of balls he's got. All of the plays all of the bingos he has available give back something except one of them, and that's trailers down to the R in mate here. Oh, Jackson's showing us some serious balls. Spatial does not take an S.
Oh no.
Jackson says, today it does. We're on my
Yeah.
home turf. This is
Yeah.
my city. Come challenge me, Paul, and we will see if Paul does. Oh my goodness.
This is a good one. I mean, that's so hard to challenge, especially and this is what I'm talking about. Fearless, right? And doesn't look like he's being held or anything. So yeah. Did Paul even look at his play?
I don't know. I think Paul might have just been methodically tracking everything off. That's wild. Heidi, you're the Jackson whisperer already. You said he's got balls and then he immediately plays a phony. When he had other bingos available, he just tacks on 20 points just because. That's impressive.
Yeah. I wonder if he's no, for sure he knows that doesn't take S, right? Like he knows so much stuff. He's got to know that that's.
I disagree. I think people give Jackson a lot of credit, and he is human, believe it or not. He's not Nigel Richards.
Yes.
He might be like 70% sure it's no good. He
Yeah.
might even be 90% sure it's
Right.
no good. But I don't think he's 100% sure spatials is not a word and just roll the dice and just try to gambit here.
Yeah,
There's
that's
probably at least a little uncertainty.
That's fair. That's fair. But again, he's going to go for it every time because he's Jackson, right? If he can get that edge, he's going to take it every time.
Why not? Okay, so Paul is opting to play quiz here. But Paul had 55 points on that turn. I think this might be a little bit of tilt and deuce damage. Like I said, Paul's his own biggest opponent, and maybe after the bingo from Jackson, he's a little bit in his own head. Whiz.
Biz down there alongside that Biz and Chi would be so beautiful there.
Yeah.
But like you say, once you have that U on your rack, you get so distracted. I got to get this off my rack.
Yeah. I've never been afraid to call a spade in the booth, and that's definitely a misplay there from Paul. The U's not a great tile, but that was 55 points.
You got to play whiz here for sure.
But alas, Jackson catching a bit of a break. Let me get these scores updated. I forgot I get to do that again. I fixed the computer. And we got unseen tiles as well. Jackson at 176 after the phony bingo. Paul at 164 after quiz. Jackson on AEE GKMN. Threatens big points on this turn. And I think he's got to play up here. You can't leave that Z floating in space.
Yeah.
G's for 42. What do you think, Heidi?
Yeah, punished hard for putting that Z out there. And I definitely would have been thinking that when I played quiz. Leaving that Z in the triple lane. I think that alone would have induced me to find another play there, but here we are. Jackson gets his G's down, and he's going to take a good, nice lead here.
Jackson gets his G's down indeed. 42 points. He's up 218 to 164. Paul with an awkward rack. CG, IIW all together. This is one of those draws that's so bad, you're not getting out in one turn. It's going to take 2 or maybe even 3 to unshed this rack. Man, there is just not a lot.
Did he spend his, I don't know, everything looks so bad, but I'm wondering, like, should he spend his S here and play something like wires, grab some points now? I don't even know. CG, keeping CG together just looks so bad. What do you do?
Yeah, when you are going to keep CG together, you're going to look at the unseen pool and think of what tile is going to bail you out. There's really the N. That's the one. So if I am going to keep CIG, I'd like to see Ns. And there are indeed 5 unseen Ns. So that's not the worst thing in the world. The engine's teaching me a new word right now.
Oh.
The 6-letter GAWSAE. Gauzy. No hooks. No comparisons, nothing like that. It's just an adjective meaning well-fed and healthy-looking. That jumps out as the top play, but that's a word very few players know. Studying 6s without inflections is about the last thing a Scrabble player is going to do, especially burning an S in the middle of that word.
Right,
so,
exactly. Yeah.
Now you all know it, gauzy. You'll probably win a free challenge on it as soon as you play it as well. You're welcome. This is what you get for tuning in to Let's Play Scrabble. You learn new stuff.
Exchange. He's like, I'm not dealing with this. Forget it. Let me try again.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Exchange is not what I thought was going to happen there, but I get it.
I understand it, but like, I don't know. It's hard to not score anything here with Jackson being up. Luckily, Jackson's got a pretty awkward rack here, but he's going to be able to score something anyway. I don't know.
Yes, lots of plays scoring in the mid to high 20s or low 30s here. Oh man, this is an interesting turn. There's just so much. Nothing's great.
Oh, I'm seeing a really special word there at the top of the list there. Does anybody see a 6-letter play here that uses some of this clunk?
Yeah, I mean that. I'm not going to quite spoil it yet. We'll see if Paul can, or we'll see if chat rather can spoil this one. But really nice 6-letter word up in the top. But it is a crazy, crazy play, especially on a board with this shape.
Yeah.
And that'd be cool to see it, but almost definitely incorrect.
I just wonder if anybody even knows the word. Ah, there we see it. Brian, leave it. Mikvah, nice one.
Yeah, Mikvah through that iron quiz, but while it does unclutter this rack nice, it scores 30, holds NR. You just can't open the triple word square, not when the board's shaped like this.
No.
Oh, man, what is Jackson going to do? I can see him try to grab control of this board at the play of HAIK through the I in quiz, blocks that G in G's, and I'd be a little worried about ING type bingos here.
Yeah.
Update that.
That's going to score a lot of points. 34. It's pretty good.
But the leave is terrible. MNRV. And so I think Jackson riding the equity train is probably the right thing to do here. Marv scores just 26, but HNK likely to score you points next turn. You already hold hunk and BIN, which is not a bad play on a board this tight. So I think this is a right line from Jackson.
Yeah. I don't know. I think I'd have a hard time choosing between these plays, but yeah, I'd probably go with Marvy here too. Actually, just get rid of that V and the M at the same time.
A testament to knowing your fives. Fives are so important to help you out of some bad racks. Marvy is a marvelous word.
It certainly is. One of the fives that I know. I don't know very many of them. Oh no, 3 N.
Oh man, that is a rough pull from Jackson and a nice pull from Paul. He exchanged last turn to the surprise of a lot of us probably. But exchanging those 5 tiles led him to a blank, which is going to be huge for him.
Nice. He'll definitely be like, I made the right decision there.
And Jackson did not play hike up in the top of this board. He did not go through the I and quiz. Now Paul has a mammoth play in that same spot. 46 points, holding back SX blank.
Wow.
Brief. That is easily.
Oh my, that would be so beautiful to see.
Yeah. Those double word, triple letter spots are so essential in Scrabble to find and to crush.
Yes.
Paul with an opportunity to pull back into this game after a few unfortunate draws. He's got to find this play.
Yeah. Hopefully he sees it. Hopefully he's looking there. So when you're playing, Matt, do you look for the spot you want to play in first and then look at your tiles?
Yeah, honestly, I do.
I do too.
Yeah, for newer players, they often look at their own letters, try to find a word, and then figure out where to put it. But the more experience you gain, the more you're like, oh, that is where I'm going to get the points. I'm going to go there. Now I just figure out how to go there.
Yeah. How do I make my tiles fit here?
Yeah. You've got a wealth of experience at this point, Heidi. You've been around for a decade. You've learned the valuable lessons in Scrabble, and now you're passing your knowledge to our loyal viewers at home as well.
Yeah, hopefully I have a few things to pass on. But yeah, everybody's still learning. That's the great thing about this game is you're never done. You're never done getting better or learning more. It's endless lessons to teach us.
The closer you get to thinking you're there and to thinking you're good, the more this game humbles you, and the more this game punches you in the face, makes you look like a fool.
That's it. It can be very, very brutal. And then you have those moments where it's just you do something exactly right, and it's so beautiful, and it just makes you want to play the game. So I always say, whether you're losing or you're winning, you always want to play the next game, because if you're winning, you just want to play more, and if you're losing, well, you've got to redeem yourself. So
Yeah, absolutely. You always come back for more. People walk away from Scrabble, but people never permanently quit. It's like crack.
Right.
You just can't. You got to get more. Got to get another fix.
Exactly.
Maybe I shouldn't be saying that on the stream either. Let's focus on Jackson's rack before I get myself into too much trouble. There's a cool word alert on this turn. If you can find a playable 7 for Jackson, it's not a bingo, but a 7-letter word, then
Right.
you officially know this cool word. I sure didn't.
Is chat seeing anything? I don't see anything from chat yet.
I don't know that it's the correct play for Jackson, even if you do see it, but
Right.
I'm trying to teach everybody words today, so there's your word. Yeah, Jackson has set up what I think is his correct play here, K-E-R-N-E, through the R in Meteor. You generally don't want to keep N-N-H as a leave, but this board is shaped so strangely that it's probably reasonable to do that to avoid giving stuff back to your opponent. I'll go ahead and spoil the cool word.
Oh,
Robin,
somebody said Robin. Robin's got it.
Nice, Robin. Yeah.
Good one.
Nankeen, 24 points through that A. I don't think it's right with those 2 unseen blanks. You just can't do that. You're in a commanding position. Just hold on to it. But
this is the problem about Scrabble too, though. Is like when you find those words that like you're never gonna play again. Sometimes you just want to play them for style points, like Eclipse.
You're not wrong. I wish style points actually counted for real points a little bit more often. And I wouldn't fault Jackson for throwing it down right now on stream. Go ahead and flex on everybody, but
he's not going to. He's Jackson.
It would actually give back red bones as well as a triple. So Jackson can't play Nankeen here, or he'll get destroyed.
No, and I don't think he would either. He is ruthless about winning. I think he's not going to give any chances because he found a fancy word.
Absolutely not. Yeah, no, not Jackson. Other players, they'll play for fun. They'll go for the cool stuff, but Jackson plays to win the game, and he does it better.
Yes, he does, and he's good at it. He definitely has won more than his share.
Yep, that's why Jackson wins as much as he does. Seattle Mariners hat on Jackson is an interesting look. I don't think Jackson cares at all about like any sports. If you are going to wear a sports hat, like Seattle Mariners, Jackson is from Montreal and originally Toronto. Like that is interesting. Anybody got any insider intel on Jackson's Mariners hat? He just found it at a thrift shop and he's definitely had some interesting headwear in the past. You've seen some of it, yeah, Heidi?
Oh, yeah. Actually, I don't remember, but he's always got interesting looks. This one.
Definitely, yeah. He's a thrift shopper, at least the version of Jackson I know, and you never know what he's going to find, but he's always going to rock it with swag.
Yeah, and he does go with Kern here, a sensible choice. I like that. It scores a lot of points. It doesn't really give anything. Well, is the X out? The X is out. Just thinking any heavy hitters beside that E.
X just got played, so he's all right to make this play. And now Paul's going to be put to the test. There's one bingo available on this turn. It's tough. I'd have whiffed this 100%, but I'm not Paul. I didn't put myself in this mess, and I don't have to dig my way out. Paul definitely knows words. He's definitely the caliber of player who could find this bingo, but his chances are drying up, especially as Jackson's pulled the second blank. Paul needs to find his bingo here.
Yeah, I thought for a second it was going to be boiserie through that beside the ending beside the K, but K-E isn't a word.
Oof, yeah, not quite. That'd be sick though if we could overlap it right there. Ooh, nice spot.
What does he do? Ooh. Has the chat spotted it? I don't think so yet.
Chat has not spotted it yet. No, I'm just gonna stay quiet and we'll see if Paul can find it before chat does. Robin has found it, but she hasn't spoiled it yet. There goes Billy.
Okay, there we go.
Awesome through the M and Marvy, Boresom.
Oh, that's beautiful. That's nice.
Yeah,
I hope he spots that.
That is a beauty, and that would give us a much more dramatic game. Otherwise, I think Paul's going to back into playing BOX to the X. Very likely to bingo next turn if he does that, but every turn that you don't bingo is another turn closer to the end of this game. Paul's got to get one on the board now. Big moment.
Yeah.
And here's box.
Which isn't necessarily the worst. It doesn't give back an easy parallel or whatever next time. And he's probably gonna hit something with this wreck. It looks very promising.
Promising indeed, but this board is so tough for bingos.
Yeah, exactly. I was just gonna say that. Yeah.
Now it's extra tough for bingos after that play too. Paul is really running out of time in this game.
Yeah, what is he gonna do? I was kind of hoping that, and of course, Jackson's never playing anywhere else on the board. That's kind of what I had in mind, but yeah, that's not happening for sure. So definitely rough to miss the bingo there. It's so hard though. Boresome, those SOME words, like they are hard to know which ones are good and which ones aren't, right? I think one of my famous ponies was like Gainsome. I think I won a prize for that in a tournament once.
I don't even know if I would challenge Gainsome. Yeah, you're right. Those are tough. And with the two overlaps, like I'm not looking to bingo through an M right there. Like I would have whiffed that almost every day of the week. So can't fault Paul for it. But this is where it gets you. Paul now has 24 7-letter words in his rack, and none of them fit on the board.
Oh, no.
No playable bingos at all for Paul. And not even really an easy way to open this board and get one down next turn. I don't think it's insane to play SEREIN down to the N in junior. You have to open this board.
Yeah.
But this is wild.
I like Josh's comment in the chat. What are the predictions on whether Jackson knows what team is on his hat? I love that.
That's actually really great. I want somebody to ask him on overhead mic after the game if he knows what's on his hat. Because, I think there's a reasonable chance he doesn't.
I love it. Waddle's suggesting ES with wins, setting up S.
That's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea at all. Sure, it telegraphs a lot of stuff to your opponent, but it's just...
Oh, he's just going to drop an S there. Okay. Doesn't open anything, so he's no further ahead after this play, right?
Doesn't open anything. This is a play that I think works a little bit better against players who aren't Jackson. There are players in Scrabble who will just go ahead and open the board if they've got a good play or a fun word somewhere. Jackson's not that guy. But I get it.
Josh saying, did he just wear it because it's an S hat? Could be.
I love that. That's
Highly
funny.
Scrabble. Yeah.
I think he's got an E tattooed and then got an S on his head. Those are two of the best tiles. And then a blank up his sleeve too, right?
Yeah.
Just kidding.
3 N's on his rack. Again? Or still? No, he played one before, so he...
Again, he's played an N each of the last 2 turns and just keeps drawing more and more and more. But if you're Jackson, especially after your opponent has just done an S plunk on this board, you do not open the board. KERNE takes a back D. You can play Dan and Kerned.
Right.
You don't do that. You don't actually do that ever in this game. You could play Land and Kerned and leave some points on the board, but you can't play Dan. I think he's going to play Dean through the E and Madier and just keep things tight.
Oh, yeah. Looks good. Interesting. He wants to drop those 2 N's really bad.
He might play none for 4.
I was going to say, what about... Oh, no.
Oh, okay.
Not taking any chances.
Jackson says, I'm tired of these N's. Get them away. No more. No more.
Yeah, they've got to be gone now, eh? One more? Let's see.
All right. And no more N's for Jackson here. Paul is just backed into a corner. I don't know what he's supposed to do. I don't know what he wants to do. I feel like this game was lost like 3 turns ago, and now it's just kind of the be sad and roll over and die phase for Paul. Maybe you extend win to whinier and pray that Jackson doesn't have any of those unseen E's, which he actually doesn't have. But that feels like nutso play, especially after INN for 7 last turn.
I was just wondering if he could do something with the maybe emo and F or something. I don't know, but there's not really anything he could do there either, eh?
Yeah, I mean, it'd just be F or ref.
Yeah.
It's not actually a terrible idea to just plunk the E exactly there, emo and F, set up ref. It's hard for Jackson to obstruct. The downfall is there are 4 unseen Ds, so there's a good chance he just plays def
Right.
and makes
Yeah.
you sad, or demo and makes you sad. But I
Yeah.
think there's so little else you can do. That's not a
Yeah.
terrible idea, Heidi. I think maybe that's it.
And I was thinking maybe you don't want to leave those 2 eyes, but it doesn't look there's any more to draw, so maybe it's not the worst.
Yeah. Paul, I don't know what you're supposed to do to get back into this game, Paul. I really don't.
Yeah. Just turn back the clock in bingo with Borsum.
Yes. Yeah. At this point, that's probably it.
Oh no. How this so this is the problem. You get into these racks, you don't want to blow them up. You know that you're so close, but you're not. You play off a tile, but you're not opening any space, so you're just going to be in the same spot next turn because there's no way Jackson is opening that board for you, right?
Right. So I think I don't know what I think. I don't know. You can draw whatever you want. You could even draw the blank out of the bag, and I think you're not going to bingo next turn.
You just keep torturing yourself with unplayable bingos.
All right, check this out. I think a lot of people play GAL and GAN there because the G is such a bad tile. But Jackson, wisely realizing there are 3 more Ds for him to draw, he's not doing it. He's playing DAL instead of the G, holding back the G, avoiding trouble. I like that.
Mm-hmm. People in chat wondering if Paul might be fishing for something specific. Maybe he's got something specific in mind, like through the U or something. I don't know. Is there even anything else that he could do? The J seems unlikely to bingo through.
Paul doesn't like beating himself is kind of what I know about Paul. And I think if he opens the board and then gets bingoed on, he's going to be upset. So it could just be that Paul's like, I'm going to wait until my rack is perfect and then open it, or I'm just not going to open this board at all. But,
although, how could his rack be any more perfect than it has been?
Right.
So yeah, we'll see.
I don't know.
Okay.
All right. Aji will open this board a little bit. He can make his blank an H, or perhaps try to scare Jackson into thinking he has an H for a fun took here.
Yeah.
But opening the board, definitely what Paul has to do here. Jackson has pulled the Y that is so important on this board, as he can put it behind win to make whiny for a gazillion points. Jackson threatening plays there, and I think it's going to be YE or YA. Look at that unseen pool, Heidi. Tell me if it's going to be YE or YA.
YE?
Good. Yeah. Great. I agree.
Yeah, that's a lot of points. But is he going to be worried about it? Like, after knowing that Paul's probably super close himself to a bingo?
He could be, but you're already up by 70. You're going to be up by 105. Like, even if you bingo down from that, Paul, and you can assume Paul's got pretty much all 1-pointers, given the way he's been playing. Like, all right, take your 77. I'm still up. I'm on turn. I've got a blank in my hand.
Right.
Yeah, I win.
Right, yeah.
I think just grabbing the points is perfectly okay for Jackson here. Yep.
Perfect. It's too bad we didn't see one of these sort of forking plays from Paul a little bit earlier, like with the AI on either side of J. Now you can open it in, either above it or below it, beside it, or so he could have done that earlier and created space a lot earlier for his nice tiles.
Yeah, but Paul's not done yet.
No.
He does give him this, and Paul's wasting no time playing it. The V he picks up gives him eventers for 83 points. Makes this a bit of a game, especially with bad pull that Jackson has had. He plays an E with 5 more unseen and does not draw one. This bingo pulls Paul within 22 points as well. 363, 341. A great draw from Paul. We might have a game yet, Heidi.
Excellent. That's what we want to see, for sure. I'm happy to see that come down. And yeah, it's Jackson has not been drawing super well this game, eh? But he's just been controlling the board so well.
Yeah, Jackson has not drawn as well as his opponent in this game, and yet he's on top, capitalizing on a few blunders and rolling the dice, as you said, ballsy Jackson, playing the phony and getting it by. That is the reason he is ahead in this game. Paul needs to draw the H here for Haji to open up the top of this board. That would be a huge swing of events, and that C would stabilize the H very well. We'll see. We'll see.
Yep. What's he going for now?
And he's missed it. A nice balanced rack, but not the H he was looking for.
Yeah. Hopefully he can still score some nice points next turn. Is Oot good in WoW? EWT?
That's a good question. No.
No, okay.
Not.
Okay. Canal, that looks nice.
FG blank is the leave here for Jackson, but he's just looking to avoid the nightmares. He sees that with no S's unseen, he's not worried about 40 or 50 pointers playing AJIS. He just needs to stop Paul from bingoing. This is a very counterintuitive play, but also an awesome play from Jackson. It's almost impossible to lose the game after this.
Yeah, that looked great. Just they're not giving anything back here. And there's is there even any decent scoring places left on the board?
No, absolutely not.
Or anything that Paul can play down to that AN?
That might be a thing that can happen. Not on this turn, though. Okay. Paul has nothing down to it now. Trying to think what he even could have had from Jackson's perspective as well. There's just so little. Canal wins this game so often. It doesn't win by a lot. It's not going to be a pretty win, but Jackson's not a spread queen. He loves his W's.
Yeah.
I love that. I love that play. So few players would make it, especially that quickly, but Jackson's just so rock solid.
Yeah. It's not an easy play to make for sure. Keeping FG, like you said, it's, not intuitive at all. So what is Paul?
But now Jackson has AUGHTS and odd G's. He knew that spot was his. He can drop pretty much anything he wants there and smash 50 points.
Yeah. Yes.
Just great stuff. Great stuff.
Crazy.
I don't know what Paul does. There are now 7 tiles in the bag, 14 unseen. Dance and cow is a reasonable option here, but you want to open the board if you're Paul.
Right.
But there's nothing good to do that.
Right. And he's very low on time too, so not a lot of time to play the rest of this game. Jackson can play Fa, says Ron. Where's Fa going?
FAUGHS is not a word for that in chat. FAUGH is an interjection, I think. It doesn't take the S. I think maybe one thing Paul could have tried is just playing WAN to the AN. It takes 2 front hooks, the S, and there were no more S's, and an H. And if he drew the blank or the H, he could have had torched in that spot, but Jackson's probably going to thwack that most of the time, and the odds that both H and blank are not on Jackson's racks are pretty low. So it was kind of a Hail Mary from Paul, but it's about the only creative way I could see him trying to get back into this game.
And now he has 3 Ds on his rack, which is never fun. Is trodded a word? Trodden. There's no trodded, right?
Oh, check this out. Jackson has set up Afghan, AFGHAN, for 51. He's going to look at this unseen
Oh.
pool and try to figure out, is there any way I lose?
Right.
Can Paul have any bingo in that unseen pool if I
Right.
play Afghan?
Right.
And I think Derogate is technically there.
Mhm.
And if Jackson plays Afghan, he would empty the bag, play off exactly 4 tiles. If he gets bingoed out on with Derogate, he'd lose. So Afghan is definitely the spread play.
Right.
But Jackson should win this game 100% of the time unless he hands it to his opponent on a platter. Jackson's too good to do that.
He is, yeah.
Oh, man, just he sees it, he thinks about it, he sees that he could lose, and he pulls it back, and he does it all in like 30 seconds.
That
Jackson-
takes a lot of discipline, eh? You see
Yeah.
a very nice play, you just want to make it, and then be like, nope, if I do this, I could lose, so I cannot make this play.
Yeah. He's on another level. I
Yeah.
see it, I go through everything, I pull back, like just so good, so good. And we don't see other players do that quite as quickly or as reliably, but Jackson is just such a treat to commentate because
For
he's
sure.
just so good.
What? Okay, he's gone with what here?
All right, yeah, just don't open the board,
Yep.
and you
That's all
win
he
the
needs
game.
to do now. Just keep control. Don't let Paul play anything. And what is Paul gonna do? Oh. This doesn't look fun.
And Paul's going to do what he's done for most of his turns this game and be sad. Just been a sad game for Paul.
Yes. Oh dear. Like I'm looking and I don't see anything. And then your clock's, ticking down. You've got 2.5 minutes left. I don't know. Forced to make some super suboptimal play is what would happen to me for sure.
Yeah, I mean, in this situation, there is no optimal play. Every play sucks, and every play makes you sad, and you just have to do something, I guess.
How many tiles are in the bag for him
1.
now? Just 1 tile, okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
So Paul's, I guess what you want to do in this situation with enough time is think, if that blank is in the bag, is there anything I can do? Draw the blank and win the game.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not even seeing that possibility for Paul here. I think he's just sunk.
Well, you
can play RAN, R-A-N, for 4.
Yeah.
And then I wonder what you could draw. Todd-ed blank. Oh, you could draw Toddled, which would not fit anywhere. And then you would just lose. Yeah, so Paul's just done.
Billy saying Tan technically can draw daughters Stan.
Stan was just added to the lexicon, so that is a thing that could happen indeed.
But there's no S, right? Just it would have to be the blank.
You would have to draw the blank, yeah. Is that blockable? It might.
Yeah, I'm wondering. How would you block it? Can you extend it with those other letters?
I don't know, actually. That might have been it, but you have to assume you're going to draw the blank, and if you have any kind of read on Jackson at all, it's not going to work. But
and Jackson's scoring 1,000,000 points for F here. It's a lot of points.
That is a lot of points on a board that's so tight. Like, of course, you have the play that you need to score a gazillion.
Yeah. Oh, Billy said he misread the rack. Okay.
Oh, yeah, okay. We didn't even have that right. Oh, Paul, you can't do this. Get back rugged and out, but whatever.
So, okay. Well, that was a bit rough in the end there. But like you say, always super instructive to watch Jackson play. Like, that was a treat for me, for sure. I would have made a lot of mistakes in this game.
Yeah, Jackson had a series of really tough racks in there, and he navigated pretty much all of them A, exactly how I thought, and B, exactly the way you're supposed to do it.
Yeah.
And he doesn't have the anagrammer up. He doesn't have the machine.
Yeah,
ready
exactly.
the co-commentator to bounce ideas off. He's just on his own, but
Yeah.
so good, so consistent. Let's cut to overhead mic.
Yeah.
See what we hear.
How much did you get on rugged?
Sorry, 487?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
I've undertaken a mantra.
Sorry?
I've undertaken this mantra that I chant to myself.
Which is what?
The bag is not going to help you. You're going to have to do it on your own. That's killer because
Did you have something?
yeah, I had observer through the R,
Oh, shit, really?
and so yeah, the rest of the game is just kind of futz around and see what you can find.
Yeah. Jesus.
I might should have brought something up here earlier.
I was expecting at least like a drop maybe to thread something. I mean, obviously, at once. Yeah, it was dead. Like the board was so dead.
I really
Once
should
this
have.
came down.
I should have allowed that line sooner. And I didn't want to do anything here because I got another blank on seating, and all I need is for you to run down here
Yeah.
and end it.
Oh, it was nice. This was good. I considered blocking again, but I figured that I could always make an opening I couldn't do something about.
I'm hoping there's
The
nothing else
blank is an N.
Right, exactly.
here
Um,
and stay.
Yeah, that's
the last blank. Yeah, what did he play? Did he play rugged?
All right.
We didn't get a blank cam for that.
Back to the end of the bench, Paul.
What's your number?
6.
Blank is a B, the question we were all dying for. Back to the end of the bench, Paul, he says.
Do you know what team is on your hat?
I learned this morning.
Yeah.
Jason Lee told me this morning.
And it is?
Seattle Mariners.
So what sport do they play?
Physicality. they play baseball.
All right, thank you.
That's right.
This is trivia.
Hated rival of my beloved Texas Rangers.
That's funny.
It's fantastic. So Jackson did buy the hat and not know what team played. And then somebody told him at the tournament, and he's like, all right, cool. I just bought it because it was cheap and I liked the way it looked. Fantastic. Fantastic. God bless Scrabble. I love it. All right, we're going to cut away from the board here, cut back to me and Heidi for a minute. We'll take a brief little break while we get these guys off. Now they're doing a post-mortem. Oh, well, we didn't need to hear that. We'll take a brief little break while we figure out who we're going to play next. Give you a little more dog cam action.
They're so sweet. Beautiful, beautiful dog.
What did you think of that first game, Heidi?
Like I said, it was very, very instructive. I mean, I don't like. I'm watching more Scrabble lately, but for a long time I didn't watch Scrabble. I would much rather play. But man, I missed a lot of learning opportunities, and that certainly was a good one. Like, yeah, really, really a lot of good lessons in there.
We've got a lot of great players here in this field, and whoever we end up getting on stream next, hopefully y'all at home are certain to learn something. If nothing else, you know the word Nankeen, you know the word Gawsie, Gawsie, and that it doesn't compare, at least not on this lexicon. And you know the names of my dogs. If you didn't know them already, we've got Colby and Soren. So we're learning here on Let's Play Scrabble. The learning will continue in just a few short minutes. If you haven't yet, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. We'll talk about the join button again at a later point. But for now, let's take a little break. We'll see you in a couple minutes. All right, welcome back, everybody. Continued coverage of the Montreal Scrabblefest brought to you by the Let's Play Scrabble team, Josh Greenway and Kieran O'Connor, the two brains behind that operation, Matt Canik and Heidi Robertson here in the commentary booth. How are you doing, Heidi?
Doing great. I'm so excited. But I'm sad that we forgot to ask Jackson and Paul there if they remarked on spatials at all, if Jackson knew it was a phony, what was happening there. We forgot to check.
Oh, yeah, we did. I know already exactly what Jackson would have said, which is exactly what the chat said that Jackson was going to say. He was going to play dumb and play coy no matter what, and we would never truly know the answer to that one. I want to give a shout out to a few MVPs of the stream, and before I do that, I want to talk about that join button down underneath. If you're just now tuning in, there is a new feature on YouTube. You can join along with a channel. It's like a $4.99 per month commitment to the channel. All of that money goes right to the Let's Play Scrabble team and gets reinvested in Scrabble streams. So if you love these streams, consider hitting that join button. Support Let's Play Scrabble. If nothing else, hit the subscribe button. That one's free. And of course, they appreciate every single subscription they can get. All they're looking to do is bring you a bunch of high-level Scrabble, fun Scrabble, intermediate Scrabble, whatever, all the lexicons, all the tournaments, all the whatever. Just support the stream if you can. Josh and Kieran do so much for Scrabble. Speaking of things Josh and Kieran are doing for Scrabble, there's a major tournament coming up in early July. Heidi, tell us what you know about that.
So Bob Lynn's Superstars tournament, also WoW sponsored by Game Players Organization. So lots of big, huge money prizes for like everybody. Everybody is up for winning something, and this one is going to be huge. I think the top prize, what was 15,000 for? Yeah, that's a lot of money. If you're Canadian or American, I think. It's going to be so exciting. The 4th of July tournament, always a good one traditionally, but I think this one is just going to be the biggest one, the most fun, and was certainly an opportunity I was not going to easily pass up.
Yeah, you'd be foolish to. If you can't make it to Albany over that weekend, at least make sure you bookmark some time to jump in and watch the stream. It'll all be streamed here on Let's Play Scrabble, but you really ought to just try to make it yourself. It is looking to be one of the greatest all-time Scrabble parties. If you want to party with people like us, come on out. If that's not your cup of tea, I don't know why you're watching this stream.
I don't know how it could. There's something for everybody, so how could it not be?
Yeah, I do want to commemorate the great Bernard Gottlieb. This is his tournament originally. Bernard departed us recently 2 months ago, but Montreal Scrabble is not what it would be without Bernard. He was their longtime club director. This is the 42nd iteration of this tournament. He was just a titan of the game, a great gentleman to be around as well. So all kinds of different things are going to be going on this weekend to commemorate Bernard. There's a 50-50 draw where 50% of the proceeds will go to the Montreal Scrabble Club and continue to keep that club up and running. There are division winner trophies named for Bernard in each division here. There are a bunch of prizes for descriptive words that capture Bernard's spirit. And there will be a poker game tomorrow night. I don't think we're televising that one, but Sunday night poker, as Bernard loved to play poker after hours at these tournaments. And there was also a bagel breakfast this morning, right?
Yes. I just want to say about Bernard, he was just so... I don't know where this guy got his energy from. He would go all day playing Scrabble and then go all night playing poker and then get up and do it again the next morning. I don't know where he got the energy, but also he was for a long time, I think, my Scrabble daddy. Like he beat me every single time I faced him, it seemed. And then I think I finally got a game from him one time. But yeah, he was not an easy opponent for me, for sure.
Well, if you weren't so dang nice, I'd be upset about this, but
exactly.
Fine. If it's going to be anybody, it ought to be you, Bernard. Fine. All right. I'm glad you did eventually get your W, Heidi. And let's cut over to the board to see which of these next two players are going to get a W. This is a fun matchup between two players who are very good friends, who have been growing up across the Scrabble scene together. Annette Oberstad, Ryan Chapita. Man, they play all the time. I was at a tournament in Madison, Wisconsin back in November and bumped into these two. They were playing clabbers in the hotel lobby before the event, trying to get after hours games with whoever they could afterwards. They are Scrabble addicts. And man, they have been having some great results recently.
That's for sure. Yeah, they've both been doing super well, and just a joy to watch them both. Like, it's amazing to see how far they've come, how quickly. Like Ryan, I know has been playing for a long time, and he's not traditionally a studier, in the typical sense that we think of. You know, I don't think that he even looks up his racks at the end of games, but yeah, just play, and that's what he and Annette have been doing in the last few months, I'm sure. So I'm excited to see this. They know each other's games super well by now. So yeah, it's going to be an exciting one, I think.
It is. Let's dive in. Let's play Scrabble. Annette and Ryan, I hope we have a good one here. I love both of these players. Annette coming in from Las Vegas, Nevada. Ryan, much closer to home here. And Ryan's someone you've got some experience playing against, right, Heidi?
Definitely. I was saying yesterday, we got to see these two yesterday in an after hours game. That was fun. But yeah, I was saying yesterday that Ryan and I used to be Scrabble besties and go play tournaments and all this stuff together. And then I said, yeah, but now he's got a new bestie. Tears. No, in all honesty, just Ryan is one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet, and super strong Scrabble skills. Like he plays an interesting game. He likes being unexpected, right? So studying some of the words that you might not know, and yeah, you can't predict his word knowledge, and I love that. And he also is a big fan of creative hooks, which I just love too. So yeah, his game is really fun to watch. Nizam, I don't think I knew this one. I gotta study my high point fives. I gotta learn some of those.
Why would you study words when you could just watch the stream a bunch?
Right.
Learn all the words that way. So this is a nice way for Annette to start. This was her highest scoring option. This is definitely the correct option for her on that first word. It does take a 3-letter extension, which will come up later in this game. It takes
points out in the chat there. Yes.
Yeah, Nizam mate.
Yes, that is insane. We'll see if that comes into play. And does Annette know it?
Oh, I bet Ryan knows it. I bet Ryan knows it. They were both chuckling as Annette made the play. I wonder if there was a joke made about it, or maybe a joke about something else completely. Who knows?
Interesting. Oh,
Ryan has an interesting turn here. Pup plays above Nizam, making UN and PI. That's 22. It's very standard. But if you want to play a little bit longer, pin up is another word.
Ooh, yeah.
Spot zip gives very little back. But this is standard. This is equity, and it feels right.
Yeah, definitely.
So I wish I could analyze a little bit more there, but Ryan opting to go pretty quickly. HIOORSS, the rack for Annette. And I think we're going to see that Nizam 8 possibility go away on this turn. Most of Annette's good play capitalize on that hook in some way. What would you be looking to do here, Heidi?
Oh, wow. Yeah, there's no E in sight. I don't even know what I would play. Shoe? It doesn't seem satisfying. Maybe, of course, I'd have to get back into the WoW mindset and know that I can't play Zoe here. And look for underlaps there. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm not sure. I guess you have to take out that extension possibility. You have to hook Nizam here, but I don't know what I would play. Ooze? I have no idea. Probably just play something and close my eyes and hope, you know?
Yeah, I think it might be best for Annette if she knows the 5-letter Roshi, Roshi, play Roshi and Nizam's. That sets up Roshi's, which she would be holding, and doesn't give too much back. But you're totally right here, Heidi, that you just kind of hold your breath and pick one of them. It could be Sorai, it could be Ooze, it could be Shu, it could be a bunch of stuff.
And Sorry takes S, right? She's going to be able to hook that later if it stays open.
Sorry does not take an S.
Oh, it
Sorry,
doesn't. Okay.
Oh.
Oh no, she knows that. Well, she must know that.
We'll see. We'll see. These
Okay,
players are
yeah.
all human, and
Always-
Scrabble's a game that always humbles, but we'll
Yes.
see. Probably
Always
does.
fun to see these things come into play. Will she? Will she not? Will it happen? And Ryan, look at his rack. Nice.
Ryan has one double-double available through the
Ooh.
A in Nizam's. That double-double is going to score huge with the V in it. 90 points.
Will he see it? I
Okay.
have not seen it yet. Native. I don't know. I don't see it. Has chat pointed out yet? Let me see. I've lost my chat window again.
Chat has not pointed it out yet, but chat's on a slight delay too. This
Ah,
one
okay.
thing generally gets spoiled pretty quickly.
Right.
Just one double-double here for Ryan. 90 points. The next best bingo is only 70. So it's weird that
yeah.
you find this.
Don't be so negative. Am I being negative?
No,
How am I being negative?
Ryan ought to be negative right here.
Oh, I see. I'm so dumb.
There is no shortage of bad punmanship in the community, and if you ever think something might be a veiled insult, it's actually just a poor pun. Don't you worry.
I love it. That's great. I they get me every time, eh? They do this to me all the time. I never pick up on it.
It's a rite of passage, just getting
Yeah.
trolled all the time. Here we go, Ryan. He's got it. Negative.
Good
90
job, Ryan.
Bam.
That's beautiful.
Now, the question is, what are the hooks to negative? I had to look them up because I have no idea, and I'd be terrified to make this play. But negative is a verb. It means
No
to
way. No
So,
way. That's
yeah.
so silly. Negatived?
Negative is a thing. Yeah, that is
Oh,
actually
man.
a thing that can actually happen, apparently. I did not know that. I'm sure I've studied it 8 times
I would
before.
never in a million years think that.
Yeah, wild. Scrabble continues to teach. So now all of you at home know that negative is a verb, means to veto or to thumbs down. I negatived the situation. It sounds so bad even saying it. Even if Annette knows that word, it's not right for her to cash it in here. She's got a very
No.
standard equity play of Obeah, O-B-E-A-H, to the left side of negative on top.
Yeah.
That is got to be her top play. I think she's going to look a little bit for
Yeah.
bingos because it looks like
Yeah.
a bingo rack. But
Definitely
Obeah,
does. I'd be looking at if there were, head words in here, or it looks very, very bingo-y.
it does. Yeah, the HEAD it's so fun to make up different head words and then call your opponent those words in your head during the
Well,
game.
and also, and there's also a lot of words that start with OB or AB. So, I think I would spend some time on this rack a little bit.
Yeah, this
Is there
looks
anything in here? Does anything play through like UN or something? PI less likely, but I would be looking at everything here.
yeah.
IR.
This is that IER potential possibility in there as well. There looks to be like it definitely feels like there could be something here.
Yeah.
But
Okay, she's gonna play O. That's fine.
you know what? I actually love this. Oh,
Yeah,
if
like
you-
she sets up ED.
yeah, the ED, the ES, or the S. This is
Yeah.
I said Obeo was a no-brainer, but this
This
is
looks.
solid too. This might even be better.
Yeah, I think I like this better actually. A lot better.
Oh, and Ryan's a big sad. He's just a G away from one of the 9,000 spellings of meowing, but not quite there. I think we're still going to see Ryan make cat noises, though. Meow plays
Yeah.
right
It
there.
is so funny though, like some of those racks, if you don't have the word, it's just you have nothing, right? Like I'm thinking something like Uguia or something, where if you don't have the exact rack, you have nothing. But he's able to play meow, so that's great. How many points did he score for that?
32. That's a
That's
great
decent.
score for a bad rack.
Yeah,
But
Using
Annette,
IN, so that's nice. Oh, Annette. Is that
Annette's going
blank?
to have a huge score here. I just don't know how she's going to.
Jamb?
Yes.
Do you add D or do you add D there? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't know that she will. JAMBE sets up the D and the S that she's holding on to. She's holding on to both of them.
Yeah.
So probably best to not put either one down, but putting the D on for 4 extra points makes a ton of sense here. That's exactly what Annette's thinking about. She's already decided she's playing up there. She's crushing that spot. Just got to figure out exactly how.
It's hard to know because, yeah, it's great to leave it for yourself, but what if your opponent takes it instead and bingo's down there? Like a bingo starting with D or S or S in this. You don't know. Of course, Ryan's just picked up 5 tiles, but she does choose to put the D on, so we'll see how that works out. It looks like it's going to be fine.
I think if you don't know negatived is a word, then you definitely put the D on. But
right.
The E does have some sneaky value on this word specifically. Maybe you want to hold it back, but only if you're certain on that and you've seen it and thought that hard. And that's a lot of ifs.
I feel like most of us just learned negative here just now.
All right,
play Hod, setting up S lane, hoping Ryan didn't draw 1 post bingo. Hod.
Oh, I think that's referring to the previous turn of.
Okay.
Yeah, previous turn of OH. I think is what that's in response to.
Okay.
Oh, nice draw from Annette. Wow. Okay. Threatens big bingos next turn. But we'll look at Ryan first. Yes. Ryan has my last name and an I and an E as well. Canik spotted. ZEK ZEK, we're in Canada, is 44 points.
That looks great, yeah. Although you hate to leave 2 I's and an A and spend your E, but so many points. It's just so many points.
Ryan's got cat ion through the disconnected TO. That looks really strong.
He would get burned though.
Oh, he would get absolutely smacked. But you can't know that Annette's got.
I think those are exactly the kind of plays that Ryan loves to find. Those little sneaky, through disconnected tiles kind of plays. I think we all love to find them, but some people look for them more actively than others, I think.
Yeah. We'll see what Ryan finds here. Even if you spot cat ion, I don't know that it's right. Zek for 44 is like, well, if I can score 44, I probably want to do that. Cat ion is 36, but maybe you want to. I don't know.
Definitely not saying that he would have played it, but I think he might have looked to spot those kinds of plays. That's all. But he does go with Zek, which is a very good choice here.
Yeah, Zek is A-okay in our books for sure. And now it's Annette's turn. I saw the 7-letter word making the blank an R, but she has another one making the blank a different letter that scores 105. Right?
Oh my gosh.
Word check. She's found Rousseau, which is the one I saw. This is 87. Yeah. Can she find and does she know the word that plays for 105?
Adam, I think, has already said it in the chat. Is that it? Oxyces?
Oxyces, yeah. Oxyces, indeed.
Amazing.
The plural form of oxysis, AUXESIS, which of course means an increase in cell size without cell division.
Okay, so she's going with Rizzo here. That's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I would have played Rousseau instantly and then been really sad when I looked this game afterwards. So can't fault Annette for that. That's a really tough spot. There are very few players who know that.
Right. Like Rizzo is a much more normal word. And you definitely don't know oxyces unless you've studied it, right?
Yeah.
I think Annette is another one who finds it hard to study systematically. Like some people really, really love studying, collecting words. Other people just let me play the game and learn, you have to make it fun for yourself. And sometimes it's just, going down rabbit holes and finding interesting words or whatever. But not everybody can do that systematic, I'm going to learn the highest probability words first and all of these things, right? So, yeah.
Yeah. So since we're going down rabbit holes anyway, let's just quickly look at Ryan's turn, and then we'll go down a rabbit hole and learn some words together. Ryan can play either oxic or anoxic, and he gets to choose between those. He'll spend some time thinking. They're pretty equivalent, all said and done. Just, do you want more points now, or do you want more points later? And we will let Ryan make that call. But let's go down the rabbit hole. Auxesis, Auxesis, and auxeses is a pair. You can also make it a noun form. Something that promotes auxesis is an auxetic, Auxetic.
Wow.
And that is a noun. That takes an S. It doesn't look like it should. Auxetics is the word. So
did you already know these words from real life, Matt? Because you're
absolutely not.
Yeah.
No, I'm even a biology major and a doctorate in pharmacy, and I still don't know these words. I'm
Oh,
cheating.
oh, you don't know them. I thought you said yes.
No, absolutely not. No. And if you think I know anything at all, joke's on you. I sure don't. But, I'm trying to teach useful words. Auxeses with the 2 E's and 2 S's is not going to come up, but auxetic, I've seen that one come up in Scrabble like at least 3 or 4 times. And I did not know that it took the S, but that's going to win one of you in chat a game one day.
Yes.
When it does. All right. Ryan holds on to the AN, just plays oxic as opposed to anoxic, keeping himself in bingo-prone range. I think I like this decision.
I think that's what I would do also, but he's drawn another N. Hopefully that doesn't... Ooh. Does he have anything here? That looks rough.
Yeah, it's not what you wanted. Alas, it is what it is. I said I liked the play, and I'm sticking by my decision, even though I don't like the draw. Hate the player, not the game, or something like that.
Well, yeah, you can make the right decision and still get burned, right? Or you can make bad decisions and get rewarded. So, yeah, that's what makes this game endlessly entertaining, right?
You just watch your opponent mess up every turn and beat you anyway, but you can also mess up every turn and beat your opponent anyway, too. That's Scrabble, baby.
So,
right.
Deadly Games has been saying, oh, wow, he nearly has extensions to Oxic. Do you know any of these extensions?
Anatoxic, I think is
the
one
goodness.
referred to here. Let me double check that that's a word.
Antitoxic?
No, anatoxin, but not antitoxic. Antitoxic is a word. Oh man, he is right off of that.
Yeah. That would be crazy. What is a net gonna do? Oh man, FBGGR. What do you do with this?
Be sad is what you God, you got to play off a G and then either the F.
Gerson, does that even play anywhere? No, I don't know. Something like that.
I think she's gonna play bug in the bottom right corner.
Ooh.
It's just a sad little
feels
play.
so unsatisfying.
But everything here is terrible.
Yeah.
She's got to do something. She might play GIF and FOW. Or FOH. I mean, GIF and FOH.
Right.
That's also really sad, but it's just a nasty rack where nothing is
she's
good.
going up to the top there. Grab some points.
Yeah, 29 points is hard to pass up. This
Yeah.
lead is really suboptimal, but if you draw an E, you got bigger.
Yeah.
If you don't draw an E, you're just going to be sad again next turn, but you're probably going to be sad again next turn.
Maybe she draws an N and draws into some ING bingo, miraculously barging or something.
Could.
But then where do you play it? Can you play it anywhere? No.
No. Who knows? 29 points is 29 points, and in a tight game,
and it's 29 points that he can't easily get, right? So you take that spot out. Easy points.
She wanted. So that's something. We'll see. That is her problem for next turn. Ryan's got a problem for this turn, and that's trying to figure out what to do with this rack. AFILNTT. I think this has to be NEIF in the bottom right corner.
Oh, that looks good. Yeah.
So get rid of one of the N's, score some points. Don't open too much up for your opponent. That feels really good to me.
What if you just played? No, that's probably dumb. Fen. So you could get a 7 there.
It is definitely the equity play, but if I'm not holding the D
Yeah.
or the S
Yeah.
and I'm only drawing 2 tiles,
Yeah.
I feel like I'm just asking Annette to punch me directly in the noggin. I don't.
Yeah. But these are the kinds of decisions that I don't do well, right? Because I'm very greedy. I'm like, well, I could get my F there and score more. But
Well,
then how much are you giving up, right?
yeah, if you know antitoxin, then Fen actually makes more sense. All you have to do is draw a T on your
Right.
draw, and you even distract Annette with a different spot. But NEIF is actually going to get you the same score for your F because of that double
Right.
letter down there.
Oh yeah, that's true.
So
Fun with
and,
math here.
I don't know. NEIF feels to me like the strongest play. If you are going to play FEN, yeah, I don't know.
But also he's got, he's only got that one other vowel then. I don't know, LINT. I mean, because it's just not the worst, but still, if he draws a couple consonants, what if he draws 3 consonants? I don't know.
Yeah, it could go wrong. I don't think Fen is the worst play, but okay, this is
interesting. That
is interesting.
I don't know this word. TN.
Yeah,
surprise. Surprise.
New to this lexicon. Interesting to keep FILN.
Yeah. I wonder if he's thinking of something specific. Now she's playing. Yeah, she's playing Bug.
All right.
No.
Bug.
Okay, so you draws Q, U. That's nice to draw them together on a. I guess he played 3 tiles, right?
Yeah, that's a nice draw. QU together. You want to do that if you're going to draw the Q.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Okay, so what is Ryan going to do with the Q? I think he's going to do nothing. I don't think he can do anything with the Q here. You can literally play QAT for 12, and otherwise you're keeping QU together. Whoa. He has nothing. Nothing at all.
So
doesn't feel that closed, but it actually is. I think we might actually see him just play the F, EF, and FE of Rousseau for just 20, or maybe you play one more tile, play Fet or Fen.
Mm-hmm.
Man, what a tough turn for Ryan. The QU looked so good, but this turn's tough.
But I don't think it's the worst thing to be a little bit patient here. Like you can hang on to the Q for one more turn, probably.
Yeah, totally agree. Oh, he's looking at Felt. Ooh, so FELT is actually going to set up Quint for him. And if Annette plays anywhere else for any reason at all, he hits Quint next turn for a gazillion points. Oh, but Annette's drawn a bingo.
Yeah, what is her bingo? Sorry.
Girolle, Girolle, and I think she's going to play it on top of Rousseau.
Yeah.
So Ryan's going to set up Quint, and then he's going to get to cash it in immediately. Big brain moment here from Ryan Chagti. Yeah. Girolle plays both on top of and beneath Rousseau, but it's 8 more points on top. So I expect that's going to take the 69 up top and not the 61 on bottom.
Yeah.
And Ryan's going to hit Quint or Coinate. Probably Coinate.
I'm adding so many words to my card box now from watching these games.
That's what we were saying. When you got solid players like we do at this tournament, you're going to learn things. And Annette's teaching you a word. She's teaching us, well, we're all teaching ourselves Oxyces. You probably learned Rousseau, Girolle. And we'll see. Ryan might teach you another one here. I did not know this word that appears to be his top option. Whoa.
What is it? Oh, okay. That would be great to see that play.
Yeah, the 2 U's a bit unwieldy here for Ryan, but unquiet. is apparently.
Yeah, I feel like I know that one. I wouldn't bat an eye at that one, and I would probably see it here, hopefully, you'd think. Unless I was hyper fixated. Oh, now I get to play Quint and just insta-play it, but he's obviously not doing that. So hopefully he sees it.
Unquiet. Why wouldn't you just say loud or noisy?
They can be different, subtly different.
Suppose so. Oh my god, did Annette just draw addicted? Oh, it doesn't quite fit.
Oh, wow. You would not think I don't think most people are looking for a bingo with this rack that she has.
Yeah, no, not indeed. A, C, D, D, D. Like, my eyes have glazed over already, but.
But you spotted it instantly. That's crazy.
I play this game too much. I'll confess.
Well, then you do a lot of commentary, so you've seen a lot of expert games in your day. Not besides the ones you've played yourself, right?
Really, it's more the 10,000 Blitz games I played when I was 15 years old and had nothing else to do with the summer.
You were a Blitz player, were you?
Oh, absolutely. Blitz is the only game I'll play. Even now, I hate playing long Scrabble on the internet. And even in person, I spend 4 minutes in almost every game I play because I get bored.
What was your time controls for Blitz? 1 minute?
ISC only allowed 3 minute. That was the shortest game you could play, so it was
Right.
begrudgingly 3 minute. Although if I could find
Begrudgingly.
if you resigned after 1 minute of play, I'd find opponents who would do that with me sometimes.
Yeah.
Ryan, Unquiet. If you don't play Unquiet, you're probably playing Quinate. Quinate. You've just got to
Right.
play some of these vowels off.
Yeah. I'm surprised actually that he's taking this. Maybe he's just thinking maybe I have a bingo, right? It's not clear that he absolutely doesn't.
Or maybe he's trying to get rid of these double U's in a different way. Uniquer, playing down to Jarol is only 32 points, but keeping a U is just so unsavory in Scrabble, especially on a board with several bingo line opportunities. If you don't know Unquiet, Uniquer's just about as good as some of your other options here.
It doesn't hit both. It doesn't quite reach the top double word there, eh? Uniquer?
Oh yeah, not quite. If it was a double jump, it would be a slam dunk.
Yeah, for sure.
But if you don't know Unquiet, I think this has to be Quinate. I can see him thinking about Uniquer here. Not really sure what else is going through Ryan's head at this point. It might just be a matter of getting the guts, trying to pull the trigger on Unquiet.
Well, what's the score right now? Yeah, he's down quite a bit. So
down 83, but threatening a big score here.
Yeah.
Quina? Is he thinking about maybe playing you? No.
Quinta. Okay.
Okay. Leaving 3 points on the table over Quinate, but keeping that E behind to increase his bingo percentage. I think this is imprecise from Ryan, but maybe there's a reason he's choosing to do this.
Maybe because that R is hanging open. Maybe he's thinking maybe I can draw into some ER things sometimes.
Could be that. Could definitely be that. I don't know that that's a good idea.
Oh, it would have been nice. Oh, wait. Do you guys have quite, Quyte, or is that a Collins word?
That's a Collins thing.
Oh, okay. Never mind then. But I was like, it would have been nice to have that last turn, but no. It also wouldn't even reach, so yeah, never mind me.
Yeah. All right, back to Annette. Addicted, not quite fitting through the eye in Jarol makes her turn rather interesting. But she's set up Dated, D-A-T-E-D. This slams so many lines shut at once, especially after Ryan's last play. Yeah. This is strong. This is very strong.
Yeah. I wonder if she even saw that addicted possibility. Like I said, I definitely wouldn't be looking for bingos with that rack, so I wonder if she noticed it.
Not every player would, but I have a lot of faith in Annette's ability over the board. I bet she saw it. Had a little sad moment.
Yeah. You think you saw that? She's definitely she's brilliant.
I bet she did. She's a really quick anagrammer too.
Yeah.
All right, Ryan, what are you going to do to get back in this game? You're down 64. Somehow you just drew UYY. Not maybe the best decision on your part, but Ryan is counting the unseen tiles. I'd be doing exactly the same thing here. There are 16 in the bag.
Okay.
You've got a good amount of time. You can
Yeah.
tell a joke and make a net laugh, which is always a good idea.
I'm sure there's a lot of that going on. What is he gonna do here? I'm looking at the board. Like, there's no fun places to drop a Y, like to score. I don't see any, like really nice ones.
Yeah,
Is there
Yurt. Yurt plays above dated, making YER and UDO. That's 21,
Yeah.
holds EY. It's not
Yeah.
the worst thing here.
No, yeah.
You can play Yeet, YEET, beneath Jirol, making AGE and TIT. That's 25, but it holds RUY together.
Yeah.
You've only got a couple more turns to try to pull a bingo or a high-scoring word here. That UI is so anti-synergistic.
Yes.
I don't know that you can yeet in this situation. I think you've got a way to break up some bad letters.
You gotta yeet that option.
I could also see Ryan playing RYU from the R and
Oh, yes.
Sora for just
But he
14.
is gonna go with Yurt, but RYU would have been interesting.
This is the only bad thing about this play is it knocks out UNS possibilities. You'd love to draw bingo there. Now you're kind of forced to draw a bingo either down to the D and dated, or you have to draw a bingo that can front hook OH, and you don't have any of the tiles that are front hook that will front hook there. But I think this is the right line from Ryan.
Yeah.
389 to 346. Annette's lead. Annette's got some good some good plays out of some mediocre tiles here. And I'm curious to see how she plays this one. Dragon through the AN is a very solid play, but it opens the board up to bingo possibilities in a way that she probably doesn't want to do. It also sets up back hooking with an S. Something like Rosie, ROSY, would be a big score for Ryan in a game where Annette's lead is not huge.
Right.
So she's going to play that or opt to do something else instead. She could play some serious defense with a play like Chord and DYR.
Yeah.
What would you be thinking here, Heidi? You're looking to play defense or you're looking to turn on the Jets?
Oh, she's going up there. I think I would be trying to play defense here, which is not my normal. It's not my default, but I think that's what I would do in this situation. What do you think about this play? Do you like this play? This placement?
I do, yeah.
Yeah?
If Ryan bingoes down to the D in dated, then you're probably going to hit him back with a high-scoring counter play.
Right.
And if he doesn't, you just win the game. She's taking that C, one of the most defensive tiles in all of Scrabble, and doing exactly what she needs to do with it. That was smart.
Yes. Eyewear. Not spelled like that, I'm assuming.
Right. Yeah. It's got to be WEAR.
But that doesn't play anywhere, right?
Actually, 2 8s possible for Ryan out of this rack. Eyewears is one. I won't say the other one just yet, but if you know Scrabble, you probably know it. If you've gone deep enough in the book. Got to give Chad something to talk about as Ryan's sunk in this one now. My dog just kicked me really hard. Wow.
Oh, no.
She didn't like that.
So are you saying there's an 8 that's possible on this board or just an 8 possible with this rack?
Oh, just with this rack. Yeah, nothing's possible on this board. Annette just murdered me last turn.
Yeah. I don't know. There's so many E's there. I can't even think of anything.
Yeah, it's either you know the word or you don't. So I'm going to teach you a new one now, Heidi. The blank's a T. You make eye water.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I think I have seen that once upon a time on a stream. Such a weird word.
Another term for eye wash, apparently.
Right. Okay.
I don't know. I don't know what Ryan can do to win this game at this point. He's down quite a bit. Annette just walloped the board shut. And you got to hope you draw a bingo down to the D, but at the same time, you have to distract Annette from just blocking that spot immediately. You got to open a new spot.
Okay.
Or you can do this.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really know how you win the game.
Intervals, possibility, and herring. Well, sorry, what were you going to say, Matt?
Oh, I don't really know how you win the game after this, but I don't know how you win the game out of almost anything in this situation.
Right. Eef. Oh. No. Yikes. Oh, that hurts, sissy. That hurts.
Ryan must have done something bad last night. Now. Go confess your sins, Ryan. And Annette, after crushing the board with the C, she's drawn the other super duper defensive tile in Scrabble in that V, and she gets to use it to play more defense now. 5 tiles in the bag. She's looking to play like 3 or 4. I think Viney down to that Y is just like a slam dunk, game over kind of play from her.
Yeah.
Take this moment to give a shout out to somebody else who was instrumental in putting this tournament together. The players ate a bagel breakfast this morning, and the bagels were provided by St. Viateur Bagels, one of the great bagel establishments in Montreal. Players all got to enjoy a little flavor of Montreal, whether they came from just down the street or just down the highway from somewhere like Ottawa, where Ryan is from, or players all the way from Las Vegas, Nevada, like Annette. Everybody got a great taste of Montreal in the St. Viateur bagels. I've had some before. They are absolutely phenomenal. And if you haven't had one, it's worth a trip up to Montreal just to have one of those bagels. You won't understand until you eat one. Like, why is this guy talking about bagels so much? But I promise you, do it. Heidi, you've had a St. Viateur bagel before, yeah?
Yes, I have. They're quite good. But I'm used to toasting my bagels, so I'm one of those neophytes who has to have a toasted bagel.
Oh, those are some big words from Montreal, huh? What is your favorite bagel topping? If you could have your bagel prepared any one way, what would it be?
Honestly, like it's probably just like a nice bagel with butter on it, like a little bit of saltiness, a little bit of I don't know. I don't need much.
Simple gal. All right. I'm all about that lox. If you're up in Montreal, you got to have some smoked meat too. I'm taking some smoked salmon, some cream cheese. Give me a few capers and some onions, and go all out with it. But to each their own. Some of us are fancy and bougie and want smoked salmon. A little bit of butter is all we need, and we won't complain. Yeah. Tell us how you like your bagels in chat.
Oh, they got a toaster for this morning. Wow. Aw. Now I'm sad I'm not there.
Apparently they had smoked salmon this morning to go with the bagels.
No way. Oh my goodness. That's
Man,
crazy.
Why am I not at this tournament?
I know, right? We should have been.
I was supposed to go 2 years ago, and the night before I got like insanely sick.
Oh, I remember that actually. Yeah, I remember that happened.
Huge bummer. I wanted to go so bad. Montreal's the coolest city, and if I can also play Scrabble and see all my friends there, like it was the dream.
Exactly.
Nope, still haven't made it. Now I'm watching from Boston, stuck in the rain. One day I will play this Montreal tournament, and I will be happy.
Have you never felt like that was going to be your first time?
Oh, I've been to Montreal. I just haven't played.
I know. I meant for this tournament. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it happened 42 times, and I've spent so much in Canada, and I've never gotten to play. Have you?
Yes, I have played it. Yeah, it's a great tournament. It's great people. Obviously, when I played it, Bernard was there, so it's just a lot of good people there, and it's a great time for sure. Hosted dinners and all kinds of fun things that Let's Play Scrabble does. Always make the experience really special, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Everything they do is awesome, but Montreal is just a different kind of awesome. And the home territory of Jackson Smiley, of Michael Fagan, of Josh Sokol, of Jason, all at the same time. Like, man, there are some great Scrabble players in that city as well. can't not have a good time.
Joel Wapnick too, right? I think.
Yeah.
So yeah, a lot of great players that are there. Must be something in the water, right?
Must be something in the water. I got to go up and steal some of the Montreal water, bring it home by the jug. Maybe that's what. All right, I see everything bagel with turkey, avocado, pickled onions, mustard, mayo, lettuce, vinegar. I'm starving. Oh my goodness. Yeah.
That sounds delicious. One of the things that I done, we just lost another Scrabble player recently who was super fierce from Toronto area, Shauna Petrie. I think she was actually also used to live in Ottawa, but just a fierce person. She was in a wheelchair because of an accident that happened to her when she was super young, probably doing some extreme sports, and she's just done so many things, competitive curling and all kinds of things. Just an amazing person, lived life to the fullest to the very end. And the first time I heard her story was actually at one of the hosted dinners. So I really cherish that experience. I otherwise wouldn't have known what a truly inspirational person she was, and just how fierce of a person, just living life to the fullest. Just so amazing.
Yeah, Shauna had this incredible ability to be the life of the room, no matter what room she was in. And in competitive Scrabble, that really means something. There's so many bright, bubbly personalities, and she outdid them all. Shauna suffered her injury skydiving. You were entirely correct about her going to the extreme. She really did live life to the extremes. Shauna will also be sincerely missed by all who had the pleasure to know her.
Yeah. So what do we got here? Annette on turn. She's got Gentrolls. What is she going to do here, Matt?
Yeah, Ryan just emptied the bag with his last play.
Okay.
She's taking care of her paperwork now, making sure she's got this thing tracked correctly, making sure there's no bingos. And I would also be staring above Oxic. Like, I know that I controlled the bingos on this board. What could you do there, Ryan? Is there anything at all I need to be worried about? Because I'd be very worried about it. But nothing there. She'll use the time that she's preserved for this end game to make sure there's no out of nowhere threats, out of left field threats. And then she can do almost anything to win this game. I'm guessing TERN beneath OE, making wager.
Yeah, nice.
Try to get out quickly.
Yeah. Yeah. There's no. Yeah, Ryan can't really do anything, even though that's such a beautiful rack.
Come on, I want to hear more about bagels, everybody. I'm so hungry right now, so just everybody tell me your favorite bagels. Let's commit some sacrilege against bagels since we're here too. Tell me some awful stuff.
I love a good maple. There's a maple bagel that's pretty good. I don't know if they call it. There's something else in there, but anyways, it's really good. And then cinnamon raisin.
Yeah, I mean, bagels are so versatile. They can go sweet, they can go savory.
Yes.
They can be a full meal or just a little snack, depending on how you load them up. But if you get them in Montreal, they're guaranteed to be good. I believe the city of Montreal has passed laws saying you must do X, Y, and Z when you make bagels, or you can't call it an official Montreal bagel. Am I right about that, Heidi? Do you know?
I don't know. I don't know much about Montreal bagels, except that they're supposed to be the best in the world, right? Some of the best.
Unless you're talking to a New Yorker.
Yeah.
In which case, they'll square up about whose bagels are better.
Yeah, exactly.
If I have to choose a stance publicly while I bloviate and kill some time at the end of this game, Montreal bagels are where it's at. Sorry, New York. Not sorry. But
so, Annette, as you say, doing her due diligence here, making sure she's got everything under control. Oh, what did we say? Sorry, I missed them. I was looking at something else. Anything but sesame with anything but butter or brie is a sin. Oh, so Mopo's saying it's got to be sesame bagel with butter or brie. Annette Oberstad is the one who won a poker tournament. She was the youngest person to win a bracelet at the, what do they call that? World Poker Series?
World Series of Poker.
World Series of Poker. Shows you I'm not a poker player. But yeah, she's just a brilliant gal. What can we say? And we're glad to have her in the Scrabble community now. What a boon to us.
Got bored of poker, so just quit playing that after she won like a gazillion $70 or something like that. And decided to come over to Scrabble and has taken our world by storm. She's been playing competitively like 3 years and already just expert level player. That
Unreal.
doesn't happen very much. Scrabble's a game that takes decades to master, but not if you're Annette. Just kind of traipse up and crush us all. Beast mode.
She could at least, not have a very nice personality if she's going to be so brilliant. Like, why do you have to be annoying and like have the whole package? She's such a nice, fun, funny, hilarious, smart person. It's just crazy.
We are lucky to have her. Scrabble does not deserve Annette Oberstad, but we will treasure her for as long as we do.
Yes.
I'm happy to poach this one from poker.
Yeah, me too. But now we have Scott Montgomery too. At Ottawa. He's a former poker player as well. So, yeah, fun times. Yeah. It's interesting to, what is it about Scrabble and poker that, is overlapping this as like what one person could do. That if you do one, you might be interested in the other. I know we have a lot of crossover from chess too. But yeah, is it just, what is it? The gamble, right? The bluffing, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, I think there's actually more crossover between Scrabble and poker than there is between Scrabble and chess. And I think it is because it's a game of imperfect information and a game of probabilities. You never know what you draw. You never know what the next card on the river is going to be. Yes. But it's all about trying to tilt that probability in your favor.
Right.
And Scrabble's
read,
also... you
read your opponent.
Yeah, great point. But Scrabble is just a game like poker where you can do everything right and lose a whole bunch. You can do everything wrong and win a whole bunch. But everybody knows that in the long run, if you do it right more than you do it wrong, then you're going to end up coming out on top more often than you don't. And for players who come from chess, where the better player wins the game because, mistakes are mistakes and there is no luck. Like the luck factor can be maddening. But if you come from poker, you know how luck works.
You embrace that. You want that, right? You want that kind of volatility and the chance that, your next draw could bail you out of a tricky situation and you could end up winning the whole match.
Yeah. And you also have the patience to deal with it. I have seen more often than I would like to admit Scrabble eating people up and spitting them out. I've seen rage quits in the middle of tournaments. I've seen I've seen potted plants boxed against, profanity shouted. If you aren't comfortable embracing luck, volatility, and bad beats, then Scrabble's not the place for you to be. And poker builds character in a way that you can tolerate drawing E when it was the least freaking likely thing for you to bag.
Right. Hi to Dean in the chat. Dean says, as a chess player, you're definitely right about the comparison with poker. And then, hi, Heidi. Again, by the way, keep up the great commentary. Yay. Thank you, Dean. I just in case anybody wasn't tracking how well I was doing at commentary. I had to read that part out loud.
Howdy to Dean. Howdy to everybody who's been chatting with us. We appreciate you keeping us going through these boring moments. This game felt done 25 minutes ago, and we've seen like 2 moves as both players used the last 12 minutes on their clock. So thank you dealing with our drivel, for keeping us entertained, for committing sacrilege against bagels, for eschewing them completely and saying, I'd rather they just have a piece of toast, honestly. You might start some fights, especially with some of the Montreal players, but hey, they can't see your sacrilege because they're all playing right now. Bernard shakes his head down from heaven, but otherwise, your sacrilege is safe here.
Ryan electing to go with hero here. So that's nice.
think the big
He
thing
can
is you
he can still be our hero even if he's not coming out on top of this game. We'll keep watching and see how he does for the rest.
This is a game of extensions that never were. We opened with Nizam in the spot that can be extended to Nizam 8. Didn't see that happen. We had Oxic played with potential for a lot of potential extensions, and none of those hit either. Oh well, at least we got to talk about them. I appreciate that, if nothing else. Ryan stopped Annette from going out with Slog, so Annette's got to just score some points. Ryan can't go out either, so he's just going to score some points. And then finally, I think we'll be done with this game.
I want to read this comment by Jeanne. Is it? I don't know how to pronounce that, X-A-N. But Shauna was originally from Ottawa. That's what I thought. And the accident was that her parachute didn't deploy when skydiving at age 16. Crazy.
Wow.
But that's not even the most amazing story about her still. And that's, I do know that to be true, but I couldn't think of all the rest of the crazy stuff she's been through. But what an amazing person she was.
Indeed. All right, we're going to cut to overhead mic and see what kind of banter we get.
Yes.
Oh man, those were killers. Those plays of yours were killers.
I just got so lucky to get all the suffers. It's just so nice. Every time I got one, I was like, oh yeah.
I felt I was managing the game well.
For sure. I mean, you gave yourself chances. You always had a lane. And that was a good play too. I had to retrack because I had your one letter off. I had to make sure that you didn't have a thing.
I don't know if I even had a chance there. It's just I was.
I mean,
drowning.
you might have. I don't know.
Drowning in vowels at the end.
Yeah, for sure.
With Felt, I was setting up Quint.
Oh, that was a setup. Nice. Yeah, that was really nice. Damn.
But then what happened is Monkey Bingo.
Yeah. Yeah, look that up to see if it's got. I'm pretty sure that's.
It looks. It's just there's.
As soon as I saw it, I was like, that's a word. Yeah. Did you ever consider non-toxic?
Did I have it?
I don't know. I was close to it a few times, but I don't think
non-toxic.
It's got to be.
That's a 50-50 to me.
Yeah, I would have played it if I had.
I mean, I'd probably leave it on.
Yeah.
Situation.
Did you see anything else there?
I wasn't really staring at that lane much.
Yeah.
Oh, here's something really cool. I was one tile off of Harpsichord.
Woo!
Harpsichord.
What the fuck is that?
It's
wow.
And we just need the P.
Yeah, the
P
is already.
Actually, Harpsichord has an H, so that would have been a phony, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
That was a good game. Very enjoyable. So now we're even on stream games.
Yes. Yeah.
Do we have to fill out the? Do we have to fill out the
You still have
slip?
to fill out a slip.
Do we have a slip? Josh, we don't have a slip.
There should be some on the table. Otherwise, you can get them at the director's table. I put some there.
Thank you.
All right. Well, we're not going to bore you with paperwork. We're going to cut away from this board, but we see Annette beat her dear friend Ryan Chapita 481 to 425 in this
That's
one. It's a good game. And you see dogs rolling around behind me. They got kind of bored. Now we understand why the time was taken. Is Annette had it tracked incorrectly. Had to retrack everything at the end of that. To be sure your opponent's not bingoing out. Our next game is going to feature another one of Montreal's top players, and that is 2022 North American Scrabble champion Michael Fagan versus David Spargo. I think 2023 champion. My bad. Thanks for checking me, nobody, but I'm sure somebody's about to correct me on the tape. Heidi and I are going to cut away for just a minute. I'm going to get some water. I'm going to pet this dog, and then we're going to play more Scrabble. Don't go anywhere.
Yeah.
Welcome back, everybody. 2 more games of Scrabble today from Montreal, plus our exciting conclusion tomorrow. Matt Canik, Heidi Robertson holding down the booth for y'all. And Heidi, why don't we cut over and look at some of the standings and see how things are shaking out so far?
Yeah, I'm curious to see how things are shaking up here.
So our WoW division, to the surprise of probably nobody, first place Jackson Smile 7-2, and look at that spread, plus 997. Are you kidding me?
That is insane, but par for the course for Jackson. We see that a lot from him.
David Spargo, Carl Higbee, each nipping at his heels at 6-3, and of course we just saw Ryan Chapita lose on the stream. He'll drop down to 5-4 alongside Michael Fagan, Michael Thielen, and Joel Horn. Let's pivot over to CSW, and I'll let Heidi walk us through what we see over in that division.
Ooh, Josh, he's one of our favorites here, another Montreal Scrabbler. 8-1 with, look at that spread. That's even better than Jackson's. 1178. That's insane. And then we have Winter, 8-1 also a crazy spread. Adam's a game behind, but his spread is also super high. So yeah, this looks like quite the competition going on. And I could just see Matthew right at the bottom there, but Terry hanging with the big boys. I love to see it. She's gotten so good in the last little while. She decided she was going to and yeah, it's showing big time. So this is so exciting.
Cheryl Melvin playing spoiler in this one, though, with the win over Adam Logan. That seems to be the difference right now in this CSW field. Let's pivot over to WoW Division B and see what's going on in that division. Wow, Fran Silver. She came up from Texas back to her hometown. She is in second place right now at 6-3. Richard Kirsch in first place at 7-2. Ben Lamb and Judy Horn having great tournaments as well. Both the Horns, Joel and Judy, having nice tournaments. And I believe Marwan Sadi is also from the Montreal area. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think Kirsch is also local. So yeah.
All right. So that seemed to be the theme. Jackson, Josh, and Richard, all from Montreal, all defending their home territory swimmingly. That's good stuff. That's called home field advantage, and it's a real thing in Scrabble. You might not get to play on your board, but if you can play in your own city, you're at the big advantage. It's sure what it sounds like. Yeah. All right, let's cut back over to the WoW division where we've got our next round. Game 10, Michael Fagan of Montreal. Let's see if he can keep the home field advantage going, or if David Spargo is going to come out with a big win to move his record up to 7-3. Let's not wait anymore. Let's play Scrabble.
Yes. David had a nice game on stream yesterday. Nice win over Brad. I think he was playing Brad. He did very well, so this will be a good one to watch.
I think David had a wild bit of trivia happen during the early bird. He scored over 700 points in one of his games and did not have the highest score of the round because Josh scored like 740 in the same round. So
oh my goodness.
I don't know that we'll ever see that happen again, but it indeed happened once. Totally wild.
That is crazy.
ABDEISZ, the opening rack for David. If he wants to cash the S, he can score 52 right now. But it looks like there's a delay. The clocks are stopped. The players are looking off to the side. Director, what happened?
Oh, maybe the clock's not. Oh, I don't know. Don't know.
Josh, our director, is running behind the players to go grab something out of a suitcase.
Interesting.
Michael's like, I don't care that the clock is stopped. I'm going to pull my tiles up and start looking at them. David also is just going to start looking at his tiles. Whenever the clock is stopped, according to the rules, both players are supposed to put their tiles down.
Right.
Director.
They're changing the tile bag. I wonder what happened. Maybe there's something catching in the bag that they're using right now, or it's too small, maybe.
You know what I hate more than anything is when you pick up a tile bag to draw your tiles and then it just reeks, but you've
Oh,
already drawn your first tiles and you have to continue using that tile bag for the rest of the game. Does that happen to you, Heidi?
I don't think that's ever happened to me. Oh my goodness. That's
Oh,
awful.
and you're like, I'm gonna have to reach my hand back in this bag like 14 more times, and it stings so bad. And then do I politely tell the person whose equipment this is, hey, can you please wash your bag, or do I just continue to go through with this stinky, terrible? Okay, I'll stop. Scrabble tournaments are fun, everybody.
Brutal. Brutal.
Oh, wow. I've never seen this before either. So first we have David Spargo score 700 points and not have the highest round score. Now, out of nowhere, a hole appeared in the tile bag. So they had to replace it and get a new bag. I don't know how Ryan and Annette were drawing last round, but somebody go back and re-examine their technique.
Oh dear. Oh my
Never
goodness.
a dull moment.
Yeah.
All right, so David had Azides, Azides for 52. He opts to hold the S back, and a simulation actually agrees with this. Baize for just 38 is actually the highest simming option. So nice restraint there from David. I would have messed that one up.
Yeah, I think I would. I probably would have tried to hold on to my S here, but I don't know that I would have found bays. That might have escaped me. Maybe I would end up playing Zetas. That's probably the one that I would have found there.
Well, David getting his first play entirely correct. 38-0 is his lead. Michael Acefiot has a tough turn here. I think like my brain would naturally go to that Z and be trying to hit it, but I think his best play is actually the 4-letter COIF with 3 overlaps to the right side of buys. Lots of interesting options. Nothing superb here. What do you think about this turn, Heidi?
Yeah, I would take a minute and wonder if there are any bingos. The rack is super balanced, maybe there's an ICE word or something like that. So I might spend a minute just looking to make sure. And then, I'd probably begrudgingly play quaff or something. Maybe I would overlap the Z. FA, I don't know. I don't know that I would play Fate. Maybe I'd just play short FA or something. But yeah, it would probably be a mistake. Whatever I chose to do.
Fate is not a bad play here. 28 points. Scoring points is the MO of the game, and it's never a bad idea to just do that. But
and it kind of blocks off the S too, right? For bays.
It does. But I'd be slightly partial to quaff, but not. The one thing you don't want to do is spend 6 minutes trying to optimize like half the point.
Exactly. Yeah. Just pick something and go with it. I think that is what you've got to do in this situation, which I'm very bad at. Like it's hard to do that, right? When you have a rack where there's so many options that are, none of them are super great. They're all just kind of, you have to live with it. It's hard to decide which one to go with sometimes.
It's tough too in Scrabble. Like, am I splitting hairs or am I making the right choice and optimizing as much as I can? You only get 12 or 14 moves in a game, so you want to try to get every single one of them as correct as possible.
Right.
But sometimes you just have to acknowledge like these two plays feel very similar in terms of how good they are, and I just got to pick one. I can't sit here for 6 minutes trying to micromanage a decision.
Yeah, and he is going with quaff. That's a really good point you made. I've never thought about it in those terms, Matt, where you're like, you only have about 14 turns. It's so true. I've never actually put it together in my brain that way, but that's a good way to think of it. It really I think it helps you focus, right?
Yeah, it helps you lock in. Like you only get 14 swings all game, so you got to make them count. Maybe 12 even. Dave is going to make this one count for sure. He's got just one playable bingo, and it is this. Schold plays for 83 in this spot. We'll string out a lot of floaters for Michael, who's drawing quite well. The S, I, the X. Ooh, okay. Hey, if there's a C on the board, do you know what Michael just drew?
That word you just taught us. Oxidic.
Oxidics. Yeah, I told you this stuff comes up, right? But Michael's found an actual bingo that actually
Nice, Nits
and this is gonna
Chagti.
be huge, 96.
Oh man, nice one, Michael.
What a pull, what a find. And Michael off to the races in this one. 121,
Beauty.
119. Wow.
Nice. I wondered if he had have played Fate, would David have had another bingo option? Like, would he have been able to bingo in that turn? Do you know?
Shoulden fated.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
All right, David, 2-point lead, which is crazy. He scored 38 and then bingoed, and he's up by 2. Can't feel
Yeah.
great about that, but you do your best. BEEIQTU. I'm curious to see if he's going to play this Q or if he's going to hold it back and try to cash it in next turn instead. TOQUE is 34, but if you can keep QU together, that's a pretty good lead. BLITE through the L and Shold is 29. That's a pretty strong play here as well. Heidi, tell us what you think about the Q.
I don't hate it as much as I'm not like I have to get this thing off my rack immediately as soon as I see it. If it makes sense to do so, I'll drop it. But I don't. It's not like I automatically go, oh my god, the Q, I got to get rid of it. I'd be looking at this one going, I want to play qubit because it's a cute word. But I don't know that there's a good place. This be quiet looks like it's plausible. Eh?
Be quiet. Yeah.
There's so many B words. That would be hard. It's like it sounds like it could be good.
If it did play on this board, I'd be tempted to try to throw it down right now, but
right.
Luckily / unluckily for David, it does not fit. You'll have to choose something real to do instead. I'm running a sim on Blight and Toke, and they're like right next to each other. These decisions in Scrabble are so tough.
Yeah. Blight. That's kind of a weird. Like, I don't even. Is that what you're saying? BLITE. I don't even know if I would think that was a word. Like, I would think blight. BLIGHT. So
Blight as a 5 is an herb. So I guess it's an herb that could suffer from BLIGHT.
Okay.
You can get a blight with blight.
Right.
Now we're going to remember it. Just kidding. I'm sure I'm going to forget it again at some point.
There's really not. I don't even see if there's any good. So he is going to go with Took. That's fine.
Yeah, totally reasonable here. I like it. I would play it.
Yeah. But it does take that. Does it take the T hook? I know it doesn't, Collins.
It does.
Is that a normal word?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if it's a normal word, but it's a word.
Okay. Which Michael does not have, but he does have an S. These are not the funnest letters to look at. What is he going to do?
Oh, man. Yeah, what is he going to do? I think you have to cash in the S at this point.
Yeah.
Snool, SNOOL.
Oh, really? That? Snool is a word?
Yeah. Snool, or it has an anagram to Solon, SOLON.
Okay.
If you know either of those, likely the play you're going to make here. It makes some sense to hold the S back, but I don't know. If you do that, you're going to end up playing Loon to the left side of U taxis and exposing a triple line. That just seems kind of nuts to do. I'd play Snool.
I bet you I would phony with Noll, NOLL, alongside U taxis.
Is that a Colin?
No, it's not a word.
Oh,
it's just
not
one
even
that
a word.
I was the second gunman on the grassy knoll, and
another Texas reference because I'm in the booth, huh?
But yeah, I think I did actually. I did play that word before, so now I know it's no good.
Gotta have an A for JFK.
Yes.
All right. Yeah, Michael, I think, is looking at doing Loon for 16 here, and the longer I look, the less I hate it. But it's rather volatile to keep NRS to open the board up when it's tight like this.
Yes.
I'd prefer to just cash the S, take the points now.
Yeah. Yeah, and then draw from the bag with 5 tiles that has the blanks in there still.
Michael perhaps a little upset as non-solar was blocked. He actually drew into a bingo out of this. Thanks to Robin for pointing that out. I did not even think of that point. But yeah, non-solar blocked. Michael's going to play Loon for 16 here. I hope a big draw. A bingo-prone draw is going to make Loon look awesome.
Yeah.
I wish he took the points right now.
Exactly. Robin making lots of nice finds.
Ooh, pipe
What?
up.
What? No, wow.
This is
Wow.
not a word.
It's so, yeah. It sounds plausible if you think of like, icing and piping and whatever. Maybe.
Oh boy, yeah, this is tough.
So this is the thing I was saying about Michael, right? Like he just accepts stuff a lot of the time. So
Yeah, of top players, Michael is probably the least likely to challenge out there. He's definitely aware of this hole in his game, and it's something he has been actively working on.
Nice.
But he is
holding, so that's good. That's good to see.
All right, yeah, David checking out that poker face. I love it. I don't think he has moved to the point where the freeze frame, or maybe it's frozen most. You need the people in the background to tell.
That's crazy.
Tough person, but oh man, okay, pipeable, and then
that's Matthew and Adam playing in the background too.
Oh yeah. Dang, that's a good matchup. Even if Tunnicliffe is like 3 and 6. Oh yeah, zoom in on that face. Let's go.
Love it.
Frozen. I mean, I also
if I played Frozen, it's crazy.
Like, I would have no idea if this was good or not. I just would have played it because it's like a gazillion points, and I would let my opponent make that decision instead.
Yeah.
Oh man, huge moment in this game. Does David know this is phony? Probably not. Does Michael know this is phony? Clearly not. And he's going to accept it. All right.
Michael.
Ballsy move from David Spargo, Jackson Smiley, not the only one.
Nice.
Oh, man.
Oh, my goodness.
That's epic.
And Michael dropping network, which otherwise looks like a great play.
The poker face.
And then he draws the blank.
Oh man,
yeah.
What a pull. Wow,
great.
green. Doesn't EGH and RT blank. Is this going to bingo for David? No, it's not going to bingo, but it's still a great draw for him out of the bag after the phony. Man, baller stuff.
Ouch, and Michael not drawing very well there.
Ouch indeed. Oh man, my dogs are getting excited about the phony. You can hear them in the background. All right, boys, we got to stop doing that. Daddy's trying to Scrabble. This is serious business. All right, so no bingos playable here for David. He's probably going to need a little bit of time to come to that conclusion. He's got Greenth set up, Greenth. That is valid. That does not play. I'd be looking for double through the AI in this situation as well.
Right.
But with the engine up, there's nothing great here for David. KHET though, 33 points, holds NRG blank. That's a nice play. He'll eventually have to back into that.
I think you need to save the scores there, Matt, so people can see them.
Oh, I'm so excited by the pipeable sequence. Trying to figure out if it's crazy or not. Let's get that updated. Appreciate y'all in chat keeping me accountable.
Yeah. Time to play Hen Great now. Is that a real thing?
I think it's let's just play infinite phonies on Michael every turn.
Oh, I see. See what I mean? They get me every time. I'm so gullible. How am I so gullible?
You just need some experience in the booth. You have to get trolled mercilessly for 3 years like me. until eventually you just assume everybody's kidding all the time.
Right.
Teaching high school for 4 years also gets your troll immunity up. As of Tuesday, I am back to teaching high schoolers full time.
Oh,
so
really?
I will continue. Yes, yeah.
Are you happy about it?
Yes, stoked. Honestly, I mean, it's not just I'm a high school classroom teacher like I used to be. It's got some perks and some stuff.
Nice.
I'm not going to talk about my job on stream. That's not what we're doing here. But
congrats, though.
Thank you. I got a job in Boston, so I'm
Nice.
employed in the most expensive city in the U.S. outside of New York.
Nice.
That's the real win.
Mhm.
All right, my dogs are getting real animated now. I will try to keep them, but apologies in advance to everybody. David this is like the ultimate time trap turn for David. There's so much to think about, but there's actually nothing to do.
Right.
I know that. He has no
So
idea.
hard.
I'd spend forever here too. I'd probably
Yeah.
hit a surrender cobra.
Yeah. But you have to do it. You have to take the time and look because sometimes you find something at the end of those. So
Yeah, a wise commentator once said, "You only have 12 to 14 moves. In the entire game. You got to get every one of them right." So I'm going to listen to that person.
yeah.
I don't know if that commentator is actually wise, but he is a commentator, so he's probably a little bit smart. If they don't just let random people.
That's right.
Right?
He's thinking about writing, which somebody in the chat pointed out it's actually in Collins. So Michael tries to keep his knowledge or whatever pristine. He won't look at Collins games, lest he be influenced, lest he see something that gets into his brain. So he won't even look at Collins games. I wonder if David plays Wrighton, will Michael challenge?
No, I think he's looking at maybe Gruthen, and there are words like that, but not quite that.
Okay.
Grutton, Grutten, is the past tense of greet. I was Grutton.
Oh, goodness.
Oh my God. Okay, lexicon. He's going to play right.
He's going for it. He's going for
Ponies
it.
from David Spargo. Oh my goodness. Let's see. Are we going to hit the Renaissance
I
painting?
think Michael's going to challenge this one, actually.
I don't know.
I think he will, just because, like frighten. Have you've seen that? Like, can you play it without the F in front of it? Like things like that. I don't know. I just feel like it's high enough. Well, maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong.
Oh my God. We're hitting the statue again, David. Not moving. You can tell he's on hold, just sitting there.
Oh, he's gonna, well, yeah, it's a blank, so it's hard. He's gonna go through. But he'll just write down, right? He'll just write down the rack and be like, no, there's no writing in there, right? Won't he?
I don't know. I don't know. He's scratching his head. He doesn't know either. Heidi, what's going to happen?
Yeah. So writing does look more plausible than pipeable, but I just feel like just it's more common. Like write is such a common word, and all those GHT words are so much more common that I feel like he might recognize that this is not a word that he's seen before. But who knows? We'll have to find out.
Oh my goodness. The back-to-back phony on stream. Look at that.
Oh my
face.
goodness.
He's
Yeah.
just a statue. I saw him blink one time.
I know. One time. One blink. It's
We get
so
some
funny.
Lady Gaga going, some poker face. Josh, you got that queued up?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
It's harder when there's no valid anagram to compare it to. That is true. Deadly Gamesman pointing that out.
So much for Michael to think about. Like, I might pause and think and just try to figure out, did he have any valid bingos? Or
Yes.
was this desperation because he couldn't find anything else? He tried this.
Yes,
If I do challenge it off, is he just going to bingo on me again immediately? Because what's the point of taking a risk if he's got other options?
Right.
And man, this is so impressive. Unmoving.
Billy says he looks so guilty. Seth say, what did Seth say? He said something funny, but I lost it. Oh, he's gonna be hurting when he finds out.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. It's
A
been 2
noble
minutes.
phony embiggens the smallest score.
Oh, it's staying. It stays. And there's a smirk on David's face. He knows he got away with one. Oh, he just looked right at the camera. Too. Whoa. I did
Oh
not
my
see back-to-back phony bingos accepted by a North American champion on my bingo card. But alas, here we are.
This is some crazy entertainment, guys. Get your friends over here. They're missing a lot of good stuff right now.
So I mean, that joke previously of why don't you just play whatever that ridiculous word was, dead ass, like correct.
He's trying not to laugh.
All right, I got to get scores updated. There was a lot to process there.
Yes.
Let me get this done. Wrighton played, accepted. Michael hits with Viv.
I feel bad for Michael too. I honestly believed he was gonna see that this one was no good and challenge it. But it's hard, man.
And David
double
knows the
challenge
scouting
is
report.
hard.
You got to know your opponent. You got to know the scouting report.
Yep. And
Wow.
great.
Michael's
That
not
was-
done. Michael's drawn images, and
Yeah.
that plays with tokes.
Yeah.
So this is not by any means done.
Yeah. Grannies.
Grannies too. Oh my God, he's drawn
Come on.
grannies.
Come on, Michael. You can do this. He's got to be looking there, eh? For like, how can he miss? Can he miss grannies? He's got to be
No.
looking there. No.
Now Michael's turn to hold the poker face when you see you've got the triple.
Oh, right. It's not his
Oh,
turn
not
because he
it.
challenged. Ouch. Oh, he should. Yeah.
If David knows the 6-letter WHIRR,
Wait, no, he didn't challenge, right? He didn't challenge. What did Michael play after? Did he challenge?
Michael
No.
played Viv.
Michael played. Oh, okay, I missed that. Ryer. So, oh, sad. Sag.
Sad day for Michael. He's not going to get his triple down, but Images for 78, a consolation for him.
Yeah.
That'll be Michael's only playable bingo on this turn. I'd be shocked if he missed it.
But Ryer scored a lot of points, eh? That's hard.
Oh, the G down. I thought Michael was going to phony.
Okay. Well, this is okay. It's not grannies, but we'll have to live with it.
Yeah. All right. Michael pulls within 100, 365 to 272. Still a blank to be drawn. A bad rack for David in this situation.
Yeah, if he can draw the blank here, it's some good stuff to go with it. And David's got some pretty bleak options this turn. Maybe we'll have a game.
I don't know how David's going to proceed. EYE plays beneath network, triple underlap for 29 points, but the leave there, IIRU, is awful.
Yes. Yeah. It's a lot of points, though. 29 points.
I think the right line for David is probably playing Tuyere, Tuyere, down from the T in the phony Wrighton. Get out of these letters, draw a bunch of stuff. If you draw that second blank, you win the game for sure.
Even though it hurts to leave II. But
you're okay doing
more
it.
to draw.
Yeah, there's only 2 more in the bag out of 29 unseen. So, if there were 3 or 4, I'd be more scared. But just 2, all right.
Yeah.
I'll roll the dice there.
It's only a bad rack if you're limited to valid words, says Ian. That's a good point.
Oh, man.
David needs to phony a front hook to Images. Oh my God, I'm having too much fun, Matt.
Never a dull moment at a Scrabble tournament.
Look at they both have this IRU thing on their rack. Yuck.
IIRU, no less.
Oh, yeah,
Good
that's
name.
right. Yeah.
Ah.
Yukier.
I wonder if David's just going to exchange. It's not like the craziest idea here to throw back 6, just keep your E. I don't think you should. Like, keeping scoring pressure on is what you need to do when you've got a lead like this. But
What about Kier? Just get a few points. I don't know. I guess you, like you say, you're leaving still E I Y U.
more, I don't like what that does to the board. You're going to put an R in that
Oh,
bottom
okay.
and just allow Michael to bingo for 90 if he gets
Right.
what he needs to get. That just seems like a possibility you'd rather not leave
Right.
possible. So he's going to do it right as I say he shouldn't. Yep. Scrap.
Well, he's not going to get punished for it anyway.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Oh man, Michael can play Virga here, Virga on
Yeah.
top of images
Yeah.
and open
Yeah.
triple. See,
That
like
was
all of a
great.
sudden he can make this board
Yeah.
very dynamic.
Yes.
Or Viga too. Viga does the same stuff and holds an R back.
Yeah. Well, what would you do here? Would you go for the points and open the triple or just play Vega? I think I would
Viga.
rather play Virga. Wait, I don't know. And open that triple. I'm pretty far behind.
I mean, both Viga and Virga are going to open the triple. I think.
Oh, I see. Not okay. Sorry, I was still thinking that the G was going to go over the I.
Gotcha. Yeah, no, this is going to be Viga here.
Got it.
I would play Virga if I saw it, though. The R is going to mean you triple a little bit more often, but 6 points is 6 points. I would take them, but could go either way there.
Yeah.
But this is why I don't like playing Kier last turn.
Right.
Because then Michael can do something like this, and suddenly
Yeah.
there are 2 lines where my opponent can score 90, and I'm actually scared in a game where I'm not supposed to be scared.
Right.
But I guess I could just make up a phony triple and win.
Is there anything plausible you can come up with here?
Ooh, Utovite, Toyuvite, Outivity.
Yeah, the T word. Yeah, fish for a T word.
It's actually one of my favorite exercises in Scrabble is try to think of as many plausible phonies as you can in like 10 seconds. Because a lot of the time, if you're going to phony somebody, you've got to do it in 10 seconds.
Right, exactly, yes. The quicker and more decisive you play, the more likely it is they're going to just accept it, right?
Yeah. Of course, if you have giant biceps like David Spargo, then that adds to the intimidation factor. And if you're able to statue the way he did, that also adds to the intimidation factor. Play it in 4 seconds, be jacked, and don't move. Scrabble 101.
That poker face was the most hilarious thing we've seen on stream so far.
That's got to be the
Most
thumbnail of the video.
What is it? Okay, Gowdy.
Yeah.
Cleans up
Sure.
the rack nicely.
That's good. That's fine.
Yeah.
407 to 300, still a blank lurking out there for one of these 2 players. Michael basically needs to draw it to get into this game. I wonder if Michael's going to play AJI next to U Taxis.
Ooh.
Open another triple.
Mm.
Oh, wow. David just drew diameter.
Oh man, look
We
at
are
that.
in here. Okay, maybe you should open the board when you're winning so you can just draw a bingo and win by even more.
Yeah, a few options.
Yeah, this turn is really a matter of Michael deciding if he's going to throw in the towel or if he's going to take one last swing. AJI and then draw the blank like, hey, maybe you're in business. But I don't know. That's rather reckless. Most of the time you just get punched in the face, especially with the scene pool looking as good as it does.
Deadly Gazer says Medivate. Mediator with ER as a flex. So what do you do? Are you getting rid of the... What would you do, Matt? Would you get rid of the J here?
I'd have played Aji like as soon as it was my
Yeah,
turn.
you would have just done that? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, but I play to win the game. I don't care if you beat me by 220.
Yeah.
I don't care if you punch me in the face a whole bunch of times. I'm going to try to win until I can't win anymore.
Right.
Michael's doing a whole lot of tracking, and the more tracking he does and the better this unseen pool starts to look, the scarier everything is. And it makes more and more sense just to throw in the towel and lose.
Yeah.
What's wild is I think David is going to play diameter and then draw the blank and maybe even bingo another time in this game.
Yeah, Billy saying mediator would be so disrespectful. You mediate. Come on, we can get another down.
I would immediately challenge that. I'm sorry, bad pun. I'll be here all day. And tomorrow. Speaking of today and tomorrow, we have one more game today, and games will start again at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time. Tomorrow is going to be me in the booth, joined by Will Anderson, which is so bomb. I love Will. I love all of his videos, and it is an absolute treat when I get to commentate alongside him. So if you like Scrabble at all, make sure you are here at 9:30 Eastern, 6:30 a.m. for you West Coast loyalists. I know you're going to be here. What else are you going to do on a Sunday during a long weekend? Go outdoors?
Yeah.
Tomorrow for more Scrabble. We got one more game today with Heidi before we get that as well. So plenty more. If you haven't yet, please hit that thumbs up button beneath this video. We can even drive the recordings up the algorithm after the fact. I want as many people stumbling into competitive Scrabble as possible. I have encountered people in the wild who have seen Scrabble on the internet, and all it takes is a couple of those people to get bored 5 years from now and wander into the Scrabble club, and we have birthed another competitive Scrabble player. So every little bit counts. It takes a village. Make sure you like that video. Make sure you hit the subscribe button. The Let's Play Scrabble channel just hit 4,000 subscribers during our live streak. Congrats to whoever was subscriber number 4,000. I'm proud of you. Fist bumping you, ether. And the join button is a new feature here on YouTube. For $4.99 a month, you can join up with Let's Play Scrabble. You get special emojis in the chat. You get some swag next to your name. When you do drop things in the chat, everybody looks at you. Everybody knows that you are a joiner and not just a lurker. You're going to take all of that money and just use it to make more awesome Scrabble streams too. So become a Let's Play Scrabble super friend. Hit that join button if you're interested. And that will help us continue to grow the amount of Scrabble that we get on the internet and the amount of words you get to learn and the amount of hangouts you get to have. All right, Raj, the play for Michael. This makes sense. You set up that A back hook, except you're about to get punched in the face. I'm sorry, Michael.
Too bad.
You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. You take the shot, and sometimes David has mediate for 97.
He had a spot already, and Michael gave him a better spot. Sad.
Yeah, David's gonna go in and draw that blank too.
Yeah.
Well, probably.
Probably a Scrabble life-changing game for Michael. He'll most likely never let anything close to a phony go again, says Peggy. I don't know. He's been burned a few times before, and it's still, the lesson is hard to learn, it seems. It's so hard.
He'll probably allow at least one more phony to go in his life at some point. But yeah, this is going to be one that haunts Michael afterwards. Yeah. It is tough. It's always tough. And pipeable too. Like that's so deep in the book. You wouldn't have actually studied that. You're just guessing. But what? Oh, he did draw the blank. ACTLON blank. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Does Michael's rack do anything? Adipose with an M instead of a P.
David just drew colander to the R at the bottom. Michael's not going to block that because it's
No.
unlikely. There.
Yeah.
So David's going to have hit almost 600, maybe actually 600 this game. Goodness.
Yeah. So you were talking about that 700. I wonder how many of those points were phonies.
The 700 game count if you play phonies? I would say no. That's unethical and immoral.
Yeah.
Said the
Oh,
Scrabble.
Digamus. Thank you, Noresis. Sorry, Matt.
Oh, go ahead.
Nora, I had asked if Michael's rack does anything, and Noresis, I don't know how to pronounce the name. Sorry, helpfully pointed out Digamus. That's a nice.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Nerazis, or Saint. He generally just goes by Saint.
Yes.
That. Digamus, yeah. All right.
Most of them were phonies, says Seth, as I understand it. Oh, man. 6 minutes on the clock. That's okay. We're at the end, so that's lots of time. But what to do? What to do?
If he doesn't block Colander, he's in a world of pain. But of course, he has no idea what David just drew out of the bag.
Yeah.
This loss for Michael is going to drop him down to 5-5, effectively eliminating him from contention for first at this point. Mm-hmm. But a lot of strong players. Some of them have to get knocked out early.
Yeah.
Michael's going to be one of the first big boys to be knocked out.
That's the thing, eh? Like, there's so many strong players, and anything can happen. You never know. You can have your favorites all you want, but anything can happen in this game, and it's so crazy. I was playing Niagara Falls on the weekend, and I was even going into the last day, and then I just lost, five games in a row or whatever out of 6. So, yes, it was crazy.
All right, Meows. Michael opting to put the S on the end of this, I think, just to try to get out as fast as possible, as often as possible. It makes sense. But he doesn't know that this will be the last play he makes this game.
Yeah.
We'll see if we can tell it from his face, looking at his tracking. Oh, I drew the L and the R. That means you have
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Yeah, Michael sees it. Michael knows what's about to happen, and David's just picking up his tiles and doing it. Goodness. We'll let him designate this blank, make his emphatic outplay, and then cut to overhead mic.
Yeah. Cy Adam says that's part of the game, though, knowing your opponent's weaknesses and trying to exploit them.
Oh, and out. And out. 595, 359.
Yeah, I'm almost certain that's phony now that I think about it.
I think both of those are phony.
Me too.
Sometimes you just gotta do it for the content.
It was great content. It really was.
They're both good, actually.
Really?
Yeah, I'm surprised. What? I knew I was right, not the challenge.
That's hilarious.
Hey, that's a good word. It's good for you.
Well, yeah, glad I played him.
Which one do you think was funny?
Michael's playing 7D chess right now. He just looked up both words and told his opponent, oh yeah, they're both good. Even though they're not. What?
No. I don't think that's what happened. I think David said, I think those are both phony, and he sort of motioned to Pipeable and Wrighton, I think.
Yeah, and then Michael looked up the words on his phone and said, they're both good, actually. And David said, I'm glad
Michael was talking about Kier and Colander.
Oh, was he?
I think so.
I don't think so.
Are you sure? I'm going to have to watch this back and see. Because, I mean, he's looking them up, right? How could he? Yeah,
It's
I
just
don't know.
70 chess.
I like Seth's comment. I'm shocked to discover the phonies that I myself played.
Michael,
But
what's
I'm pretty sure that I
OMG?
heard David say, like, I'm pretty sure both of those are phony. Michael Fagan must use the Urban Dictionary because that's the only explanation.
I don't know. I'm pretty sure I just heard that correctly, but
Okay.
I could be wrong. I don't know. I wish we had headset to interview David now. We didn't set up
Yeah.
headset for this one. Didn't think
Aw.
we'd have this amount of content, but David saying I'm going to play him for the content.
Yes.
Content was delivered. Hats
Yes.
off to you, David. We appreciate it immensely.
Yeah, I know he said they're both good actually, but I don't think he was looking up Pipeable and Brighton.
Oh, I'm certain he was.
Okay, I'm gonna ask him.
Yeah. Okay. We're gonna cut away from the board here and come back to the booth. Oh my goodness, that was an absolutely wild game. Yeah, I think Mopo's right. It's the revenge. Trick David into playing them again in the future so that they get challenged off. I'm not sure, but that was absolutely wild, Heidi. That thanks for buckling up with me and writing everything that game had to offer.
I definitely think that has to be the most entertaining game I've ever watched on stream. It rivals the finals of the last SPC. You know, it was so close, but this one was just so entertaining. That look, that stone-faced look, just so funny.
The poker face, incredible stuff. We will have one more game today. I can't promise you that it'll be as entertaining as that last one. And hey, that game was only as fun as it was because of all of you in chat. So keep on chatting with us. Don't go anywhere. Thumbs up this video if you haven't
Oh my
yet.
God, Pipeable is in Wiktionary, they're saying.
It's in Wiktionary. That might be what. Yeah. Okay. This is not the WoW lexicon. It's the Wiktionary lexicon that we're telling you. We were just misinformed. Got it. Heidi and I are going to take a little break. Your boy's got a small bladder and needs to pee, but we will have one more game of Scrabble, and then we'll cut away until tomorrow. See you soon. All right, what's good, everybody? Welcome back. We're about to jump into the final game of our coverage from today's chunk of the Montreal Scrabblefest. I want to remind everybody that we'll be back at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow for the final rounds of this tournament. But before we do that, Heidi and I are going to jump over and look at some next-gen stats courtesy of Josh Koff and an algorithm he wrote for us. Kudos to Josh. We really appreciate that assistance. Check this stuff out. Heidi, tell us what this is.
I'm not okay. Look, so it looks like we have average points for and against showing for Jackson Smiley at 460.7 points for and only 358 points against him. His spread is up there at plus 1,000. David doing very well too. He's very close behind actually, 358 and then 389 points against. So. Yeah, this is fun. These are some fun stats for sure.
Yeah, man. When you add over 100 points more than your opponent on average, they call that beast mode. Jackson's beast mode. And you can see Jackson with a couple more wins is going to break 21.
Man.
Scene. Look at David Spargo too. He's been playing some ballsy Scrabble, as Heidi calls it. And that's what you get when you play ballsy Scrabble. 44 points rating increase. Joel Horn picked up 23 points, playing above his punch and weight for sure. And Beth Mitz also picking up 23 points so far this tournament. She definitely outperforming her expectations. So congrats to those players.
I think I saw Mike Phelan's name on there, and I think we're about to see him next. Is that right?
That is indeed correct. Michael Thalen has picked up some rating points at this tournament with his 6-4 start. Michael Thalen and Ryan Chapita are going to be playing in our next game. Each of those players at 6-4, each just a game back of second, 2 games back of Jackson in first. Whoever wins this game will be in great shape to go home with some cash here from Montreal. So that's the matchup we've got. Do you know these players, Heidi?
Well, I definitely know Ryan, as I've said many times, very, very well. So, of course, I'm rooting for him. He's from Ottawa. And then Michael, I don't know if I've played him before. I don't know very much about him, but I do recognize the name. I don't know much about his game.
I don't know too much about his game either, other than that he is rock solid. He's the one who brought us Ziziva. He gave a generous donation to Woogles as well. So the designer of Ziziva, big donor to Woogles, and Woogles will be holding a big tournament in honor of his generous donation later on this year. Details to be announced by me, actually. I'm the one who's trying to spearhead that effort, but we're in the early stages of planning for right now. I digress. Michael and Ryan, we see a new tile bag with no hole in it this time, so we can play real awesome Scrabble without tiles running away on the floor. Let's do it. Let's play Scrabble for the last time today.
That's so cool about Mike and all of the stuff that he's been doing, though. Like, Ziziva is just such a great program, so useful, right?
Absolutely revolutionized word study. I used it for about a bajillion hours as a child. I owe him a debt of gratitude. Ryan does not owe any gratitude to the tile bag. OOOEENU is an immediate exchange. 5 correct decision there from Ryan.
I'm surprised you even got caught those. I didn't even see them. It was such a fast exchange.
I am a seasoned veteran. I miss accept a whole lot of stuff, but I do my best. AEHILMP, the rack from Mike Thielen. Man, word knowledge check immediately for him. PELHAM is a 6. Looks like the right play for him here. There's also HIEMAL, which is a 6-letter adjective that takes no hooks, means pertaining to winter. That's not a bad play if you know that, but he's got to know.
Both of those, I think, are tough to know.
Yeah, I would not have seen either of those in this situation and would have misplayed this first turn.
Mats are taking over. You guys are toast. There's a master What is, hey, Matt, I'm the fraudulent master, Matt. I don't understand this. Do you understand this, Matt?
I do understand this. Hey, Master Matt, you remember when I played a gazillion Blitz games of Scrabble when I was 15? Yeah. He's one of the people I played against. He's about my age. He's a very strong.
Awesome.
So he's making a little Scrabble reunion tour, hanging out with us in chat. Hey, Matt, welcome. Matt's are taking over. We got to take this back from the Joshes. I'm sick of the Josh position. Matt is where it's at. I declare it right now. Michael plays Maple in appropriate Canadian form.
Yes.
That's not a bad play if you don't know those sixes. Maybe Aleph, A-L-E-P-H, another option there. But Maple in Canada makes perfect sense to me.
Aleph is also not the most obvious play, right? Like, yeah. So this looks good. I mean, this is probably the one that I would find.
But this seeds a double-double to Ryan. Ryan double-doubled the last time he was on stream for 90. This one's going to be a much tougher find for him, but 98
Yeah,
points.
does anybody in the chat see that? Because I don't think I would know this. Is Robin still in there super anagramming this stuff? Maybe Seth knows it. He knows a lot of, I would say this is an obscure word.
Master Matt might have this one too. He's rock solid. Somebody's going to find the double-double here for Ryan. Otherwise, he has to play Reeking for 65. Nobody wants Ryan to play for 65.
No problem.
Billy's
like,
taking care of us.
Easy.
Appreciate you, Billy. A Jenniker, Gennaker, 98 points if Ryan sees it. Otherwise, Reeking is the only other bingo he has on this turn. Big moment early on in this one.
But what is Jenniker? What does it all mean, Basil?
It is a spinnaker.
Oh, that clears things up.
Yeah, right? Thank you. A sail, a type of sail. Man, if I were a pirate, I'd have way better word knowledge. Or a bird watcher.
Okay, what's Ryan thinking here?
All right, blank cam. What's he got? Did he circle the N?
Oh yeah, we didn't see the blank cam. Oh, there we go.
It's the I. All right. Ryan gonna open with the bingo after his first exchange, but points left on the table. Can't get them all perfect. I would not have gotten this one perfect. I don't know Jenniker.
Yeah,
Ryan doesn't know Jenniker.
What are people's thoughts about designating the blank before you've put a tile on the board?
Oh, you just started a fight, Heidi. I'm going to have to probably mute some people in chat, ban some people. Oh, boy. Look what you did. Oh,
Such
man.
a troublemaker.
All right. You're learning lessons, Heidi. This is one of the tensest issues in all of competitive Scrabble. When you circle the blank before you put it down or not.
Let's play Scrabble. What was he designating? Nothing was on the board.
Oh, geez. All right. Well, while you guys get your vitriol out, I'll go try to look at this position here for Michael. Awkward rack, ABGHIIW. But I love when you get these awkward racks because it means you get to play words that you almost never get to play in Scrabble. We might see Bigwig. B-I-G.
That would be super fun.
That'd be awesome. I've never seen that word played before, and it's going to be a gazillion years before I see someone draw those letters in combination again. Bigwig or Bagwig.
Yeah, that's weird.
We might see one of those. They're tough to spot, but I'd love to see one of those. If not, W-E.
I don't think you're ever seeing Bagwig here, though. Why would you?
Bigwig is just better and more common.
Yeah.
He's looking at just W-H-I-G. I think he's going to play this beneath Maple.
Wig, yeah.
Bag. Did you just say a Bagwig? You said you're never going to see Bagwig.
Maybe just a flex. It's just a flex. Maybe what's a challenge? But, you know, he's not going to get a challenge. Somebody plays Bagwig, you're like, you must know that's good.
Yeah. It's one of those like, all right, buddy. Geez, you've been spending some time on Ziziva. But I suspect Michael Thielen has indeed spent some time on Ziziva. Wow. All right, flex on us, Michael.
Yeah.
Back to Ryan. BDEPUVZ on his rack. There are a lot of ways for him to score points on this turn, but if he doesn't suffer from blank blindness, I think the clear top play for him here through that eye is up dive.
Yeah, that's
it's only
a nice...
30, but it holds that Z back to catch in down the road.
You get rid of V and U. Yeah, that's just a really nice play. Hopefully he's looking through that eye. But it's hard. Like, up dive is not the most intuitive thing to spot either. I just want to say, Mike's mom is in the chat cheering on her son, so we hope to see a good result. But I don't want to cheer against Ryan.
We love to get family.
This is what I'm hoping for, a tie every time.
I'm just hoping that I don't know who's going to win until 2 turns from the end. I don't really care which player wins, but I hate when it's 200-18 and I have to try to fill 40 minutes of airtime with dad jokes and bad puns.
Yes.
And Scrabble controversies, as you like to start, apparently, Heidi. This is easy.
It died down quickly.
He's got those letters set up, but no, this is an easy turn to mess up if you're Ryan. I mean, Z up top for 47, like BPUV is a bad leave, but 46 points, excuse me, 46 points in the top.
That's Ryan. Interesting.
Huh.
I actually, you know what? For a second, I was thinking he could play Zebu on the triple, but GU is not good in WoW, right?
Correct. Yeah. That was interesting.
Yeah.
All right, so Ryan plays paved there.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh my goodness. JUY. Okay, that's I suppose what you deserve after that, or so. I don't know. Jeez.
That's a little bit of a harsh punishment for
that is
the
tough.
tiny transgression.
That was a weird play, but that is a rough draw too. All right, Michael, when you draw a rack like this, you're not going to bingo. That's too many O's. You're probably going to play either OOH, OHO, or HOO, and you're going to do it in the spot that scores the most points.
OHO.
Whoa. Or you're going to do this.
But he's got a blank, so he wants to keep stuff open, I guess, probably. Right?
If you play OHO and OK, you get some extra points. But yeah, I guess he's trying to draw bingos that will end in that S, making SORE. Left some points on the table. I don't think I'd have done that, but to each their own.
Yeah.
All right, BJSUUYZ. We'll put this rack in the I'm never going to draw this rack again category of racks. That's a doozy. Yuzus, YUZUS.
Oh yeah, that's a handy word.
Yeah, that's a great way out of this, and it sets up the B for jab or job or jib on top next turn.
Right.
You don't want to cash the S here, but Yuzus is like the only way out of this horrific rack.
Yeah.
I think that's what you got to do. Jube, maybe JUBE.
I was just gonna say, is there a JU play that's okay in this situation? But
no, he didn't play okay last turn, so nothing's okay.
Yeah. I think that you can hear my doggy wanting in, not out.
Oh, doggy misses you.
Yeah.
All right, and doggy has been permitted access. We love to see it. Happy reunion. Ryan's looking at you, Jube. Oh, he's going to play Jube up top instead.
Okay.
Jube is 3 more points.
Yeah.
But I guess if you draw an A, you have ZAS and Jubas for a bunch. Maybe he's thinking about that.
Yeah.
A nice draw here from Michael.
Yes.
ACIOSU blank. He's likely to bingo on this next turn. No stellar options for him, just 70 points, the most he can score, but is a nice pull. And
Yeah, I saw Audacious right away.
Yep. Audacious, Carious, and SORE if he wants to set up a fun front hook. We'll see what he chooses to play here, but a bingo coming for Michael.
Yeah. Yeah, looks like he's Carious. Gonna go with Carious, maybe?
I think we're doing, Carious. Oh, this is a fun play. I was hoping if he picked one of them, he would pick this one, because Carious has a front hook.
It does, eh? I didn't know that. What is that? Does it take
It's an S.
Takes an S. That's crazy.
So Scarious and Sizey is now an option for Ryan for a gazillion points.
Ooh, does he know the hook? Will he know the
We're about
hook?
to find out. Oh man, I don't even know if he's going to play it if he sees it and if he knows it.
Right.
Klutzy plays down from the K
Oh,
and 40 feet
yeah.
and holds the S for next turn.
Right. Wait, can you play? You can't. Oh, okay. So I was looking at the C and thinking that was the spot, but no.
Oh yeah.
That's not how you spell that.
All right, your dog just begged to come in. My dog has just got double fed. I fed him before this game to try to get him to stop talking. And the better half just got home and also fed the dogs. So
Oh no.
they're going to be extra full tonight. The best day of their lives.
Yeah. What is he gonna do? What is he gonna do?
Yeah, there are two unseen S's after Carious. Let me get that unseen pool updated. Two unseen S's to Ryan. So if Michael pulls one, whoa, he's playing Yuzu.
Oh man, that's yeah. I think you see Klutzy if you have a K on your rack, but you're not looking for a K on the board. I don't think with that rack, so that would have been hard to spot. Clearly, he doesn't know the. I think it's clear he doesn't know the S hook on Carious, or he would
Either
probably
he
play
doesn't know
it.
it or he didn't spot it. Yeah.
Yeah.
What a pull. All right, Sea Lift and Scariest is available next turn. So we're definitely going to find out if he knows the word after this.
Right.
All right, but we'll look over at Michael now.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
QY, not the combination he was looking for, but this is just clearly, well, I wouldn't say clearly. This is a great play. Dioecy, Dioecy is actually 40 points over on the left side of the board, but
Oh wow.
probably
Oh
should
yeah, that would been.
again.
But I mean, get rid of the Q. Maybe you'll draw that I again.
Yeah. An AX, wow. That's a fun pull for Michael. He's going to be threatening points again next turn.
Yes.
All right, test time for Ryan Chapita. Do you know Scariest? If you do, Sea Lift is 89. If you don't, Sea Lift is 70. And we just sit back, kick up our feet, and wait.
Syada makes a good point. If he held Carious, he probably doesn't know Scariest. I didn't note that he held Carious, but
I missed that part, but I was dealing with double eating dogs. So if that's what happened, that's what happened. All right, Ryan does not know Sea Lift, and I love when this stuff happens if I'm in Michael's situation. Clearly there is a hook. Clearly you either don't know it or don't see it. If I draw it, it is mine for as long as I want. And the other very nice thing about this bingo is now Michael can play XCD for 1,000 points.
Yes. Yikes.
Sorry, it's not 1,000. It's only 55.
Yes. Or will he be fixated on Oxy and try to play that instead somewhere else?
Maybe. Oh my goodness. The play of Day Room through the disconnected M is pretty sick. It's not right, but it's
No, but it'd be so fun.
Actually, XED might not be the play either. Doxy plays above Carius, DOXY. That's 49.
Right. Wow.
Maybe you do that. Huh.
Interesting. Yeah.
Huh.
What about playing just Oxy up there, keeping your D for next turn? Is that a
It's
stupid
7
idea?
extra points to put the D down. I would put the D down.
Okay.
55 for XED, 49 for Doxy. That's tough. That's tight. That really could go either way.
Yeah. What's your problem? Quiet.
Oh man, and look at that post bingo draw for Ryan. ADGIOOO. The O's he exchanged on the first turn have come back. We see 5 O's on the player's 2 combined racks. The other 3 O's are on the board. Man, a plague of O's raining upon our players here in Montreal. Or perhaps the plague of bagels.
Yeah. So going with Oxy.
Ah, your suggestion. He heard you. You've kind of been the Michael Thielen whisperer of this game, Heidi. First with Bagwig and now with Oxy. The plays I'm not even considering that you're just nailing.
Well, I said he wouldn't play Bagwig.
Fair. And then I said you should not play Oxy, and then he did it. So maybe we're both just the Thielen anti-whisperers. Oh,
Yeah.
great pull. S.
Oh, look at that. Nice.
I don't think that bingos, but it's very close.
Yeah.
At least. Wow. ADEO. I'm going to have a great round this turn.
I'm going to have lots of scoring opportunities anyways. What about Ryan? Can you play like a good somewhere or something?
A good is Collins only. So
Oh, is it? Okay, sorry.
Yeah. Man, this is tough. You've got to play through this rack, I think. You can't justify an exchange. Your rack isn't quite bad enough to do it.
Yeah.
I think you have to play LOGOI down from the L and C lift. It's like 12 points.
Ew, really?
Say again?
I said, ew, really? I would have such a hard time playing that here.
I don't know what else you do. Everything is terrible. You can play Goop to the P and paved.
Okay.
And ADIO and score 12.
I don't know. You be quiet. I'm streaming.
You do have the D for Doxy, but I don't really see a way to do anything
Yeah,
with
you can't.
it.
No
That's
productive way to use that there. Yeah.
You can play Adagio down from the A and C.
Oh, I like that better. I would do that.
That holds OO and opens up an S hook that you don't have.
That's true, but like I said, sometimes I make bad decisions, and I was like, if I saw Adagio, I'm like, I'm playing Adagio.
Fair, yeah. I mean, that's one of those words where if you have it, you generally just kind of play it. But
yeah, it's usually the good play if you have it, right? Adagio. It's dog. Wow. Okay.
The dog just cued me. The dog is trying to let you know that Michael has a bingo on his rack right now. Down from the C in Carius. He's got cathodes.
Oh, nice.
All right, yeah, I overlooked that, but cathodes for 70 loaded up for Michael. I think he's going to see this. It's a tie game right now, but not for long if he finds the bingo.
Ryan went with Dago, leaving OOI.
Points are nice.
Ovoli, at least. I don't know, but that's yucky. Violation. I don't know.
That's rough. Volition, if there's an N. But he's not going to get one. Instead, he's going to get punched in the face.
Yeah.
Damn.
Beauty, though. That's nice.
Only playable bingo here for Michael. He spotted it in under a minute. 70 more points for him. 305 to 235.
Yeah. Wow.
Oh, Ryan's got a sick play.
Who can find the sick play? Don't spoil it.
I'm not saying anything.
These people are crazy with what they know, eh?
And he said Ryan likes to find the cool stuff.
He does, but I don't know if he's fun. Like, oh, maybe he could. Oh, if he saw that, that would be so sweet.
Yeah. Ryan can play Olio for 34 to the left side of Cathodes, but that it might even be his best play, honestly, to play Olio there. But he's got a sick play.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's hard not to cover up that triple spot. It means it's so many points, and Olio looks great. Like, it just looks great. Yeah, Kevin.
There it is. Nice job, Kevin. Kilovolt.
Yeah. You see this play, you play Olio, right? It just looks like it looks right.
Yeah, it feels like a what else could I do in this
Yeah.
situation?
Yeah.
Very natural play as well, but it's hard to win this game after you play Olio. You're still down 36. It's your opponent's turn, but if you draw that last S, you have sea lifts. Now you have Dagos as well.
Yes. Yeah.
And Scarius is still there if you magically remember it's a word.
Yeah.
S is huge right now. Michael has not drawn it. We'll see if Ryan gets it.
And even if you didn't know Scarius, maybe if you needed it, you might try it, right?
Yeah, you certainly could.
Close to stuff here on Michael's rack. I don't think there's anything in there, right?
No bingos here for Michael. And these are really tough racks to play out of. Like, so many players just want to play off IN in the place where they can get the most points for IN. You are ahead by 36 points. You do not fish when you're ahead by 36 points.
This is a lesson I find I have a hard time with. Switching your mindset when you're down enough into the game where you are no longer, like, you should no longer be looking for bingos. Like, that's a hard switch for me to make sometimes.
I will just scream it from the mountaintops as often as I can, because I see this mistake made infinite times by infinite players all the time. But when you're ahead late in a game, don't fish. Because if you fish and you miss your bingo, and then your opponent bingos, then you lose. Just get points.
Yeah.
But Michael is likely not going to fish, especially not on a board with this shape. Like, even if you draw your bingo, it's not going to fit.
Right.
So I think he's actually set up Granny from the G, which is funny. We saw this come up last game. That's the kind of play you want to make here. Turn over tiles, block a bunch of stuff, go grab that S. If Michael pulls the S out of the bag, it's game over. He's won.
Yeah.
And look at that unseen pool too. 3 N's, 4 R's, 4 T's. Like, I want to draw that stuff. I'm good. Yeah, let's go. Let's go get it.
Yeah. And he wants to hurry up and get to the end of this game, right?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. I might play Ginnier, Ginnier instead.
Yeah.
But either way is fine. I'd just be looking to play off a bunch of these tiles. And most importantly, not fish. Don't fish.
Yeah. Probably check in, make sure what could happen after I play. Like you say, he's not looking he's not looking to fish. That would be so funny if he now fished.
The commentators curse so bad. I always say, like, this is exactly what you shouldn't do, and then players do exactly that, and I always feel like such a jerk.
He looks like he looked like he was gonna go for Granny there.
I hope he does.
Now what's he thinking?
Was coming home from the New Orleans tournament, and a player I'd never met before came up and said, "Oh, you're the mean commentator." Oh, all right, you got me.
Mean? Why do they think you're mean?
Have you watched my commentary?
You know I have.
Yeah, I don't know. It's wild how some people say, like, I'm so gracious and so nice, and other people are like, oh my God, you're so mean to people. And I'm like, are you listening to the same stuff? Because I don't know. But whenever you're in the public eye, people have radically different opinions of you. And I'm in the tiniest public eye of the 120 people who care about this. But I'm blessed to be here. I wouldn't have it any other way.
Oh yeah, it's so fun. I do think it's a real privilege to be able to do this stuff, and I hope that we can get more people interested in doing it, because the more people who are ready and able to do it, the more games we can stream, right? Like you can help your friends stream their point of view games, like I did last weekend, or you can get on and do the national, the huge championships when all the great players are playing. We're not going to run out of commentators because everybody's playing. So yeah, I just hope that we get a really good ecosystem happening.
The commentator part is easy. I have people all the time ask, hey, can you get me in the booth? Can you get me in the booth? And, it's easy to sit here and talk about it. The hard stuff is what Josh Greenway does, what you do, bringing the camera, setting it up, figuring out the internet, figuring out the social media and the streaming, and then promoting it and getting people to actually show up. Those are the people who deserve all the credit. And those are the people who y'all need to be emulating if you enjoy Scrabble streaming. I got it easy. I just show up, make bad jokes, and then get a little bit of money. But Josh, Heidi, those are the people who do the work.
Well, we need everybody, right? We need everybody doing a little bit of something just to ease the burden, because for a long time I think it's been a few people doing the bulk of the work. I think of somebody like Judy Cole from NASPA. I'm sure Lori Cohen for WigPo is doing the same thing. Just a few people seem to do like 80% of the work. Pareto principle, right?
Yeah.
And so if we can just get more hands helping in whatever capacity you can, whatever your talent is that you can share. Maybe you're a programmer, maybe you're a tech whiz, maybe you're good on stage. We need all of those people, right?
We do. And if you have none of those talents, but you still enjoy Scrabble streams, then you can instead help Josh Greenway do what he does by hitting that join button, tossing a couple bucks each month his way, and giving him a little bit more budget to buy more of the equipment, to get out to more of these tournaments, and to put more Scrabble on the internet. So it takes a village, truly. Some people have to do the legwork. Some people can pitch in other ways. And of course, if nothing else, just keep tuning in. We appreciate all y'all being here today, watching. If we didn't have the viewership numbers we had, we wouldn't be doing any of this. So thanks for tuning in. Keep doing that. Maven was the play for Ryan Chagti, putting the E down, seeing how many E's were left to be drawn, as opposed to putting the I down and spelling it the other way. EEIIRTU. I loved how Mike went digging into the bag, playing along with Granny, but this is about as bad as it could have gotten in terms of draw. Could have pulled out of there. So if you're going to dig into the bag, at least draw good stuff. Come on, Michael. This turn is making me sad. I think legitimately we might see him play Unite through the N and Granny for 7.
Yeah. Block those lines just in case.
You'd like to try to block C-lift bingos as well.
Oh, yeah. True.
But if you look at the unseen pool, just 5 vowels and 14 consonants, that makes me think bingos are often coming through that E in Maven.
Right.
And so I want to try to obstruct that if I can.
Will says, I became smarter, handsomer, and suddenly knew all the 9s after signing up as an LPS subscriber. So you heard it here, guys. Everybody should be. If you can, you should support, for sure.
I want to get smarter and handsomer. Maybe I should also sign up for LPS, be one of their subscribers.
Yeah. What is it? Uteri.
Uterin.
Over.
Play through the N. And
at the bottom, blocking the yes, of course.
Yeah, that makes sense. Just play 6 tiles and then play 6 tiles again and rush to the end of this game. That makes sense.
Oh, he's not going to do it. Okay, right. That looks like a few points.
Yeah, EIU is generally a leave you try to avoid at all costs, but with this unseen distribution, 5 vowels, 14 consonants, do it. Do it. Score some points. Make sure you win the games unless your opponent bingoes out, and then you're going to draw a balanced rack. Even if you draw 4 vowels, you're going to win the game too, because if you draw 4 vowels, Ryan's got at max, and you're good.
Yeah. What is Ryan's best option here? What's he gonna do?
What is he going to do if he does not know Scarius? Is really
Yeah.
the question. If you know that, all of a sudden this is a game.
Yeah.
Diecast, Dicast is 41 in
Nice.
that
That would be
final.
so nice.
Basically a tie game. If you don't, there's a bit of a word knowledge check here. ASDIC and C lift is 44.
ASDIC.
Asdic.
Yeah.
Don't make the
Just
bad
wondering.
joke you're thinking about making.
I'm just wondering if you might have known that. I don't know. You try to make a joke. Is it a family friendly joke?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Then don't mind me talking over you.
Yeah. We're not making any jokes at all about Asdic. We're just going to keep on going. That's 44. That you actually take the lead if you know that word. You do keep the double T's, but there are sequences here for Ryan that don't even involve him bingoing and winning this game.
Right. Oh man.
But if you don't,
yeah.
Doxy and data make some sense. Or just plunking the D and playing Doxy makes a little bit of sense. You got to start thinking about what bingos specifically you might threaten on a one-tile draw, though.
Right.
Oh my God! If you keep ACISTT, if you fish the D and draw one of those 3 R's, you draw a strict.
Yes, that would be amazing.
For 1,000,000 points, and you win the game unless it gets blocked. So fishing the D, drawing assist or a strict makes some sense. If you fish the D and draw an E, one of those 3 E's, you draw status, STATICE.
Wow.
And if that doesn't get blocked, you also win the game. So fishing the D actually makes a whole lot of sense here for Ryan. Make Michael figure out whether he needs to block the E and the N in the bottom of this board or the C lift spot.
Right.
You
Yeah.
block both.
Oh, let's get playing more data like you suggested there.
Okay.
I wondered, if you only drop D, it doesn't look right to leave CSTT normally. That looks, but I guess those letters have enough synergy that it's okay.
Yeah, especially you're most likely to draw an E or an R, and
Right.
those are the ones that hit extremely hard for you.
Yeah. Matt would know a word like Aztec, but Billy says, okay, we're moving on.
Ding! Got him.
Take that for data.
Okay. Ryan has drawn the bingo he was looking for. Plays through the N at the bottom of this board. It's the only one he's got that I'm aware of. And for Michael now, he's got to figure out what to obstruct. Again, do I block the EN at the bottom?
Yeah.
Do I block C lifts? Do I block neither? I don't think that's a reasonable line. He's got to block something.
Yeah.
Got a big decision here for Michael. We'll see what he does. He's got to look at that unseen pool, try to figure out what's most likely for Ryan, and then take that option away.
Right.
Whoa.
I think he's probably going to want to block the NEN just because it seems more easy to hit than S in that spot. Bingos are harder starting with S or S in second position. So.
Yeah, man, Michael's in a bind now, and it kind of goes back to his previous turn. RITE blocked nothing.
Yeah.
And so now Ryan didn't have to open anything. He had 2 lines open, and he just got to take whatever swing he wanted. If Michael had played TEIN last turn, the same TE placement of RITE, out to the side, he knocked out 1 line, and then there's only 1 more he has to think about this turn. He didn't block anything, and now he's regretting that decision immensely.
Right. Yeah, that's a bit of an oversight, I think, like you say. Definitely should have been trying to block something with that turn.
Sometimes you don't realize a mistake until the next turn, and then you're like, ooh, dang.
Yeah.
Looking tougher for him now. I mean, he's also drawn some very poor tiles out of the bag, but
Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe he was just thinking, I'm probably going to draw a bingo because look at these tiles. But yeah. Maybe he wanted to leave them open so he could bingo.
Yeah. I wonder if he's going to play winner, Winner, or wiener through the N in Maven. That obstructs more than almost anything
Yeah.
else.
What he's going to do? What is he going to do?
Maybe he's not going to empty the bag, though.
Yeah, how many tiles are left? 5?
5 tiles in the bag.
Mm-hmm. He kind of looks like he's going to play Wii parallel to Maven. Maybe? Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so he's blocked the right spot. No inflects for Ryan.
Yeah.
I wonder.
Runnier.
51 points right now if he tries Clefs and Scariest. So I wonder if this word is going to pop into his head as a desperation thing. I keep talking about it, and it's possible he's just totally blind to it or unaware that it's. But as you mentioned, maybe in desperation, this is a thing that will come up.
Right.
So we'll see. Michael's pulled Runnier with a no spot, and there's not really a way he gets a spot.
No.
Interesting.
But I think if I'm in this position, I really might be looking to try Scariest because it sounds like it could be a plausible hook, right? Scariest. You see so many words like that. So I think I would try it in a desperate situation like this.
Yeah, or I think maybe Ryan's thinking about fishing for a bingo here. Because there are still 2 lines available, you get to pick one to fish for and hope your opponent blocks the other one. In this case, if he fishes the L, he could fish for Frenetics, Frenetics, as a 9 through that EN. First, you have to know Frenetic does take the S, I believe it does. Secondly, you have to hope your opponent doesn't block that spot and block C-lifts instead. And then third, you have to hope you draw the R, but it's pretty likely one of the R's is in the bag. There's no way Michael made his previous play holding 2 or 3 R's on his rack. So there's a good chance there's an R in the bag for you. Fish the L, try to bingo out and win. Will that bingo score enough? I'm not totally sure, but that's some kind of path.
But like you say, if he maybe if he plays Clefs now, is it enough points to outrun stuff? Like to win without bingoing?
If he plays Clefs right now, there's a good chance he just wins the game anyway, but I'm trying to figure out non-scariest ways to get back into this game, because if he knew that word, he would have played it like any of the last 6 turns.
Yeah, I guess like you say, there's no sense being reckless if there is another pathway.
Yeah. Oh, man. I'm trying to think what else he could fish for, but the 1-tile fish. All right.
Okay, so he needed that C, right? What can he hit now?
Stifler, if he draws the R, plays with C-lift.
Okay.
That
doesn't do anything, does it?
No, that is not what he was looking for at all. He did draw leftist, but leftist does not fit on this board. I don't think he had any way of hitting 9s through the EN, but this is another fish that threatens big points if he draws an R. And you can see Michael's face like, oh, what did he fish for? And let me get this scene pool updated for everybody. And he's got to have to figure out what is the biggest threat. What do I think Ryan just fished for? And how do I make it go away?
Matt saying Fellsite Grannies would actually work for him. Fellsite Grannies. Interesting. And then Quinn says, or Felsic if you're playing there. That's a word. Does that have winning chances? It's like 32. Oh, maybe not.
Yeah, I think it would make the game very close, but probably not quite enough to hang on and win, though I haven't, gone through all the possibilities. I'm doing some other stuff right now. All right, so Michael, looking at this unseen pool, I think you actually have to make a pretty educated guess at what Ryan's rack was.
Right.
What he didn't hold Satire because he would have just played Steeric and Sealift last turn.
Right.
So what did he hold instead?
Right.
He could have fished for a lot of stuff. In Taylor's, like if he kept relist or lister and then drew an A, he could have entailers from the EN. Frenetics is not a possibility anymore, but that line offers a lot of stuff. But then there's a lot of stuff I can see that starts with an S and plays down, like salty or slatter, I think is a word.
Right. Right.
Or startle, not slatter. Ignore me.
Yeah. So he's just dropping in. Okay.
In, which blocks entailers, but not Frenetics isn't there. Doesn't do about the sea lift plays, but also gives Ryan one more chance to fish. Although Ryan fishes again, you could just block whatever he's fishing for. Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah.
That makes absolutely no sense. Oh, okay. Yeah. Quackle suggesting that Ryan is 100% to win this game if he fishes a T with Went, but I don't believe that for a second. That was not, that was not the best.
I'm sure that's probably assuming knowledge of the S hook on Scariest, just in case as a backup or whatever. I don't know. Like, I'm assuming that Quackle is thinking he knows Scariest.
Yeah, that's definitely also a big assumption that's being made that is incorrect.
Yeah.
Flyest, Fliest, is a word that he would be leaving behind on his rack that scores 42 with Scariest too. So a lot of stuff. Quinn with a great point. What's the point of blocking entailers if that rack already bingos with Saltire? Yeah, if he's got Satire L, you're just going to
right. Maybe trying to block something else.
I don't know. There's a lot to dissect in this game. And
and maybe it's just a blind, like, I hope this blocks whatever, right?
Yeah, definitely could be that. Or just kind of feels right pace-wise. Like, I don't want to empty the bag and get bingoed out on, so let me just play one and block a little bit. I feel like what he was thinking. I don't know if it was right, but he's low on time and he's got to do something.
Yeah. Stop it.
At this point, if you're Ryan, you can be reasonably sure there's an R in the bag, or at least there's an R in the bag at least 50% of the time. So if you try to fish the T again and draw Stifler, like that could be a path, except Michael's going to track, realize you have Stifler, and block you for sure. But I don't know what else you can do here outside of making Scariest plays.
Yeah. Okay. What's he gonna do?
Is there anything else he can fish for? Silentist? No. With the EN.
Yeah.
Pestilent? No. Yeah, that was blocked by Wen. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else he can fish for at this point. I think he's just dead.
It's too bad STOR wasn't a word.
Right, yeah. Then would be in business. Or FLOR would make things kind of interesting if you could play LOR and then floor, but no.
Right. And let's not forget that, I mean, Ryan's been on stream a couple times now, but I don't, this is probably the first time he's been streamed on a tournament. I don't know. I definitely don't think he's habituated to it. So
he's been streamed before. He won.
Oh, yeah, that's right, too. Sorry, my bad. I forgot. I forgot he was like, yeah, going on a little bit of a tear there at some point.
Yeah, I parted my hair down the middle in the Belleville tournament, and then I did to support him, and then he won like all of his games on the last day on stream and won the tournament. And I was like, "Oh, dog, I called it." And I parted my hair again
Nice.
today.
Nice. I forgot about all that. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, everybody apparently parts their hair in Boston. I'm just trying to fit in and not stand out too much as a weird Texan who just moved here. Flit, the play for Ryan. Flit does take a back E. I guess he's trying to set this up for himself. I don't know. He's just low on time and trying to do anything.
Yeah.
AEINRRU, Michael's rack. He has 3 plays that win this game. All 3 of them require him to have knowledge of the 5-letter flight, F-L-I-T-E.
Yeah.
If he plays any 4 there, rear or near or rain, he wins. And if he does anything else, he'll lose.
Really?
Yeah.
I think he's going to play there. I think flight's feels pretty standard to me.
Yeah, he's got rear set up that would hold UNI back, and UNI plays beneath FE, making FEU and UNI. So you want to make sure you can play that. Oh, wait, no, it's actually going to get blocked. I don't know what I'm doing.
Oh, yeah.
But, man. We watched Ryan fish and fish and fish trying to bingo, and he could actually just steal this game away.
Wow.
With that one.
And he's got 30 seconds left, basically. Just play something, play there. Yep, do it. That's what you got to do.
All right, Michael's found one of his 3 wins.
Okay.
Oh. Yeah, Ryan can go out, but only with Scarius.
Oh,
no, he can play Resort or Renest for 9 or 8. Oh.
Okay. Oh, interesting. Jungle Cook in the Matt called that one Juba's cheese fast. just confuse him into
Yeah, try to push him over time. Yeah. If you can get a time penalty, you win the game.
Yeah.
Oh man, Ryan loses by 1.
No, man.
Yeah, if he goes out with Treen, Treen at the bottom, he loses by 1.
Man. Good. Oh my God, good game.
Let's cut to overhead mic. They might have the score wrong.
Yeah.
2. Oh boy. I think that probably deserves a recount. I figure.
Are the scores updated? Yes, they are.
Okay, let's do this. Okay. Great game in any case. All right.
Great game no matter what.
Yeah, good job.
Yes, it was.
Range 5, so I've got Maple is 6, 10, 12, 24. Reking.
I wonder if they have the score as we have it right now.
Yeah, it's a 1-point game set right now. 2.
That doesn't mean they have it right. I'm sure they have it right.
All right, they've got it as a 1-point game. I can't imagine it's a 1-point game. Well, didn't Michael request the recount?
14, 15? 60?
Yeah.
Okay, 65.
Yeah.
I wonder if they have Ryan winning by 1. Michael wouldn't ask for a recount.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
And okay, I mean, I don't think our viewers here are like super stoked to watch a recount slowly happen. I'm also curious if Michael asked for the recount.
32.
Yeah.
count everything correctly, especially when they were low on time.
Right.
I think we're gonna hang out and watch me talk over some of this. But
32. That's
if indeed Michael thinks he lost by 1 and then ends up winning by 1 on a recount, it's gonna be a huge sad for Ryan, who's gonna go out and have to console
he did
his.
think Train won. Okay.
He'll have to console himself out in Montreal. There's ways to
man.
control yourself in that city.
Oh, this is so painful.
70. 156.
It's too bad they didn't miscount as a tie, and then they could just both win.
Yeah.
33, 37.
Oh, the sun just came out. Perfect. I can go get even more tan than I already am for the rest of the day. To go touch some grass.
70.
Oh man.
70 for C lift. 215. Oh, X, Y. 8, 10, 14, 28, 30. 30 and 12 is 42. So 2, 3, 5, yes. So it's going to be 6, 12, 14, 17, and 3 is 20. 2, 35. Okay, here we have 10, 12, and 6 is 18. And that's 70. Oh, 60. Something's
I lost a recount at Nationals. Wound up being high loss. What a compensation. Nice.
12.
Yeah, it's I don't like recounts.
20 is the code. I scored at 68, but I'm counting 70 now. Oh
man. Oh god.
10.
12,
6.
Oh, Michael's grinning here.
20. I think it's 70.
Oh, look at Ryan's face. Oh man. Oh, I don't want to watch this. Oh man. This hurts.
Let's see.
This hurts.
4, 6, 9, 27.
Oh, it's so harsh.
30, 34.
There it is. Michael requested the recount because he lost by 1. He's down 2 points. Michael's going to win the game by a point.
Yeah.
6,
Oh,
20.
that's heartbreaking for Ryan.
And it was captured here on Let's Play Scrabble. The moment Ryan's life left his body.
I made all kinds of scoring mistakes in this game.
No, wait a second. Okay, what is here? We're just counting Granny. There's no other words, right?
Yeah, just G. Yep, just the G.
Oh.
And, I'm sorry. I'm thinking these are doubled. Only this one's doubled. Yes. Okay. So I think 18 is correct. Okay. So yeah, 2, 4, 9, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 is 18. Yep. Okay. So 305 and 18 is 323. And Maven 4, 7, 10, 30. 299. And then right is 6 and 6 is 12, 16, 19.
6, 9, 10, 12, 14, 15, 19. That's right. Good.
Okay, and so that's 342. And then we have data. Okay, this is a lot. There's
one of those is special. Yeah. Okay, so Doxy across. Yep. 12, 13, 15, 17, 19. That's 23, 24, 25, 26.
Oh, hang on a second, I got something. Oh, that's not okay. So yes, I'm going to just count it again. 10, 15, 21, 4, 26. Yep. Okay. 3, 25. WE. That's just there. 10, 12. So 342, 12, 354. LOC. 6 and 2 is 8. 333. WEN is just 6. 354 and 6 is 360. And then we have Flint. 4, 7, 14, 18, 21. 354. Rare. 15. 23.
15 is 23.
Oh, man.
And then, so that's 383. QIS.
No, it's June. Just the S. Yeah, QIS. So 12, 13, 14, 17, 18, 26.
23, 4. Oh, wait a minute.
13,
12, 14, 17,
and 9, 26. Okay. So 380. Okay. And then I have, what did I play?
And then you
Right,
put
Sun.
something off for 6.
Yeah, Sun for 6. So 3 and 6 is 389.
So you're up by 7
for
you're up by 9.
Oh, no.
6, not 5. 386. So I have 389, 386, and you get 2 for 388. So I have 389.
No.
Yep.
It's so
Even
hard.
the winning play was not a winning play.
Unbelievable, man.
Oh.
Sorry about
It's
that.
okay. That happens.
Great game. Holy moly. Okay. Wow. That was a negative. Yes, I was down by 1 and I made a 2-point error. And I got
I don't like that. I do agree. You're agreeing the scores every so often. You agree. I think
this one out.
if you're doing that, you should not be able to recount at the end. But that's a controversial take, I'm sure. But Matt, you got your wish. You didn't know you didn't even know at the last play. You had to wait until a recount to find out who was going to win.
I got my wish indeed. All right. Well, that could not have been a closer game. It was not decided until after the game was over. Incredible stuff. There really is never a dull moment at a Scrabble tournament. That is the end of our coverage for today. We will be back at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow. I'll be joined in the booth by the great Will Anderson for that coverage, so make sure you don't miss it. Heidi, this is where we say goodbye to you for the day.
Did you not want to look at the stats for the standings before we go?
Oh, yeah, let's cut over to standings. I missed that message. Thanks. You're keeping me accountable. Appreciate it. I can't say bye yet. All right, walk us through these.
All right, so leading the pack, as I predicted. We'll see what happens tomorrow, but Jackson Smiley, 9 wins and 2 losses. David right behind with 8 and 3. Jason Lee hanging in there, 8-3. And then Michael, 6 and 4. So I think they're pretty close, Brian and Michael. So we'll have to wait and see what happens tomorrow to find out who's gonna take this thing. Crazy.
Yeah, Michael's going to jump up to 7-4 with that.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay.
Put the data in, but this tomorrow, we'll see. Let's cut over to CSW and see what's going on over there. Winter, 10-1, leads a Josh Sokol at some stronger results than he's traditionally had, but this would be huge if he's able to hang on and win this one. Josh Sokol, Adam Logan, both right behind him, though, at 9 and 2. That's going to be spicy tomorrow.
Yeah. Look at Josh's spread, 1243. Unreal.
Jeez. All right, and we'll cut over to WoW Division B as well. And in Division B, we see Richard Kirsch continuing to defend his home territory in Montreal. He is at 9 and 2, but Ben Lamb, 8 and 3, Judy Horn, 8 and 3, and Fran Silver at 7 and 4, not too far behind. Tomorrow's going to be a spicy day, folks. And again, we will be here at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time. Now, Heidi, I get to bid you adieu, but it has been fun. had a lot of fun watching you and Nits last night. Had a lot of fun today doing commentary with you. I appreciate it. Any last words for our audience?
Oh, yeah. Just thanks, everybody, for hanging out. You've been so entertaining, and I'm glad you were also entertained. And Matt, great to do commentary with you finally. It's been one of my bucket list items. So, yeah, it was a great time, and I couldn't ask for better. What a fun afternoon. Oh, my goodness.
Absolutely. We got the epic Michael Fagan versus David Spargo game. We got the recount. I guess with Ryan Chapita losing on the recount, I've got to get rid of my hair. So go ahead and restyle the hair another way. Tune in tomorrow to see how I mess my hair up, to watch Will Anderson, and to watch the winners of our Montreal Scrabble Classic. Signing off for now, Heidi Robertson and Matt Canik. We will see y'all tomorrow.
Bye, guys.